When the man opened his eyes, he found that he had transmigrated into a lord on the empire's frontier. His territory was so poor it had neither soldiers nor grain, with a beast calamity pressing in and women disappearing one after another. But he awakened a Dark Lord system capable of summoning dependents. The only things he summoned, however, were 20 starving, frail succubi. A knight of the church came upon hearing the news, ready at any moment to send him to the stake. But he had no intention of fleeing, nor any intention of surrendering to fate. This territory, abandoned by the Empire, was about to undergo a world-shaking transformation. Pink mist drifted through the room. It was an enormous bedchamber, and aside from the velvet bed in the very center, the rest of the furnishings were pitifully sparse. And on that bed, 4 or 5 young girls were sprawled over it at this very moment. They wore simple spaghetti-strap dresses, and aside from their pitch-black pupils, they looked almost no different from humans. They played and teased one another, occasionally brushing my face with their hair, their eyes filled with barely concealed longing. The moment one of the girls reached out, wanting to touch my cheek, I suddenly jolted awake. Like a drowning man breaking the surface, I sucked in a huge breath and sat bolt upright in bed. But the instant I opened my eyes, what met me head-on was a girl's snow-white chest. Right after that, several icy hands crept onto my chest. I struggled free with force and shouted harshly, "Get off me, all of you! Who allowed you to climb up here?" At that furious roar, the girls immediately jumped off the bed and knelt neatly by the bedside, heads lowered, no longer daring to make a single sound. I rubbed my swollen, aching head. Ever since I transmigrated into this world of swords and magic 3 days ago, I hadn't had a single night of peaceful sleep. I raised my right hand and waved it, and a purple light screen appeared before my eyes. Dependent, newborn succubus. Life rank F. Species, demon. Outwardly resembles a young girl. Physically frail. Survives by feeding on human vital essence and blood. Current status, hungry. These girls, how are they hungry again? I shook my head. That's right. These seemingly delicate girls were actually demons, succubi bound to me as dependents by this system. To be honest, I was quite satisfied with this transmigration. I had the support of a system, and I had directly become a baron in charge of a territory. The only thing I was dissatisfied with was this batch of dependents. Not only were these succubi far weaker than ordinary men, they also had to survive by feeding on vital essence, making them unbelievably troublesome to raise. I got up and put on my clothes, then shook the bell by the bedside hard. Taking advantage of the moment, I called up my own system panel again. Dark Lord System. Dependents, 20 newborn succubi. By consuming magic crystals, you may promote them or bind new dependents. Magic crystals. I was deep in thought when the bedroom door was pushed open. A tall woman walked in with elegant composure. Her black hair was pinned high behind her head, and her dark purple uniform made her look capable and efficient. But when she saw the girls kneeling on the floor, a trace of undisguised disgust flashed across her face. "Lord Baron, this subordinate believes it would be best if you did not allow these evil creatures to enter your bedroom so casually. If people discover that you are privately keeping demons, then according to imperial law, you may be sentenced to death by burning." She gave an elegant bow and came to a stop in front of me. While adjusting my collar in the mirror, I replied, "Meyer, of course I know all that, but I can't stop them. Though I was the highest lord of this castle, I still gave a capable steward like Meyer the respect she deserved. After all, this body was only 18 years old this year. Although it had been taught from childhood how to govern a territory, it had far too little practical experience. In matters great and small here, I had to rely on Meyer for help with many of them. In that case, this subordinate will arrange additional manpower to strengthen the defenses of your bedroom." I nodded in satisfaction. That was indeed necessary. Succubi might be alluring, but they were far too damaging to the body. Ancient books recorded that a single succubus could drain an adult dry in a short time, let alone the fact that I currently had a full 20 under my command. It seemed I could only let them go hungry for now. "Lord Baron," Mar continued when she saw I had not responded. "Last night, more than 30 women went missing in the territory again. For the past several days, people have been disappearing every day, and panic is spreading among the population. And the surrounding territories have also sent messengers. The beast calamity in the northern forest is taking shape, and it will soon strike our lands. The last beast calamity almost destroyed all of our defensive forces. This subordinate suggests relocating the farming households on the territory's outskirts into the castle's domain for refuge." As I listened to this string of bad news, my brows drew tighter and tighter together. The eastern frontier territory under my rule was a remote and barren region on the Empire's border. It was already a place the Empire did not value, and on top of that, it had been hit by repeated beast calamities. By now, the territory hardly had any proper defensive strength left at all. What was even more fatal was the matter of the farmers. They were the economic foundation of my entire territory. At this rate, with over 30 people disappearing a day, it would only take a few days before my land turned into a wasteland devoid of people. With beast calamities outside and disappearance cases within, I felt the weight on my shoulders grow heavier and heavier. I took a deep breath and turned around to pat Myra on the shoulder. "You've done well. Let's go to the throne hall." Leaving all the succubi in the room behind, I took Myra with me and headed all the way to the throne hall. Calling it a throne hall was rather generous, because its furnishings were not luxurious at all. The eastern frontier territory was simply too poor. Even this castle was small in scale. I sat down on the throne and let out a long breath. On the day I transmigrated, I had carelessly let 4 succubi drain my energy once, and I ended up bedridden for 2 whole days, unable to even stand. Today was the very first time I had formally stepped into this throne hall as the Baron. But when I looked around, the sight before me made me freeze. In the entire throne hall, aside from Meyer, there was not a single other person. Several of the wall torches had even gone out. "Where is everyone? Why are you the only one here?" I asked with a frown. Logically speaking, no matter how poor the eastern frontier territory was, it should at least have advisors, a council, guards, some kind of basic structure, right? So why was not one of them in sight? Meyer revealed a look of concern, stepped closer, and answered respectfully. "Lord Baron, I told you long ago that the demons around you would affect your mind. A week ago, you personally led everyone onto the walls to meet the enemy in battle, and as a result, you suffered grave injuries and fell unconscious. Most of them died in that battle." Her expression dimmed. As for those who remained, they believed you could no longer be saved. Then, when they heard that another beast calamity was coming, they all fled to the neighboring Ruasan territory. Now, aside from the more than 900 farming households outside the city, only a dozen or so guards remain in the castle. Hearing this, I immediately understood. So the original owner of this body had already died in battle a week ago. It was only because my soul had transmigrated into him that he had been given a second life. But soon, I fell into thought again. As a lord, I needed subordinates, and I needed enough manpower to keep this castle functioning. Otherwise, it would not be long before I lost control over the surrounding villages. No matter how capable Meyer was, she could not do the work of 8 people all by herself. As for the 20 succubi under my command, they were even less worth counting on. True to dependence with a life rank of only F, they could only say a few simple phrases and instinctively feed on vital essence. They possessed almost no intelligence and were completely unable to help. Let's promote those dozen or so guards first. I felt a headache coming on. Right now, there were 3 problems placed before me. First, there was the severe shortage of manpower to keep the castle running. That was the most urgent issue. Second, there was the internal danger. Women were disappearing from the territory every day, and if the culprit could not be found quickly, panic would continue to spread. Third, and most dangerous of all, there was the external threat. Once the beast calamity descended, the magical beasts in the forest would swarm in groups to assault human settlements. Though this situation was not common, its scale was enormous. With my current strength, I simply had no power to resist it. In a short period of time, I had to solve the first 2 problems before thinking of a way to handle the third. This is a bit difficult. I let out a sigh. But just then, I noticed that Meyer, who had just gone out to summon the guards, had returned. No guards followed behind her, but in her hands she held a purple crystal. "Lord Baron, this subordinate just remembered. Regarding the magic crystal you previously instructed me to find, I managed to purchase one from a merchant caravan. Please take a look and see if this is the one." A magic crystal? My eyes lit up. Forgetting all concern for appearances, I strode forward and snatched the purple hexagonal crystal from her hands. The instant my fingertips touched it, that purple light screen immediately appeared again. Dark Lord System. Available promotions. 1. You may choose one succubus and promote it into a hero unit. It worked. This was it. I was overjoyed inside, though I did not show it on my face. I merely patted Meyer lightly on the shoulder as encouragement. "You've done well. Go gather all the guards. Have them assemble in the throne hall shortly." I sat back down on the throne and watched Meyer leave. Only after confirming that her figure had completely disappeared did I clap my hands. "Come out, all of you." At my voice, soft laughter drifted from the shadows of the throne hall, and one by one, young girls slowly emerged from the darkness. All of them were dressed according to my instructions in identical spaghetti strap dresses, their eyes full of innocence and desire. Before long, all 20 succubi were standing before my throne. A few of them started growing restless again, but I glared them back into place with a single look. I swept my gaze over them and nodded in satisfaction. You all put on your clothes the way I told you to. Good. After all, when these succubi had first been summoned, they had been completely naked. It was only because I insisted forcefully that they obediently put on the dresses. My gaze moved back and forth among the succubi. There was only one magic crystal. Although the individual strength of these succubi was more or less the same, I still had to choose one that pleased my eye. Very quickly, my eyes settled on a white-haired succubus. Her eyes were different from the others. Amid that pitch black, there was actually a trace of vivid crimson. It was those eyes that drew me in. You come here. Hearing my words, the white-haired girl froze for a moment. Then a brilliant smile bloomed across her face. Under the venomous gazes of the other succubi, she walked to the foot of the throne, dropped to both knees, and raised a hand as if to gather up her long hair and tie it behind her head. Hey. No need. No need. I was so startled that I hurriedly reached out to stop her, grabbing her wrist before she could finish tying up her hair. Why not? The girl asked, lifting her head in confusion, her eyes filled with incomprehension. This time I had learned my lesson and did not dare meet her gaze again. Last time, that was exactly how I had suffered. With a flip of my wrist, the magic crystal appeared in my palm. Promote. I clenched my right hand hard. The purple crystal did not shatter. Instead, it liquefied directly, flowed along my hand, and entered the white-haired girl's body. In an instant, brilliant pink light flooded the entire room, dazzling me so badly I could not open my eyes. The light lasted for quite a while before slowly fading away. When I looked again at the white-haired girl, she had changed completely. Her figure had grown much taller. Her skin had become even fairer, faintly carrying a layer of pink, and even her long dress had been stretched a little tight. But the greatest change was in her pupils. The former innocence had vanished completely, replaced by a sharp brilliance that made her whole person seem alive and spirited. A purple panel appeared above me. Ayla, level 10. Race, Divine Succubus. Trait, Administrator. This being possesses an extremely flexible mind and is capable of organizing chaotic groups with great efficiency. Divine Succubus. Looking at those words, I could not help feeling they seemed strangely familiar. Thank you, Master, for your blessing. Ayla is willing to devote the rest of her life to serving you. Ayla interrupted my thoughts. Kneeling on one knee, she placed her right hand over her chest and gave me a salute. Even her voice had changed. It was no longer the dull, emotionless tone from before, but it gained a steadier, more composed quality. An administrator. Wasn't that exactly what I needed most right now? I calculated silently in my heart. Myra was capable, yes, but she was stretched too thin. Ayla's appearance perfectly filled that gap. The thoughts in my head began turning faster and faster. If I could get my hands on more magic crystals, wouldn't I be able to turn all of my subordinates into hero units? No. Hero units were certainly excellent, but what I needed even more was numbers. It seemed I would have to get Myra to find a way to obtain more magic crystals, or even try mining them. At that thought, I slowly raised a hand. Stand. Curious exclamations rose one after another from the succubi below the throne, and Ayla rose to her feet and took her place by my side. Can you keep these succubi under control? I asked the biggest question on my mind. To me, the greatest trouble with this group of succubi was that they were impossible to communicate with properly. They could only say a few simple phrases and were incapable of doing any complex work. But with an administrator like Ayla, the situation was entirely different. 20 succubi, plus a dozen or so guards, would be enough to support a small court. Sure enough, Ayla nodded. She turned around to face the succubi below the throne, and her voice carried unquestionable authority. Kneel properly. It was as if her voice carried magic. The moment those two words left her mouth, the girls who had still been glancing around and snickering in low voices instantly fell silent in fear and dropped to their knees in unison. I nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect I wanted. As long as these succubi could be managed in a unified way, my first problem would be solved just like that. But before I had time to feel happy, an angry cry suddenly came from the entrance of the throne hall. You demon, get down from that throne right now. The person who had arrived was Meyer. Behind her followed a dozen or so guards clad in armor and carrying spears, and the moment they stepped inside, they were met with this very scene. A nameless rage surged violently up from the depths of her heart. What right did these filthy demons have to stand beside the throne? That was supposed to be her place. As the daughter of a noble family in the Eastern Frontier Territory, Meyer had received the most orthodox education and honor since childhood, growing up on stories of demons bringing chaos upon the world. When I summoned these demons 3 days ago, she had already been deeply displeased. But what truly infuriated her was that these demons had actually dared to publicly feed on me, while even she, a childhood companion who had grown up by my side, had never had such a chance. Fire blazed in her eyes as she strode forward. Meyer, wait a moment. Looking at the tense scene before me, I felt a little troubled for a moment as well. I understood that, as a noble, she could not accept demons appearing in the territory. But I had already been bound to the succubus dependence. There was no longer any chance to choose again. I rose to my feet, wanting to step forward and stand between them. It was not because I feared Meyer would really make a move. There was no questioning her loyalty to me. I simply wanted to ease the atmosphere first. But before I could take a single step, Ayla reached out and blocked me behind her. Master, be careful. This woman is no ordinary person. Of course, she's no ordinary person. You two are practically about to start fighting. My heart tightened. It was not wrong for Ayla, as my dependent, to worry about my safety, but she really should have looked at the situation first. Sure enough, the moment those words were spoken, Meyer's expression instantly darkened. She had been my study companion since the age of 8, studied under the former chief steward at 14, and became chief steward herself at 16, serving flawlessly in that role for 4 full years. And today, she was actually being slighted to her face by a demon. She only felt half her body go numb, her heartbeat racing completely out of control. Enough. The moment my voice rang out, Meyer and the guards behind her almost instinctively dropped to their knees. Ayla hesitated for a moment, then quickly knelt among the others as well. Although I had only just transmigrated, the authority this body had cultivated since childhood was entirely real. As the highest ruler of this territory, every word I spoke naturally carried an oppressive force that inspired awe even without anger. We'll set this matter aside for now. Meyer, I'm putting these guards under your allocation. Within 3 days, you must have the entire castle running again. Ayla, go make preparations. Then come with me for an inspection outside the castle. In just a few short words, I assigned everything that needed doing. Ayla was, after all, a succubus, and those guards might not necessarily obey her commands, so the castle's internal affairs could only be left to Meyer for the time being. I was well aware that in my current court, the two sides disliked each other on sight, and Meyer and Ayla in particular could erupt into conflict at any moment. Even so, I had more pressing matters to deal with. I had not left the castle for several days, and by now, rumors about me must already have spread everywhere outside. I had to show myself in person and give those farming households outside the city some reassurance. Let them know that the Lord of the Eastern Frontier Territory was still alive. The Eastern Frontier Territory lay on the Empire's northeastern border, a place of year-round rain and mountains covered everywhere with poplar trees. On the plains among the woods, the farmers grazed their family flocks, clustered here and there across the grasslands. This morning was much the same as usual, with mist spreading everywhere and the air full of dampness. Logically, at this hour the farmers should all have been hurrying toward their respective fields. But today was a little different. I rode on horseback through the streets of Eastern Frontier County. The moment I left the castle, that long-absent sense of human life and activity hit me head-on. It was rare for the farmers to see me, the Lord rumored to have died in battle, and they crowded curiously along both sides of the road, craning their necks to look at me. I did not bring any extra attendants. Only Ayla followed behind me on horseback. The castle guards had all been sent off by Meyer to work, and my newborn succubi were still not suitable to be brought out of the city. The disappearance cases in the Eastern Frontier Territory were already causing enough uproar as it was. I had no desire to add another rumor about succubi harming people. I looked at the crowd gathered on both sides of the road and felt somewhat surprised. I had walked this street that ran through the entire Eastern Frontier County many times before, but I had rarely seen a scene like the one before my eyes. Among the watching farmers, only a very few looked at me with eager eyes. On most faces, there was not a trace of a smile. Many of them were wrapped in bandages, and their clothes were ragged. Though the street looked crowded with people, in truth it felt lifeless. 2 beast calamities within a single week. These farmers who had managed to survive truly had not had it easy. I sighed inwardly. Border territories had always been ignored by the Empire, and this city was simply too far from the Empire's heartland. Even when supplies were sent, They were skimmed away layer by layer at every checkpoint. In the original owner's memories, the Eastern Frontier Territory had not seen an imperial envoy in 7 or 8 years. If this kept going, it probably would not be long before these farmers could no longer even get enough to eat. I let out another sigh. Although I had already merged with some of the original owner's memories and thoughts, as a young man from a new era in my previous life, I simply could not turn a blind eye to the suffering of these farmers. Besides, I had my own understanding of how a castle should be run. The farmers were like the individual gears that made up the machine of the Eastern Frontier Territory. Though each looked insignificant, once all the gears ceased to function, my Eastern Frontier Territory would come to a complete halt as well. Ayla, I said without turning my head, lowering my voice as I spoke to her beside me. Women have been going missing one after another in the territory recently. Do you have any leads on this matter? Ayla had already changed out of that long dress. At the moment, she was dressed in a noble-style riding outfit, and the hooded cloak she wore concealed her entire face. Master, I am not particularly skilled at tracking and investigation, but if needed, I can personally go to the scene and take a look. At those words, my brow lifted. To be honest, Ayla's administrator trait had actually boxed in my thinking. I had subconsciously regarded her as a purely managerial character. That question just now had originally been nothing more than an offhand remark, yet I had not expected her to actually have a possible approach. It seemed that traits were only icing on the cake. Hero units themselves possessed a certain degree of capability as well. I nodded in satisfaction. Ayla's answer instantly opened up my thinking. I had originally still been wondering how to integrate her into the management of the castle, but now things were different. Once my thoughts loosened up, the choices available for me to use also multiplied. Pink mist drifted through the room. It was an enormous bedchamber, and aside from the velvet bed in the very center, the rest of the furnishings were pitifully sparse. And on that bed, 4 or 5 young girls were sprawled over it at this very moment. They wore simple spaghetti-strap dresses, and aside from their pitch-black pupils, they looked almost no different from humans. They played and teased one another, occasionally brushing my face with their hair, their eyes filled with barely concealed longing. The moment one of the girls reached out, wanting to touch my cheek, I suddenly jolted awake. Like a drowning man breaking the surface, I sucked in a huge breath and sat bolt upright in bed. But the instant I opened my eyes, what met me head-on was a girl's snow-white chest. Right after that, several icy hands crept onto my chest. I struggled free with force and shouted harshly, "Get off me, all of you! Who allowed you to climb up here?" At that furious roar, the girls immediately jumped off the bed and knelt neatly by the bedside, heads lowered, no longer daring to make a single sound. I rubbed my swollen, aching head. Ever since I transmigrated into this world of swords and magic 3 days ago, I hadn't had a single night of peaceful sleep. I raised my right hand and waved it, and a purple light screen appeared before my eyes. Dependent, newborn succubus. Life rank F. Species, demon. Outwardly resembles a young girl. Physically frail. Survives by feeding on human vital essence and blood. Current status, hungry. These girls, how are they hungry again? I shook my head. That's right. These seemingly delicate girls were actually demons, succubi bound to me as dependents by this system. To be honest, I was quite satisfied with this transmigration. I had the support of a system, and I had directly become a baron in charge of a territory. The only thing I was dissatisfied with was this batch of dependents. Not only were these succubi far weaker than ordinary men, they also had to survive by feeding on vital essence, making them unbelievably troublesome to raise. I got up and put on my clothes, then shook the bell by the bedside hard. Taking advantage of the moment, I called up my own system panel again. Dark Lord System. Dependents, 20 newborn succubi. By consuming magic crystals, you may promote them or bind new dependents. Magic crystals. I was deep in thought when the bedroom door was pushed open. A tall woman walked in with elegant composure. Her black hair was pinned high behind her head, and her dark purple uniform made her look capable and efficient. But when she saw the girls kneeling on the floor, a trace of undisguised disgust flashed across her face. "Lord Baron, this subordinate believes it would be best if you did not allow these evil creatures to enter your bedroom so casually. If people discover that you are privately keeping demons, then according to imperial law, you may be sentenced to death by burning." She gave an elegant bow and came to a stop in front of me. While adjusting my collar in the mirror, I replied, "Meyer, of course I know all that, but I can't stop them. Though I was the highest lord of this castle, I still gave a capable steward like Meyer the respect she deserved. After all, this body was only 18 years old this year. Although it had been taught from childhood how to govern a territory, It had far too little practical experience. In matters great and small here, I had to rely on Meyer for help with many of them. In that case, this subordinate will arrange additional manpower to strengthen the defenses of your bedroom. I nodded in satisfaction. That was indeed necessary. Succubi might be alluring, but they were far too damaging to the body. Ancient books recorded that a single succubus could drain an adult dry in a short time, let alone the fact that I currently had a full 20 under my command. It seemed I could only let them go hungry for now. Lord Baron, Mar continued when she saw I had not responded. Last night, more than 30 women went missing in the territory again. For the past several days, people have been disappearing every day, and panic is spreading among the population. And the surrounding territories have also sent messengers. The beast calamity in the northern forest is taking shape, and it will soon strike our lands. The last beast calamity almost destroyed all of our defensive forces. This subordinate suggests relocating the farming households on the territory's outskirts into the castle's domain for refuge. As I listened to this string of bad news, my brows drew tighter and tighter together. The eastern frontier territory under my rule was a remote and barren region on the Empire's border. It was already a place the Empire did not value, and on top of that, it had been hit by repeated beast calamities. By now, the territory hardly had any proper defensive strength left at all. What was even more fatal was the matter of the farmers. They were the economic foundation of my entire territory. At this rate, with over 30 people disappearing a day, it would only take a few days before my land turned into a wasteland devoid of people. With beast calamities outside and disappearance cases within, I felt the weight on my shoulders grow heavier and heavier. I took a deep breath and turned around to pat Meyer on the shoulder. You've done well. Let's go to the throne hall. Leaving all the succubi in the room behind, I took Meyer with me and headed all the way to the throne hall. Calling it a throne hall was rather generous, because its furnishings were not luxurious at all. The eastern frontier territory was simply too poor. Even this castle was small in scale. I sat down on the throne and let out a long breath. On the day I transmigrated, I had carelessly let 4 succubi drain my energy once, and I ended up bedridden for 2 whole days, unable to even stand. Today was the very first time I had formally stepped into this throne hall as the Baron. But when I looked around, the sight before me made me freeze. In the entire throne hall, aside from Meyer, there was not a single other person. Several of the wall torches had even gone out. Where is everyone? Why are you the only one here? I asked with a frown. Logically speaking, no matter how poor the eastern frontier territory was, it should at least have advisors, a council, guards, some kind of basic structure, right? So why was not one of them in sight? Meyer revealed a look of concern, stepped closer, and answered respectfully. Lord Baron, I told you long ago that the demons around you would affect your mind. A week ago, you personally led everyone onto the walls to meet the enemy in battle, and as a result, you suffered grave injuries and fell unconscious. Most of them died in that battle. Her expression dimmed. As for those who remained, they believed you could no longer be saved. Then, when they heard that another beast calamity was coming, they all fled to the neighboring Ruasan territory. Now, aside from the more than 900 farming households outside the city, only a dozen or so guards remain in the castle. Hearing this, I immediately understood. So the original owner of this body had already died in battle a week ago. It was only because my soul had transmigrated into him that he had been given a second life. But soon, I fell into thought again. As a lord, I needed subordinates, and I needed enough manpower to keep this castle functioning. Otherwise, it would not be long before I lost control over the surrounding villages. No matter how capable Meyer was, she could not do the work of 8 people all by herself. As for the 20 succubi under my command, they were even less worth counting on. True to dependence with a life rank of only F, they could only say a few simple phrases and instinctively feed on vital essence. They possessed almost no intelligence and were completely unable to help. Let's promote those dozen or so guards first. I felt a headache coming on. Right now, there were 3 problems placed before me. First, there was the severe shortage of manpower to keep the castle running. That was the most urgent issue. Second, there was the internal danger. Women were disappearing from the territory every day, and if the culprit could not be found quickly, panic would continue to spread. Third, and most dangerous of all, there was the external threat. Once the beast calamity descended, the magical beasts in the forest would swarm in groups to assault human settlements. Though this situation was not common, its scale was enormous. With my current strength, I simply had no power to resist it. In a short period of time, I had to solve the first 2 problems before thinking of a way to handle the third. This is a bit difficult. I let out a sigh. But just then, I noticed that Meyer, who had just gone out to summon the guards, had returned. No guards followed behind her, but in her hands she held a purple crystal. Lord Baron, this subordinate just remembered, regarding the magic crystal you previously instructed me to find, I managed to purchase one from a merchant caravan. Please take a look and see if this is the one. A magic crystal? My eyes lit up. Forgetting all concern for appearances, I strode forward and snatched the purple hexagonal crystal from her hands. The instant my fingertips touched it, that purple light screen immediately appeared again. Dark Lord System. Available promotions. 1. You may choose one succubus and promote it into a hero unit. It worked. This was it. I was overjoyed inside, though I did not show it on my face. I merely patted Meyer lightly on the shoulder as encouragement. You've done well. Go gather all the guards. Have them assemble in the throne hall shortly. I sat back down on the throne and watched Meyer leave. Only after confirming that her figure had completely disappeared did I clap my hands. Come out, all of you. At my voice, soft laughter drifted from the shadows of the throne hall, and one by one, young girls slowly emerged from the darkness. All of them were dressed according to my instructions in identical spaghetti strap dresses, their eyes full of innocence and desire. Before long, all 20 succubi were standing before my throne. A few of them started growing restless again, but I glared them back into place with a single look. I swept my gaze over them and nodded in satisfaction. You all put on your clothes the way I told you to. Good. After all, when these succubi had first been summoned, they had been completely naked. It was only because I insisted forcefully that they obediently put on the dresses. My gaze moved back and forth among the succubi. There was only one magic crystal. Although the individual strength of these succubi was more or less the same, I still had to choose one that pleased my eye. Very quickly, my eyes settled on a white-haired succubus. Her eyes were different from the others. Amid that pitch black, there was actually a trace of vivid crimson. It was those eyes that drew me in. You come here. Hearing my words, the white-haired girl froze for a moment. Then a brilliant smile bloomed across her face. Under the venomous gazes of the other succubi, she walked to the foot of the throne, dropped to both knees, and raised a hand as if to gather up her long hair and tie it behind her head. Hey. No need. No need. I was so startled that I hurriedly reached out to stop her, grabbing her wrist before she could finish tying up her hair. Why not? The girl asked, lifting her head in confusion, her eyes filled with incomprehension. This time I had learned my lesson and did not dare meet her gaze again. Last time, that was exactly how I had suffered. With a flip of my wrist, the magic crystal appeared in my palm. Promote. I clenched my right hand hard. The purple crystal did not shatter. Instead, it liquefied directly, flowed along my hand, and entered the white-haired girl's body. In an instant, brilliant pink light flooded the entire room, dazzling me so badly I could not open my eyes. The light lasted for quite a while before slowly fading away. When I looked again at the white-haired girl, she had changed completely. Her figure had grown much taller. Her skin had become even fairer, faintly carrying a layer of pink, and even her long dress had been stretched a little tight. But the greatest change was in her pupils. The former innocence had vanished completely, replaced by a sharp brilliance that made her whole person seem alive and spirited. A purple panel appeared above me. Ayla, level 10. Race, Divine Succubus. Trait, Administrator. This being possesses an extremely flexible mind and is capable of organizing chaotic groups with great efficiency. Divine Succubus. Looking at those words, I could not help feeling they seemed strangely familiar. Thank you, Master, for your blessing. Ayla is willing to devote the rest of her life to serving you. Ayla interrupted my thoughts. Kneeling on one knee, she placed her right hand over her chest and gave me a salute. Even her voice had changed. It was no longer the dull, emotionless tone from before, but it gained a steadier, more composed quality. An administrator. Wasn't that exactly what I needed most right now? I calculated silently in my heart. Meyer was capable, yes, but she was stretched too thin. Ayla's appearance perfectly filled that gap. The thoughts in my head began turning faster and faster. If I could get my hands on more magic crystals, wouldn't I be able to turn all of my subordinates into hero units? No. Hero units were certainly excellent, but what I needed even more was numbers. It seemed I would have to get Meyer to find a way to obtain more magic crystals, or even try mining them. At that thought, I slowly raised a hand. Stand. Curious exclamations rose one after another from the succubi below the throne, and Ayla rose to her feet and took her place by my side. Can you keep these succubi under control? I asked, the biggest question on my mind. To me, the greatest trouble with this group of succubi was that they were impossible to communicate with properly. They could only say a few simple phrases and were incapable of doing any complex work. But with an administrator like Ayla, the situation was entirely different. 20 succubi, plus a dozen or so guards, would be enough to support a small court. Sure enough, Ayla nodded. She turned around to face the succubi below the throne, and her voice carried unquestionable authority. Kneel properly. It was as if her voice carried magic. The moment those two words left her mouth, the girls who had still been glancing around and snickering in low voices instantly fell silent in fear and dropped to their knees in unison. I nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect I wanted. As long as these succubi could be managed in a unified way, my first problem would be solved just like that. But before I had time to feel happy, an angry cry suddenly came from the entrance of the throne hall. "You demon, get down from that throne right now." The person who had arrived was Meyer. Behind her followed a dozen or so guards clad in armor and carrying spears, and the moment they stepped inside, they were met with this very scene. A nameless rage surged violently up from the depths of her heart. What right did these filthy demons have to stand beside the throne? That was supposed to be her place. As the daughter of a noble family in the Eastern Frontier Territory, Meyer had received the most orthodox education and honor since childhood, growing up on stories of demons bringing chaos upon the world. When I summoned these demons 3 days ago, she had already been deeply displeased. But what truly infuriated her was that these demons had actually dared to publicly feed on me, while even she, a childhood companion who had grown up by my side, had never had such a chance. Fire blazed in her eyes as she strode forward. "Meyer, wait a moment." Looking at the tense scene before me, I felt a little troubled for a moment as well. I understood that, as a noble, she could not accept demons appearing in the territory. But I had already been bound to the succubus dependence. There was no longer any chance to choose again. I rose to my feet, wanting to step forward and stand between them. It was not because I feared Meyer would really make a move. There was no questioning her loyalty to me. I simply wanted to ease the atmosphere first. But before I could take a single step, Ayla reached out and blocked me behind her. "Master, be careful. This woman is no ordinary person." "Of course she's no ordinary person. You two are practically about to start fighting." My heart tightened. It was not wrong for Ayla, as my dependent, to worry about my safety, but she really should have looked at the situation first. Sure enough, the moment those words were spoken, Meyer's expression instantly darkened. She had been my study companion since the age of 8, studied under the former chief steward at 14, and became chief steward herself at 16, serving flawlessly in that role for 4 full years. And today, she was actually being slighted to her face by a demon. She only felt half her body go numb, her heartbeat racing completely out of control. Enough. The moment my voice rang out, Meyer and the guards behind her almost instinctively dropped to their knees. Ayla hesitated for a moment, then quickly knelt among the others as well. Although I had only just transmigrated, the authority this body had cultivated since childhood was entirely real. As the highest ruler of this territory, every word I spoke naturally carried an oppressive force that inspired awe even without anger. We'll set this matter aside for now. Meyer, I'm putting these guards under your allocation. Within 3 days, you must have the entire castle running again. Ayla, go make preparations. Then come with me for an inspection outside the castle. In just a few short words, I assigned everything that needed doing. Ayla was, after all, a succubus, and those guards might not necessarily obey her commands, so the castle's internal affairs could only be left to Meyer for the time being. I was well aware that in my current court, the two sides disliked each other on sight, and Meyer and Ayla in particular could erupt into conflict at any moment. Even so, I had more pressing matters to deal with. I had not left the castle for several days, and by now, rumors about me must already have spread everywhere outside. I had to show myself in person and give those farming households outside the city some reassurance. Let them know that the Lord of the Eastern Frontier Territory was still alive. The Eastern Frontier Territory lay on the Empire's northeastern border, a place of year-round rain and mountains covered everywhere with poplar trees. On the plains among the woods, the farmers grazed their family flocks, clustered here and there across the grasslands. This morning was much the same as usual, with mist spreading everywhere and the air full of dampness. Logically, at this hour the farmers should all have been hurrying toward their respective fields. But today was a little different. I rode on horseback through the streets of Eastern Frontier County. The moment I left the castle, that long-absent sense of human life and activity hit me head-on. It was rare for the farmers to see me, the lord rumored to have died in battle, and they crowded curiously along both sides of the road, craning their necks to look at me. I did not bring any extra attendants. Only Ayla followed behind me on horseback. The castle guards had all been sent off by Meyer to work, and my newborn succubi were still not suitable to be brought out of the city. The disappearance cases in the Eastern Frontier Territory were already causing enough uproar as it was. I had no desire to add another rumor about succubi harming people. I looked at the crowd gathered on both sides of the road and felt somewhat surprised. I had walked this street that ran through the entire Eastern Frontier County many times before, but I had rarely seen a scene like the one before my eyes. Among the watching farmers, only a very few looked at me with eager eyes. On most faces, there was not a trace of a smile. Many of them were wrapped in bandages, and their clothes were ragged. Though the street looked crowded with people, in truth it felt lifeless. Two beast calamities within a single week. These farmers who had managed to survive truly had not had it easy. I sighed inwardly. Border territories had always been ignored by the Empire, and this city was simply too far from the Empire's heartland. Even when supplies were sent, they were skimmed away layer by layer at every checkpoint. In the original owner's memories, the Eastern Frontier Territory had not seen an imperial envoy in 7 or 8 years. If this kept going, it probably would not be long before these farmers could no longer even get enough to eat. I let out another sigh. Although I had already merged with some of the original owner's memories and thoughts, as a young man from a new era in my previous life, I simply could not turn a blind eye to the suffering of these farmers. Besides, I had my own understanding of how a castle should be run. The farmers were like the individual gears that made up the machine of the Eastern Frontier Territory. Though each looked insignificant, once all the gears ceased to function, my Eastern Frontier Territory would come to a complete halt as well. Ayla, I said without turning my head, lowering my voice as I spoke to her beside me. Women have been going missing one after another in the territory recently. Do you have any leads on this matter? Ayla had already changed out of that long dress. At the moment, she was dressed in a noble-style riding outfit, and the hooded cloak she wore concealed her entire face. Master, I am not particularly skilled at tracking and investigation, but if needed, I can personally go to the scene and take a look. At those words, my brow lifted. To be honest, Ayla's administrator trait had actually boxed in my thinking. I had subconsciously regarded her as a purely managerial character. That question just now had originally been nothing more than an offhand remark, yet I had not expected her to actually have a possible approach. It seemed that traits were only icing on the cake. Hero units themselves possessed a certain degree of capability as well. I nodded in satisfaction. Ayla's answer instantly opened up my thinking. I had originally still been wondering how to integrate her into the management of the castle, but now things were different. Once my thoughts loosened up, the choices available for me to use also multiplied. I fell silent. Pazzi had no reason to lie to me, which meant there had to be a magic crystal vein somewhere in the Eastern Frontier Territory. But why did I know absolutely nothing about it? Even Meyer seemed completely unaware of it. My mind raced. At this moment, I absolutely could not show too much interest in magic crystals. The Empire controlled this stuff extremely strictly. If Pazzi discovered it first, I probably would not get even a single piece. I quickly came up with an idea. Mr. Pazzi, the Eastern Frontier Territory has indeed never discovered a magic crystal vein. However, I am very familiar with the terrain around here and can assist you in investigating it together. Solving the lust demon problem as soon as possible would also benefit the safety of the territory. But Pazzi shook his head, secretly calculating in his heart. Judging by his expression, he really seemed not to know about the magic crystal vein. Or was he actually concealing it on purpose, failing to report it while privately mining and stockpiling magic crystals? Magic crystals are a matter of great importance. I must report this to the imperial capital. Having spent years maneuvering among lords in various regions, Pazzi knew very well that one must never be misled by the outward conduct of these nobles. The profits from magic crystals were simply too astonishing, and lords who discovered them often secretly concealed the find and mined them on their own. But magic crystals invariably bred all kinds of demons, and those lords who mined them privately usually had neither the means nor the experience to deal with demons. Once demons began to appear, they would quickly corrupt the entire territory, causing villages and cities to fall one after another. This, in fact, was exactly the root reason why demons within the Empire could never be completely eradicated. Could it be that this Eastern Frontier Territory was also secretly mining magic crystals, and that was what had given rise to a lust demon? I must investigate this carefully. With that thought, Pazzi explained to me. The affairs of rebuilding the Eastern Frontier Territory are already busy enough, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself with the investigation. Besides, when it comes to investigating demons, there is nothing you can really help with. Hearing his explicit refusal, I stroked my chin. Very well, then I won't disturb you. If there is anything at all you need help with, feel free to come to me at any time. I really did want to follow Pazzi. For one thing, I wanted to prevent him from uncovering any clues related to the succubi. For another, I wanted to use him to find the magic crystal vein. Ayla and those newborn succubi were all in urgent need of upgrading and evolving. To me, magic crystals were simply too critical. But Pazzi's attitude was so firm that I could not very well force the issue. At present, he had only sensed the aura of a lust demon. If I insisted that he shift the focus of his investigation onto me, I would only be inviting trouble onto myself, and that would be a disaster. We nodded to each other, and then Pazzi had his attendant lead over his horse and left along the main road. Let's go. Watching him leave, I let out a cold snort. Pazzi did not want me getting my hands on magic crystals, but he seemed to have forgotten whose territory the eastern frontier really was. I knew this land down to my bones. In only a moment, I had already used my memory to infer several places where magic crystals might be hidden. Master, do you need me to follow him? Ayla asked in a low voice. No need. The eastern frontier is my territory. If I'm searching for something on my own land, can he really be faster than I am? At this point, every second of my time was a race against Pazzi. If I could find the magic crystal vein before he did, I could rapidly improve our own combat strength. At that point, defeating Pazzi might not be some impossible fantasy. But if Pazzi got there first, then I would have no choice but to watch helplessly as the magic crystals were handed over to him. The mines near Eastern Frontier County and Cana Village have all been inspected, and no signs of a magic crystal vein have been found. The disappearances of women have eased somewhat, but more than a dozen people are still going missing every day. I contacted that merchant caravan again, but they do not seem to have much stock left either. There are only 7 magic crystals remaining. Myra's voice echoed through the hall as she gave her report. Sitting on the throne, I frowned deeply. 3 days had passed. I had sent people searching everywhere for traces of the magic crystal vein, yet we had found nothing at all. Fortunately, the scouts reported that Pazzi was also running around like a headless fly and likewise had failed to find the vein. Where on earth could it be hidden? I muttered softly. Young master, are you listening? Hearing my voice, Mar paused her report. Over the past few days, she had clearly been able to sense my anxiety. She knew the situation in the territory well, but there was little she could do to help, and the only thing she was able to do was shoulder as much of the administrative burden for me as possible. Hearing her call, I finally came back to my senses. I'm listening. Go on. There seems to be some kind of problem with the demons in the dungeon. I think you need to go down there yourself. Myra's tone was rather serious. I'll call a few guards to accompany you down. No need. I waved my hand. Give me the magic crystals. Only then did I remember that over these past 3 days I had been so preoccupied with handling territorial affairs that I had nearly forgotten all about the succubi in the dungeon. It just so happened that Myra had brought back magic crystals, so I could try seeing whether these succubi could be evolved. I took the magic crystals from Myra's hand and headed down the stairs alone. The path to the dungeon was a spiral staircase, with dim torches flickering faintly. Suddenly, I caught a trace of a sweet, cloying scent. What is that smell? I sniffed carefully and only felt my whole body growing strangely light and floaty. The farther down I went, the stronger the scent became. Very soon, I arrived at the dungeon door. To be safe, I had specifically told Ayla to hide these newborn succubi on the very lowest level of the dungeon, where the environment was relatively better as well. I shoved the heavy door open, and the hinges let out a harsh creak. The dungeon was rather dim, and at a glance I spotted a succubus crouching in the corner. Hearing the sound, the succubus girl slowly raised her head. The instant our eyes met, I suddenly felt a fragrant gust rush at me. Before I could even react, I had already been pinned hard to the ground by several succubi. Get off me, all of you. I desperately tried to struggle free from beneath them, but there were simply too many succubi piled on top of me. 7 or 8 succubus girls pressed down on me, letting out a series of low humming sounds. Dependent, newborn succubus. Current status, extremely hungry. Extremely hungry? The moment I saw that line appear above the succubus's head, I jolted awake. 3 days ago, these succubi had already been in a hungry state. They had never possessed much intelligence to begin with, and now that their hunger had reached the limit, there was nothing left driving them except pure instinct. In that instant, I immediately understood why Myra had insisted that I bring guards down with me. I suddenly felt a chill around my legs, and several hands were in the middle of stripping off my clothes. Just as I was about to speak, a pair of enormous breasts pressed squarely against my face. Even though these succubus girls had been starving all this time, their figures had not shrunk in the slightest. With great effort, I turned my head to one side and used all my strength to pull my right arm free from where it was trapped between my legs. Stretching out that damp hand, I summoned the system panel. Evolve, Newborn Succubus. Consumes 5 magic crystals. Evolution allows one trait to be drawn at random. After 3 evolutions, life rank can be increased. Evolve. Just before I was completely devoured by these succubi, a thought flashed through my mind, and the magic crystals in the pouch at my waist instantly burst forth with a wave of purple light. Please choose one trait. Intelligence. The newborn succubus will gain basic intelligence and become capable of communication and interaction. Aquatic. The newborn succubus gains the ability to breathe underwater. Hollow bones. The newborn succubus's weight is greatly reduced. Looking at the 3 options that appeared before my eyes, I reached out without the slightest hesitation and selected intelligence. The purple light gradually faded, and I instantly felt the weight on top of me lessen considerably. Get up, I shouted sternly. Very quickly, the succubi pressing down on me all scrambled off. First, I took a huge gulp of fresh air, and only then did I climb up from the ground and put my clothes back on properly. Looking at the succubi kneeling all over the floor in front of me, I could not decide whether to laugh or cry. I had almost been attacked by my own dependents again. If they had not evolved intelligence in time, I probably would have been sucked dry into a shriveled corpse and died right here in this dungeon today. What is going on with you all? I counted the number of people in the dungeon. 19, no more and no less. Hungry. Master, we're hungry. The succubi answered one after another in low voices. After evolving intelligence, they were no longer as vacant and dull as before. Most importantly, they could now control themselves in the face of their feeding instinct. That point was more important than anything else. I scratched my head. To be honest, I really did not have any good solution. The only food source for succubi was human vital essence. Apart from that, they ate absolutely nothing else. Letting them out to feed freely was completely out of the question. But relying on me alone was nowhere near enough to satisfy them. If I let this group of extremely hungry succubi feed on me for even a little while, I'd probably drop dead on the spot. I felt somewhat depressed, but I also did not know how much longer these succubi could hold out. I could not just stand by and watch my own dependents starve to death. What was more, now that they had gained intelligence, once they matured, they could absolutely become my greatest support. Stand up, all of you. Just hold on a while longer. I was in the middle of comforting them when a series of hurried footsteps descending the stairs interrupted me. Master. The person who arrived was Ayla. When she learned from Meyer that I had gone down to the dungeon alone, she had been badly startled. All these days, she had been the one responsible for looking after these succubi, and she knew their level of hunger all too well. She rushed into the dungeon, only to see a row of succubi standing respectfully before me. You're here, Ayla. I was just about to look for you. I did not notice the surprised expression on her face and walked straight toward her. They're all very hungry. I was wondering whether there is any other way to ease this hunger. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that this was something I had to ask Ayla about. As a divine succubus, the information she possessed was clearly far greater than mine. Of course there is. Ayla answered almost without the slightest hesitation. Succubi can also feed by absorbing souls. I raised an eyebrow. I knew far too little about succubi and had always assumed from the beginning that they could only feed in that one way, since there were other methods that made things easier. What do you mean by absorbing souls? Absorbing souls means directly killing humans. Of course, the souls of animals or demons can also be used, but the effect is not nearly as significant. Directly killing? I rejected the idea in my heart in an instant. The people in this territory were all my subjects. There was no way I could allow these succubi to go on a killing spree. Animals were obviously not an option either. Large livestock like cattle and horses needed to be kept for labor, while most other animals had already turned into magical beasts under the influence of the beast calamity. As for demons, there were even fewer places to find them. Is there any other way? I was not satisfied with that answer. After all, my future plan was to expand the succubus race and use it to build up sufficient combat strength. If there was no stable food source, that would absolutely not do. Ayla pondered for a moment. They can also absorb magic crystals. But if they do that, the amount consumed would probably be rather excessive. I sank into thought once more. Magic crystals, again, magic crystals. Whether it was promotion, evolution, or providing food, I could never get around magic crystals. But where exactly was that magic crystal vein hidden? Even now, I had no clue at all. If I went on waiting like this, who knew how long it would take? And if Posy found the vein first, then I would be completely out of chances. Let's go. I stopped hesitating and turned to head upstairs. At that moment, Mara was pacing anxiously back and forth in the hall. When she saw me return safely to the throne hall, she finally let out a breath of relief, but then immediately shot a fierce glare at Ayla behind me. My lord, I told you, if those demons are kept around, something will happen sooner or later. Creatures like demons act entirely on instinct. There is simply no way to communicate with them. Mar stepped forward and carefully examined me, confirming that there was not a single wound on my body. I'm fine. I shook my head. Over these past few days, Mar had become increasingly wary of these succubi, and had also repeatedly reminded me to be careful of Posy's investigation. I understood in my heart that the conflict between these two sides would be difficult to reconcile. As someone born and raised in this world, Mar's deep-rooted prejudice against demons was not something that could be erased in a short period of time. The only thing I could do was mediate as much as possible between them. Meyer, I need you to do something immediately. I sat back down on the throne, my tone turning serious. Go find the leader of that merchant caravan you used to smuggle magic crystals, and bring him to see me. Tell him I have a big business deal for him. Since the merchant caravan Meyer had been in contact with was able to obtain magic crystals, then they must certainly have their own channels. And for a merchant, if enough profit was promised, I did not believe I would fail to pry his mouth open. Meyer acknowledged the order and left very quickly. Come on, let's go take a look around. I rose to my feet, and Ayla draped a short cloak over my shoulders. Ever since Meyer had taken charge of replenishing the castle's manpower, I had not yet properly inspected how the castle was operating. We slowly walked forward along the corridor. These past few days, the castle had become much livelier. Meyer had recruited a large number of workers from the county, and under her unified training, these people quickly adapted to their respective duties. From time to time, servants hurried along the corridors, and whenever they saw me, they would respectfully bow deeply. After making a full round of inspection, I was very satisfied with Meyer's work. The stables, kitchens, and warehouses had all been fully staffed. Occasionally, I could even see one or two newly appointed guards wearing simple protective gear. It seemed the first problem had already been solved, and the castle had basically resumed operation. As I walked out of the main castle building, I calculated in my heart. Although there were still shortcomings in terms of defensive strength, once Posy left, my succubi could fill that role. After thinking it over again and again these past few days, I had still decided to integrate the succubi into the castle. With their intelligence, they could absolutely be used as a professional military force. The only issue was that before that, I needed to prepare enough magic crystals to serve as a reserve food supply. Lost in thought, we arrived at the barracks inside the castle. My lord, the guard standing watch at the entrance looked very familiar. He was one of the original dozen or so men who had not abandoned me. These dozen or so people all came from noble families within the territory, and Meyer had assigned them different posts. Naturally, I had not been stingy with rewards, assigning them comfortable rooms within the castle and even specially permitting them to dine with me. I had always been adept at the methods of rewarding and punishing clearly while winning people over. What is your name? My lord, my name is Rock. The guard was so excited at being addressed by me that his lips trembled. We're doing some activities in the camp. Oh, curious. I tilted my head and looked into the barracks, only to see a dozen or so guards gathered around the small square inside, cheering loudly. What are they doing? My lord, we usually spar with each other in the camp, and sometimes we even place a wager on it. The guard smiled awkwardly and lowered his head as he answered. I pondered for a moment. It was still early, and Mara probably needed a little more time before she could bring the caravan leader here. Although the affairs of the territory were complicated, it was rare for me to have a chance to interact with these middle-ranking members of the castle. Come, let me see what sort of skills you usually have. I strode into the barracks. Among the crowd, one guard was the first to recognize me and immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. My lord. The guards all knelt and saluted one after another, and even the two guards who had been fighting one-on-one in the open space stopped and saluted me together. Rise. Continue. I'm only here to watch. I casually found a place to sit with Ayla. Seeing this, the guards relaxed again and resumed cheering on the two men in the open space. I too watched their duel with curiosity. The two men facing off in the open space wore no armor, only plain white short shirts and shorts. Each held a sword coated in ink and a shield, and every time they clashed, streaks of ink would be left on the other's body. I had not expected to see this kind of dueling method in this world. It was rather interesting. It seemed these guards usually trained quite a lot. I nodded silently. Maintaining this custom in the barracks had considerable benefits. It not only preserved combat strength, but also stimulated the guards' competitive spirit. In my vision, the future army of the Eastern Frontier Territory would certainly have a place for human soldiers. The fight in the open space was decided very quickly, and a tall man with short blonde hair won. In excitement, he rushed into the crowd and was thrown high into the air by the guards. "Lord, would you like to give it a try too?" someone suddenly shouted. The cheerful atmosphere in the barracks instantly froze and fell into silence. The guards all dropped to their knees, and Rog was the first to speak. "My lord, please calm your anger. These men are usually ill-mannered and have offended you." Inwardly, he was furiously cursing whoever it was that lacked eyes enough to say something like that. How exalted was the lord's status? How could he possibly lower himself to roll around in the square with mere guards like them? In his early years, Rog had served in the Ruasan territory. Just because he had accidentally said one wrong sentence and offended the lord there, he had been beaten so badly he could not even stand, and had fled to the Eastern Frontier Territory just to save his life. Whoever said that is doomed today, Rog was lamenting inwardly when he was suddenly pulled up by a pair of hands. "It's fine." I hauled him to his feet with one pull. I truly could not understand why these guards were all so frightened and cautious. As a leader, was it not perfectly natural to go among the lower ranks and show concern for one's subordinates? If I remembered correctly, for a general to enjoy himself together with his soldiers was supposed to be a plus. How had I somehow ended up looking like a tyrant instead? "Since you have invited me so warmly, it would be impolite for me to refuse." I smiled gently. "It's just that I haven't been resting very well lately, so if my skills are lacking, don't laugh at me." "Ayla." I crooked a finger at her. In my mind, Ayla had always been the strongest one in the territory, yet I had never actually seen her true combat strength with my own eyes. Taking this opportunity would let me get a proper sense of it. On the other hand, I had my own calculations as well. As a succubus with the administrator trait, Ayla would very likely be involved in the castle's management in the future. These guards were each responsible for different areas, so letting her come into contact with the territory's administrative backbone sooner would only be beneficial. "Master." Ayla bowed slightly, then looked toward the guards by the open space. "Who will go first?" I slowly stepped back, preparing to properly assess the strength of my chief succubus. Ayla walked to the middle of the open space. She did not take a shield, holding only a sword in one hand as she calmly swept her gaze around the surrounding crowd. The guards looked at each other. They did not know Ayla's true identity. They only knew that she was Lord Baron's confidant, and also a woman. All of them came from noble backgrounds and had received knightly education since childhood. Asking them to fight a young woman, was that not just bullying by abusing one's power? If they really went and defeated a girl in combat, how humiliating would that be if word got out? "My lord, sparring like this could easily lead to injury, perhaps." "That's right, my lord. We've served in the military for so many years. How could we bring ourselves to fight a woman?" The guards quickly began to look troubled. Seeing that no one was willing to step forward, I loudly added a reward to the bout. "Whoever can defeat her will be rewarded with a bag of silver coins." After saying that, I did not forget to provoke them a little. "Though among all of you, there may not actually be anyone who can beat her." My taunt worked extremely well. These guards were already highly competitive by nature, and even the youngest among them had served in the territory for a full 10 years. How could they possibly endure such provocation? Very quickly, someone stepped forward. It was the very man who had won the previous duel. "My lord, then please be careful not to get hurt." He gave a standard noble salute, picked up a sword and shield, and assumed his stance. "Adler, we all fought our way out through mountains of blades and forests of spears. Don't disgrace yourself. That's right. Pull yourself together." Hearing the encouragement from all around him, Adler gathered himself again, then slammed his sword against his shield and let out a roar. "Huh." Another wave of cheering immediately broke out around them. "Well done. Let's see how she handles that." I said nothing and merely watched the two figures in the field face each other in silence. I truly had not been resting well these past few days. As I sat there, a trace of drowsiness unexpectedly crept over me, and I could not help yawning. The moment that yawn ended, I froze. Adler, who had been standing in the middle of the open ground, was already lying flat on the ground, his sword and shield both flung far from his hands. I had not even seen clearly how Ayla had moved. She had not followed the rules at all by marking her opponent with ink using her sword. Instead, she had used the simplest and most brutal method possible and directly knocked him to the ground. Was Ayla really this strong? Or were these guards simply not much to look at? My heart filled with uncertainty. That could not be right. These guards had all been chosen from noble knightly families, and they were veterans tempered in the last beast calamity. How could they possibly be mere mediocrities? Even as I was muttering to myself, another man rushed into the field. Bang! After a single exchange, he too was effortlessly knocked down by Ayla. This time, I saw her movement clearly. She truly had not exerted much effort at all. The instant that guard charged in front of her, his whole body visibly paused for a moment, and then Ayla put him down without the slightest difficulty. What is going on? Every time it's just that tiny bit short. Are you people even capable or not? I'll do it. More and more people refused to admit defeat, but without exception, none of them could last even a single round against Ayla. I also began to understand what was happening. These guards did not understand, but I was different. As a divine succubus, Ayla naturally possessed the most basic abilities of a succubus as well. Every time those guards drew near, their minds were bewitched by Ayla. Although it was only a brief moment of hesitation, that was already more than enough for Ayla to seize the opening. Her strength might not have had the advantage, but she would never let a single opening go to waste. Very quickly, more than half the people in the camp had been defeated by Ayla. Even Rog, whom they revered as the strongest among the guards, only managed to endure 3 rounds before being defeated. On the field, no one dared meet Ayla's eyes anymore. Her white hair danced in the air, and there was not the slightest ripple on her face, as though she had merely done something utterly trivial. Anyone else? In the barracks, not a single person dared step forward to challenge her again. Ayla lightly straightened the dark underskirt she was wearing. After this series of exchanges, not even the tiniest speck of ink had splashed onto her body. Seeing that my objective had already been achieved, I beckoned to her. Failure is nothing to fear. Just train hard and improve. Rog, go to the finance officer and give 20 silver coins to every person who stepped up to challenge her today. Only by balancing authority with generosity could I establish a lofty image of myself in the hearts of these guards. Thank you, my lord. Sure enough, the moment I said this, the guards completely forgot the pain of having just been knocked down. One after another, they dropped to their knees, full of gratitude. I did not stay long and turned to leave the barracks with Ayla. What do you think of these guards? I asked as we stepped out. These dozen or so men were the only professional soldiers left in the territory. Although each of them also handled other duties, the overall defense of the castle still depended on them. Civil staff could be replenished quickly, but these professional soldiers that the Eastern Frontier Territory had lost could not be trained again in a short time. These battle-hardened veterans were all treasures of the territory, and only they could train the next generation of capable soldiers for it. They're acceptable, I suppose. Though Ayla said it that way, the contempt in her tone was impossible to hide. These soldiers are at most only a little stronger than newborn succubi. Newborn succubi are F rank, roughly equivalent to level 1 for me. And among these soldiers, the strongest is only around level 5 at most. I was somewhat surprised to hear that. I had always thought that things like levels and stats were visible only to me alone. I had not expected Ayla to understand them as well. You can see these values too? Ayla shook her head. My power comes from you. So I have a basic ability to perceive such things, but only with regard to myself and those succubi. Life rank F is equivalent to level 1. As for the soldiers' levels, those are merely my estimates based on their strength. Including Pazzi, I would guess his level is at least 40, and his condition is similar to mine. After hearing Ayla's analysis, I nodded. As one of the church's 12 knights, Pazzi naturally belonged to the same category as Ayla, a hero unit. At the same level, a hero unit was far stronger than an ordinary unit, and that was obvious enough. Then can I mass-produce hero units? A thought suddenly sprang into my mind. Promoting one newborn succubus into a level 10 hero unit only required 1 magic crystal. If I transformed all of them into hero units, then wouldn't our strength skyrocket? I'm afraid that probably won't work. Ayla interrupted this bold idea of mine. Why not? I looked at her in confusion. The system had never said anything about there being a limit on hero units, so why was Ayla rejecting the possibility? At that moment, Ayla stopped walking. Her head lowered, and strands of her silver-white hair fell one by one, covering half her face. In the glow of the setting sun, I noticed that a blush had actually spread across her face. Sensing my burning gaze, Ayla murmured softly, "Hungry, because very hungry. The amount of vital essence I need to consume is 10 times that of a newborn succubus, and it can only be obtained through the most primitive method." My head buzzed. I had originally thought that a divine succubus would be just like a newborn succubus, but Ayla's appetite turned out to be this enormous. In other words, the speed at which she felt hunger was 10 times that of a newborn succubus, and it could only be satisfied through the most primitive method? When I thought of the most primitive method, only one possibility came to mind. No wonder Ayla thought it was unworkable, because I simply could not afford to feed her. If being drained once left me completely unharmed and still lively afterward, I would be more than happy to agree. But the problem was that the crisis in the Eastern Frontier territory had not yet been resolved. If being drained once meant I would fall asleep for several days, how could that possibly work? Just recalling the scene from the day I transmigrated, when I was fed on by 4 succubi, still made my whole body run cold even now. Last time, after being drained once by a newborn succubus, I lay in bed for a full 3 days. So if I were drained once by a hero unit, how long would I be bedridden? Ayla quickly seemed to realize her lapse as well. She hurriedly patted her cheeks and rapidly returned to her usual composed expression. It's all right, master. My self-control is fairly strong. I won't be like those newborn succubi. It's just, could you allow me to replenish myself just a little bit? It won't affect you too much. Ayla pointed to her own lips, and those eyes glittering with sharp light fixed themselves firmly on my mouth. At that moment, we were near the side entrance of the castle's main building. It was a relatively secluded place, a passage used only when entering or leaving the castle in secret, and almost no one came here in ordinary times. I hesitated somewhat. Those newborn succubi had gone hungry for only 3 days and had nearly lost their reason, let alone Ayla, whose appetite was 10 times greater. If she became too hungry and it affected her condition, would that not delay my plans? Watching Ayla's face draw closer and closer, I steeled myself. Young master, what are you doing? Myra's crisp voice startled me so badly that I nearly stumbled. She stared at the two of us standing by the side entrance in shock, and instantly felt a rush of blood shoot straight to her head. As it turned out, after receiving my order, she had not dared delay for even a moment, and had quickly gone to find the merchant caravan and brought its leader back. To avoid attracting too much attention and arousing Pazi's suspicion, she had deliberately led them in through this concealed side entrance. What a tactic! Mar was full of contempt. I've been following young master closely all these days, and just one lapse in attention was nearly enough for this demon to succeed. Her gaze collided fiercely with Ayla's in the air, almost enough to spark flames. The moment she saw that provocative look on Ayla's face, anger surged up in her uncontrollably. Humph, let's see how long you can keep acting arrogant. I've been running myself ragged for young master all these days, managing internal affairs. I'd like to see who exactly is the most useful person by young master's side. Myra pursed her lips, then stepped slightly aside to reveal the figure behind her. My lord, this is Heiko, the leader of the merchant caravan. A wave of relief swept through me, and I quickly straightened my expression. Before I could step forward and offer a handshake, Heiko had already hurried over first. For my lord to come out personally to receive me. I'm truly overwhelmed by the honor. If there is anything at all I can help with, please just give the order. This fat man with his bulky frame actually spoke in a soft and gentle voice as soon as he opened his mouth. Had he misunderstood something? I was utterly baffled. Judging by his manner, Heiko seemed to think that I had come out specifically to receive him. The merchant caravans are an important source of income for the Eastern Frontier territory, so it is only proper for me to come out and receive you for a short stretch. Come inside with me. I instantly slipped into the role, giving a small nod, and under Meyer's guidance, entered the throne hall through the side entrance. This Heiko really was a muddle-headed fellow. Still, that suited me just fine. I could simply play along. I only hoped Meyer had not just seen anything. Looking at Meyer's back, my thoughts grew heavy. Meyer was excellent in every respect except for one. Her hostility toward demons was too strong. She and Ayla simply could not work together. I had no idea when Meyer's prejudice would finally ease. If anything, it seemed to have grown even worse lately. The group entered the throne hall. Ayla took the lead and positioned herself at the side of the throne, while Meyer, having been a step slower, could only stand below. I saw all of this clearly, but said nothing. In my view, the things these two were fighting over came down to only 2 issues. First, both believed that only they were worthy of the position of chief steward. Second, there was Meyer's prejudice against demons and Ayla's indifference toward humans. Let them work it out gradually. I sighed inwardly, and then looked toward Heiko. I have a few things to ask you. Heiko immediately dropped to one knee. I was not unfamiliar with this man. The Eastern Frontier territory was remote, and many supplies could not be obtained through support from the imperial capital, so it had to rely on passing merchant caravans. And Heiko's Black Flag caravan just happened to be one of the 4 larger merchant caravans in the Eastern Frontier Territory. It was simply that matters of supply had always been handled by Meyer, so I had rarely dealt with Heiko directly, having only seen him a few times. There are magic crystals in your caravan. Where did they come from? Heiko's body trembled, and he hastily changed from kneeling on one knee to both knees. My lord, how could we possibly have channels for trafficking magic crystals? Some days ago, when the caravan passed by Blackwater Village, we encountered a group of magical beasts. After driving them back, we discovered a cartload of scattered magic crystals. We heard that the Ruasan territory was buying them at a high price, and originally, we intended to sell them there. I narrowed my eyes. Blackwater Village was another village in the Eastern Frontier Territory, and also one I had not yet had time to investigate. The reason I had not gone there was simple. Blackwater Village was built upstream of the Black River, and that area was nothing but an open plain where no mineral deposits had ever been found. It was the grain-producing region of the Eastern Frontier Territory. Could a place like that actually have a magic crystal vein? What worried me even more was the cartload of magic crystals that Heiko mentioned. That clearly indicated that someone in the territory was secretly mining them behind my back. The Ruasan territory is buying magic crystals at a high price? Where did you hear that? I thought for a moment before speaking slowly. The last time I had heard the name Ruasan territory was from Meyer. Most of the castle's servants, after learning that I had fallen unconscious, had fled there. The Ruasan territory and the Eastern Frontier territory were not far apart, one to the south and one to the north. Could it really be them causing trouble behind the scenes? A month ago, when the caravan passed through the Ruasan territory, their adjutant personally approached me and said they wished to purchase magic crystals. The caravan originally did not want to get involved in that kind of trouble, but they offered a price of 5 gold coins for one piece, so we agreed. Heiko kept his head bowed very low as he hurriedly explained. 5 gold coins. That number shocked me. As far as I knew, a farming household in the Eastern Frontier Territory would need to save without eating or drinking for a full 5 years just to accumulate a single gold coin. Even at the height of the territory's prosperity, right after I had taken office, the entirety of 1 year's tax revenue, converted into currency, amounted to only about 25 gold coins. No wonder the merchant caravan had been tempted enough to harden their hearts and wade into this muddy water. But the Ruasan territory, like the Eastern Frontier Territory, was also part of the border region. Even if they had some reserves of gold, they could not possibly be so extravagant as this. Where exactly had they gotten so many gold coins? My lord, for the past few months there have constantly been people from the Ruasan territory coming and going in the border region. Could it be that they are mining in secret? Mar stepped forward and whispered in my ear. Impossible. If the Ruasan territory were carrying out large-scale mining, they would never be able to hide it, and there would be no need for them to spend such a high price purchasing crystals. I rejected Meyer's idea. The Ruasan territory did not possess the ability to mine in secret. From Blackwater Village to the Ruasan territory, the route went all the way north and not only had to pass through Eastern Frontier County, but also through Cana Village. There was simply no opportunity to smuggle anything out secretly. Were there any other clues on the cart? I stared at Heiko, who was trembling on the floor, and demanded sharply. Yes. Beside the cart, there were also several women's corpses that had been torn to pieces by magical beasts, but they were already impossible to identify clearly. Women? Hearing that, I could not help connecting it to the recent cases of women going missing. Lust demons were demons that specifically attacked women, and only places where magic crystal veins existed would breed lust demons. Could it be that somewhere in the territory, someone else had made a contract with a demon? He was secretly mining magic crystals in order to feed a lust demon. At that thought, a cold sweat broke out across my body. In this world, humans who made contracts with demons were not uncommon. I was simply an exception. Normally, a human could only contract with a single demon, trading service to that demon in exchange for power. Taking into account the string of events that had recently happened in the territory, together with Heiko's description, the answer was already obvious. Immediately place Blackwater Village under secret lockdown. No matter who is secretly mining magic crystals, I want him rooted out at once. I gave the order in a low voice, then looked toward Heiko, who was still trembling on the floor. You have done well. I will not pursue your responsibility in the matter of smuggling magic crystals. If you discover magic crystals again in the future, report to me immediately. Whatever price the Ruasan territory offers, the Eastern Frontier Territory will offer the same. Hearing that I was sparing him, Heiko repeatedly knocked his head on the floor. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. He got up and was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped. My lord, do you wish to purchase magic crystals? I nodded. Heiko's eyes darted around twice, and after wiping the sweat from his forehead, he seemed to make up his mind. My lord, to be honest, I have a channel. An unexpected bonus? I kept my expression calm, but inside I was overjoyed. Our finances were still fairly healthy at the moment, and if I really could buy magic crystals in bulk, I would be more than willing. In the Tsungyuan territory, I know the owner of a merchant guild. He has some ties with the lord of the Tsungyuan territory. According to him, there are several magic crystal veins within the Tsungyuan territory, and every year a great quantity of smuggled magic crystals flows into the market under the official indulgence of the Tsungyuan territory. Perhaps you. Heiko gave a fawning grin as he looked at me. Reward him with 1 gold coin. I waved my hand. Merchants pursued profit above all else. If one wanted to pry useful intelligence from their mouths, they would never loosen their lips without profit. Sure enough, the moment Heiko heard this, he broke into a broad grin, the fat on his face bunching together. Thank you for your reward, my lord. The official in charge of this channel lives west of Morningstar City in the Tsungyuan territory, at the civilian manor. The air in the throne hall seemed to freeze for a moment. I stared directly at Meyer, and she too widened her eyes and looked back at me. Civilian was Meyer's family. The civilian family was a highly renowned noble house in the border region, with several branch families serving in courts throughout various territories and long enjoying a great reputation in many places. Meyer belonged to the branch that lived in the Eastern Frontier Territory, while the branch in the Tsungyuan territory was considered part of the main family. Suppressing the shock in my heart, I waved a hand at Heiko. That will be all. You may leave. Heiko hurriedly nodded, bent at the waist in a flattering bow, and then hastily left through the same side entrance he had used to come in. The throne hall fell silent. Meyer, after thinking for a moment, I said, starting today, the tasks in your hands will be turned over in full to Ayla. At these words, Meyer abruptly raised her head, her face filled with disbelief. Young master, why? Her breathing had clearly become more rapid. Don't be anxious yet. I have another task for you. I slowly walked over to stand before her. I order you to take the guards in the castle and go to the Tsungyuan territory to smuggle back a batch of magic crystals, as many as possible. I placed a hand on her shoulder. My thinking was simple. Meyer and Ayla had always been at odds, and these past days their conflict had only grown more intense. If I did not find a way to ease it, sooner or later the two of them would likely come to blows. The civilian family in the Tsungyuan territory already had ties with Meyer, so if she went in person, not only would the chances of success be much higher, but it would also temporarily separate her from Ayla and prevent further friction. Therefore, sending her to handle the purchase of magic crystals could not be more appropriate. If I sent Ayla instead, the situation would probably turn into both sides fighting, and buying magic crystals would become seizing magic crystals. The Eastern Frontier territory already had enough troubles as it was. I had no desire to provoke the Tsungyuan territory on top of that. Only by sending Meyer could I truly set my mind at ease. I looked directly into Meyer's eyes and pressed slightly harder with my hand on her shoulder. Meyer, only by entrusting this matter to you can I be at ease. Hearing this, Meyer also understood what I meant. She knew how much I trusted her. After all, given her identity, going to the Tsungyuan territory and contacting the family there would obviously be much more convenient. But she was worried about something else entirely. Young master, I can go, but I hope that Ayla can come with me. Leave Ayla alone by young master's side? What kind of joke is that? Mar thought to herself. I've been following young master around every day keeping watch, and even then this demon nearly succeeded. If I leave now, by the time I return, will I even still see young master alive? He'll probably have been drained dry into a corpse by this demon. At that thought, her gaze passed over my shoulder and locked directly onto the expressionless woman beside the throne, standing there like a sculpture. What? Her sudden request left me completely puzzled. I really was too thoughtless about this. I reflected for a moment and quickly understood what Mar meant. The journey from here to the Tsungyuan territory was not especially short, and magical beasts had been appearing lately as well. Though Mar was highly capable, her combat ability was not particularly strong. Without a powerful escort, it would indeed be difficult for her to make the trip safely. Thinking this, I patted Mar firmly on the shoulder and turned around. You've thought this through well. Don't worry, I'll have people from the Black Flag caravan go with you and serve as your escort. They'll definitely guarantee your safety. At those words, Meyer's expression became unreadable. What exactly did young master mean? Was he pretending to be dense? Did he really have to keep this demon by his side no matter what? Looking at my back, She clenched her teeth hard. Yes, understood, young master. I nodded. I also felt that Ayla really should escort Meyer to ensure the safety of the magic crystals. But the matter of Blackwater Village still needed investigating, and Ayla had to remain by my side to guarantee my safety. If we truly uncovered the Lust Demon's trail, I would still have to rely on Ayla to act. Thinking of this, I could not help calculating inwardly. Perhaps I should promote another divine succubus? With only 2 people, it really did seem that there simply were not enough hands to go around. Dark clouds blanketed the sky, and the eastern frontier territory welcomed yet another rainy morning. Fine threads of rain fell onto the ground, adding a touch of chill to this town that was gradually becoming lively again. Did you hear? It seems another one of the Lord's teams has left the city again. 2 farmers drove an ox cart slowly along the small road, discussing it loudly. I know, but the other farmer sounded thoroughly uninterested. These past few days, people from the castle had been constantly coming and going from the county, and he was long since used to it. Why aren't you excited at all? Haven't you heard? Right now, the Lord is widely recruiting manpower. If you get selected, you can leave peasant status behind and serve the Lord. You're dreaming in broad daylight. The farmer clicked his tongue disdainfully. It's already the 4th day. If you really had any ability, you'd have been chosen long ago. The Lord wants capable people, not country folk like us who only know how to farm. He gave a self-mocking laugh. I only hope this year's harvest is a little better and that the Lord will collect a little less tax. Just as the 2 were speaking, a sudden neighing of horses came from ahead, followed immediately by a large procession approaching them from the direction of the castle. Quick, get out of the way, don't offend the Lord. One of the farmers hurriedly scolded under his breath, desperately trying to pull the ox cart away from the main road. But the more anxious he became, the worse things got. The ox pulling the cart refused to budge no matter what. Cold sweat broke out all over both farmers, and neither even dared turn his head. Accompanied by a crisp series of hoofbeats, a rider came to a stop in front of them. Sitting upright atop a tall horse, the figure was impossible for them to look at directly, so all they could do was stare fixedly at the exquisite boots resting in the stirrups. You've been conscripted. Go to the rear to collect your wages. Bring this ox cart and follow the convoy. The rider spoke in a voice full of authority. Conscripted? The 2 farmers were so excited they barely dared breathe. They were originally just farmers from Blackwater Village who had come to pay taxes, yet one day they too could serve the Lord. Before either of them could even speak, several people had already stepped forward and taken hold of their ox cart. The procession continued onward. The 2 farmers felt as though they had just lived through a dream, and when they finally came back to themselves, they hurriedly knelt on the ox cart and kowtowed in the direction the rider had gone. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Hearing that, one of the men pulling the ox cart could not help letting out a laugh of derision. You 2 must be country folk from out in the sticks. That wasn't the Lord at all. That was Chief Steward Meyer. Remember it clearly. Hurry down and register with the quartermaster. We're still rushing to the Tsun territory. The long procession stirred only briefly because of the addition of those 2 men, then continued onward toward the outskirts of town. I stood at the highest point of Eastern Frontier Castle, watching Meyer's caravan gradually disappear into the distance. Ayla stood behind me, but her gaze rested on my back. Master, should we bring some of the succubi up to fill the missing manpower in the castle? Most of Ayla's voice was swallowed by the wind atop the tower. I slowly shook my head. No need. To ensure Meyer's safety, I could be said to have spared no effort. Not only had the noble guards of the territory been mobilized almost in full, but even the entire Black Flag caravan had been contracted by me to handle the escort on the round trip. Meanwhile, the work that had originally belonged to Meyer was taken over by Ayla. All the old faces in the castle had vanished at once. The ones remaining now were all newly promoted subordinates. Although the efficiency of work would be greatly reduced, fortunately, before leaving, Meyer had already organized every major and minor matter for the castle's next month into a list. Aside from urgent situations that required Ayla to step in, there was basically not much to stay busy with. Pazzi still hasn't left the Eastern Frontier territory. If we let the succubi out now, he'll probably notice them. Have you gotten a handle on the castle's daily operations yet? Yes. Last night, I stayed up going through all the recent records. After reorganizing everything, there should be no major matters requiring attention in the territory for at least the next 3 months. I nodded in satisfaction. Eastern Frontier County had now entered a slow stage of recovery. And as for what I needed to do now, only one matter remained. I tugged at my cloak and shook the raindrops from my shoulders. Tonight, come with me to Blackwater Village first. We'll travel as discreetly as possible. Although Meyer had already gone to the Tsungyuan territory to purchase magic crystals, constantly holding out a hand to others was not a long-term solution. If I wanted to steadily expand my forces, I needed a stable channel of extraction. The Eastern Frontier territory had to possess its own magic crystal vein in order to support the enormous costs of both feeding and usage at the same time. By evening, the rain had already stopped. Wrapped in a cloak, I slowly slipped out of the city through the side gate. Is everything in the castle arranged? I swung myself onto my horse and turned to ask Ayla. Ayla had likewise hidden her face beneath a cloak, and under the cover of night her features were almost impossible to make out. At this moment, the two of us looked no different from ordinary travelers on the road. From Eastern Frontier County to Blackwater Village took more than an hour on the road. Once we left the bounds of Eastern Frontier County, the path became almost completely deserted. Between Blackwater Village and Eastern Frontier County lay a lush forest. With the beast calamity approaching and magical beasts frequently appearing, naturally no one dared travel this shorter path anymore. As I adjusted to the jostling of the saddle, I could not help thinking. My instincts told me that the female corpses scattered beside that batch of magic crystals in Blackwater Village had to be connected in some way to the lust demon. The problem was that I still had no idea where to begin investigating. I had a general understanding of Blackwater Village's terrain. Aside from the hills to the south of the village, the rest was flat forest land. If we spread out and searched from the place where the magic crystals had been found, then with only the two of us, it would probably take a month and still yield nothing. Ayla, didn't you say before that you could inspect the scene itself? Something suddenly came back to me. When Ayla had first been promoted, I seemed to have mentioned this, and at the time her answer had been that she could try. Yes, master. A trace of unquestionable pride entered Ayla's voice. I can sense strong residual emotions. It's not perfectly precise, but I can still detect the general direction. The place where those women were harmed must have lingering emotions. Whether it's fear or tension, I can feel it. Hearing that, the resolve in my heart grew even firmer. The next time I got magic crystals, even if I could not afford to feed one properly, I still had to promote another succubus. Thinking back to the abilities Ayla had displayed, bewitching opponents, sensing emotions, meticulous administrative talent, plus just the right amount of martial skill, this one magic crystal had been spent with absolutely incredible value. Does every divine succubus have abilities more or less like yours? I asked curiously. Traits were probably random, but I guessed that bewitchment and emotional perception were abilities that divine succubi themselves naturally possessed. But Ayla shook her head. I'm not sure, but they are probably different. I am the first divine succubus, you blessed, so my abilities and strength are likely more comprehensive than those blessed afterward. As for the exact abilities, I'm afraid that depends on who they were before death. I turned my head and thought seriously for a few seconds, then came to a shocking conclusion. You were all human before. That conclusion startled even me. Based on what I had learned, demons were supposed to be creatures born from emotions and spawned out of nothingness. How could there even be such a thing as a previous life? Yes. Ayla nodded. Succubi are transformed from women who died full of powerful emotions. However, after being reborn as demons, we do not retain the memories of our former lives. It may be that your blessing granted me enough strength to recall some things. Still, this will not affect my judgment or my loyalties, so please rest assured. I frowned. What Ayla described was clearly completely different from what I had learned. The common belief among humans in this world was that demons were born from sinful emotions, possessed no feelings, and were exceptionally cunning. But since Ayla said it did not affect her, I naturally had no mood at the moment to dig down to the roots of the matter. As we drew closer and closer to Blackwater Village, I looked up at the moon hanging high in the night sky. We had ridden without stopping, and before long, at the end of the small road, we saw that cluster of connected houses. We're here. I reined in my horse, slowed our pace, and gradually approached the village. This place had not been too badly affected in the last beast calamity. Because it was a grain-producing region, the farmers had gotten word early and relocated into Eastern Frontier County. So unlike Cana Village, this village was not run down, and one could even see a few villagers sitting outside chatting. I did not stop. According to Heiko's directions, the place where the card of magic crystals had been found was on the other side of the village. Go a little farther east from this village, and one would leave the territory of the human empire, so the villagers were long accustomed to people coming and going with their faces covered. Aside from a few who curiously glanced at my fine boots, we encountered no questioning at all along the way. Do you feel anything? Not long after entering the village, I suddenly spoke in a low voice. Ayla froze for a moment, then hurriedly looked around. But she found nothing. The air was perfectly still, without the slightest disturbance. Seeing the curiosity in Ayla's eyes, I continued explaining. During the last beast calamity, the villagers here may not have suffered personally, but the crops in their fields were trampled. Crops are the lifeblood of villagers. If the harvest is ruined, how can these people still be smiling so happily? My tone grew heavy. Along the way, every villager I saw without exception wore a faint smile on their face. That was absolutely not the expression peasants should have just after a beast calamity. Then, could it be that they have some other source of income? Ayla ventured, but I quickly refuted her. Source of income and crops are two different matters. Blackwater Village pays taxes in the form of agricultural produce. I don't know exactly what is going on here either. Let's first go look at the place where the magic crystals were found. My voice was low and grave. I could not shake the feeling that there was something deeply unusual about this village. Every one of these villagers smiled in an eerie way that made me think of marionettes. The two of us soon passed through the village and crossed the Black River. Before long, we saw the wooden flatbed cart Heiko had spoken of. Logically, from the time Heiko's group had found the cart until now, many days had already passed. For some reason, however, no one had come to haul it away. The bodies that had once lain around it were gone. According to Heiko's account, they should not have touched those corpses at the time. I dismounted and slowly approached the cart. I circled it, inspecting it carefully, but never found anything unusual. It was simply an ordinary flatbed cart used by farmers to haul cargo, the same sort many merchant caravans also used. With 2 horses or oxen pulling it, it could easily transport a large amount of goods. Ayla, have you found anything? After making a full round and finding nothing, I turned to look at Ayla. Master, Ayla's expression was extremely complicated. Her brows were tightly knitted, her pupils unfocused, and both hands slowly reached into the air as though grasping at something. What's wrong with you? My heart tightened, and I hurried forward and struck a palm against her body, which finally snapped her out of it. Ayla shook her head hard, then pressed a hand to her chest and gasped for quite a while before finally speaking. There are extremely intense emotions lingering here, fear, and also excitement. Her voice was somewhat unsteady, and beads of sweat slid down from her forehead one after another. I had never seen Ayla look so miserable. I quickly helped her sit down to the side. Are you all right? Ayla shook her head. It's only a side effect. Once the emotions lingering in a place become too intense, I get pulled into those emotions myself. And what I just discovered. She suddenly raised her head and looked straight into my eyes, enunciating each word. Those women did not die. I sucked in a sharp breath. Could Heiko have lied to me? Impossible. Those women must have appeared nearby and been attacked. But why did they come back to life? My mind raced, and then I looked at Ayla again. What do you think could bring the dead back to life? I had a suspicion, but I was not certain. Magic existed in this world, and besides the 4 major mainstream schools of water, earth, fire, and air, there were also more obscure branches such as necromancy, which was said to be able to revive the dead. No, it wasn't necromancy. Ayla denied my idea again. When I was immersed in the emotions of those women, I could clearly feel that they had the aura of the living. And there was no magical fluctuation here at all. Whatever is controlling them should be some kind of demon. The power used by demons is fundamentally different from magic. Only the innate power of a demon could escape my notice. A demon? I stood up and looked all around. The only demon in the Eastern Frontier territory I had ever heard of from Pazzi was the lust demon. Lust demons attacking women was an easy connection to make. But I knew almost nothing about lust demons and had never heard that they could control the dead. Ayla, can you track the direction they left in? After thinking for a moment, I decided it would still be best to go and see for myself. With Ayla guarding me at my side, I was not especially afraid. We were both on horseback, and at worst, we could always flee. Since the emotions here were so obvious, Pazzi had likely already sensed this place as well. Hesitation meant defeat. I had never been a wavering sort of person. Yes, it's not far from here. Seeing Ayla nod, we immediately mounted our horses. Ayla led the way in front, heading east, and soon we plunged into the forest. The road quickly became harder and harder to traverse. The density of the forest far exceeded my expectations, and before long it became impossible to keep riding. Dismount. I tied my horse to a tree in a small clearing, then looked in the direction Ayla was watching. The tall poplars chopped the moonlight into fragments, and the entire forest was pitch black, so dark that almost nothing could be seen. No one knew what we would encounter if we went any farther. And with the horses gone, our speed would also be greatly reduced. If something truly appeared that we could not fight, I gritted my teeth. We had already made it this far. What kind of joke would it be to turn back now? If Pazzi found this place first, then that really would be the road to ruin. I patted Ayla on the shoulder. Keep going. In the pitch-black forest, the only sounds left were the faint rustling of branches and grass being pushed aside. The deeper we went, the more strongly I felt that something was watching me from the shadows. Those were magical beasts in the forest that had not yet gathered into a full horde. Several times, from the corner of my eye, I caught the glimmer of their eyes flashing in the darkness. Both Ayla and I had brought swords this time, and now Ayla walked in front, hacking fiercely with her blade to carve out a narrow path just wide enough for one person to pass. After walking for quite a while longer, the view suddenly opened up. "We're here, master." Hearing Ayla's voice, I squeezed through the gap between two trees. What came into view was a small patch of tall grass, and in the center of the grassland there was a slightly raised mound of earth. Under the moonlight, I quickly noticed a patch of flattened grass. Following that patch, I saw the target we had been searching for. A gigantic black cave mouth yawned open toward the sky like a monstrous maw. The entrance was somewhat steep, but looking inside, one could vaguely make out level ground within. No wonder I had never been able to find this place. The forest around Blackwater Village was a heavily infested zone for magical beasts, and ordinarily no one dared venture this deep. Who would have imagined that a cave would be hidden in a place like this? I peered into the cave, and from the corner of my eye suddenly caught sight of something on the ground glimmering faintly. It was a fragment of a magic crystal, clear and translucent, radiating purple light under the moon. Ha 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 ha. Heaven truly has not cut off every road for me. I let out a low laugh. I had sent people everywhere to search for a magic crystal vein and found absolutely nothing. Yet who would have thought that while investigating the disappearances of women, I would accidentally discover a magic crystal cave? Master, the aura inside is extremely strong. I advise that we do not enter it yet. I gave a slight nod. That was exactly what I was thinking as well. In this cave where the lust demon was hiding, something might very well be waiting for me. To knowingly do what should not be done was not gambling. It was stupidity. Without absolute confidence, I would never act rashly. Besides, judging by the state of this cave, probably, I suddenly froze. On a mound of dirt beside the cave entrance, I saw something familiar. A red circular badge lay quietly in the grass, and beneath it the long ribbon covered in prayer text was painfully conspicuous. Wasn't that Pazzi's? I ground the badge viciously into the mud under my foot and then kicked it several more times with all my force. Then I whipped my head around and stared fixedly at the pitch-black cave mouth. "Let's go? We're going in." To confirm whether Pazzi had really gotten here before me, I still entered the cave with Ayla. The entrance alone was steep, but once inside, the space opened into something remarkably vast. The two of us went all the way downward, walking for an unknown length of time. The bit of moonlight from the entrance had long since vanished from sight. The only source of illumination left in the cave was the occasional clusters of purple crystals protruding from the rock overhead. Their faint flickering glow became my only support. Ayla, on the other hand, was not worried in the slightest. As a succubus that favored acting at night, she naturally possessed night vision. At this moment, she walked in front and occasionally reminded me to watch my step. Neither of us dared speak much. The cave was too spacious, and even though we were already doing our best to tread lightly, any sound still set off waves of echo through the cavern. To think that beneath the eastern frontier territory, such an enormous underground space had been hidden. If this place were mined at full capacity, there was no telling how many magic crystals could be obtained. Unfortunately, I could only take a portion of them. The remaining output would probably still have to be handed over to the imperial capital. I sighed inwardly. Meyer had said that the Empire's control over magic crystals was extraordinarily strict. In ordinary territories, 99% of the income from a magic crystal mine had to be handed over, not a single bit less. The Empire would even send professional inspection teams to make sure no one skimmed anything. If anyone was discovered hiding a private stash, the entire territory would be subjected to ultimate punishment by the church. Thinking of this, I suddenly grew curious. By what method exactly was the Songyuan territory able to smuggle out such massive quantities of magic crystals? I was in the middle of thinking this when I suddenly felt a trace of cool wind. The magic crystals overhead that had been providing us with their dim light abruptly rose higher, and I stepped into a vast open chamber. Even more astonishing was that the crystals on the ceiling were no longer isolated clusters. They were connected into streaks of purple, like a giant serpent coiled across the top of the cavern. How many magic crystals must this be? It was not just me. Even Ayla stood there staring. Both of us were deeply shaken by that purple ribbon of light overhead, like a river of stars. So this is the magic crystal. Just as the thought formed in my mind, I suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath my feet. Thud! The sharp pain nearly made me let out a muffled groan. Because I had been too focused on observing the magic crystal vein overhead, I had carelessly fallen from a height. The place where I had landed seemed to be the bottom of this cavern. Reaching down to feel the ground, I found damp, soft earth beneath my hand. Master, I'll find a way down immediately. Ayla's soft voice came from above, but it was too deep here. Even the light from the crystals could not reach this far, and I did not dare answer loudly. I slowly climbed to my feet and felt a cool breeze against my face. An exit? I became instantly alert. To feel wind in an underground cave could only mean one thing. This cave connected to another opening. At this point, it seemed Pazzi was probably no longer here, which made it even stranger. He had clearly discovered the magic crystal vein ahead of me. So why had he not sealed this place off? Or could it be that he had never come here at all? In the darkness, I shook my head. As one of the 12 knights, Pazzi was firm in his faith. There was no way he would let any clue involving demons or magic crystals slip by. He had definitely been here. There was only one other possibility. He had left through the other exit. Damn it. If he returned to the castle at this moment and discovered I wasn't there, wouldn't that ruin everything? I smacked my forehead hard. Before entering the cave, I had assumed there was only one exit. It had never crossed my mind that Pazzi might leave through another one. If Pazzi discovered magic crystals in the eastern frontier territory, he would definitely go to the castle to find me first. I sprang to my feet, but my right hand pressed against something hard. I leaned closer and dug at it a few times. Very soon, a faint purple glow lit up. There were actually magic crystals buried down here too. I'm rich. Joy surged through me. With magic crystals, I could use their light to get out of here. Thinking that, I dug with both hands and pulled the entire crystal free. The faint purple glow instantly illuminated the area around me. I raised my head, and what came into view was a pair of pale, plump feet. I had seen Ayla's feet before, but these were clearly fuller. Then this. I lifted my gaze and, in the dim light, finally saw what was in front of me. A short-haired woman with deathly pale skin was bent over, staring straight at me. On her pale, hollow face hung a bizarre smile, and she was gently blowing at me. What the hell is that? Without the slightest hesitation, I lashed out with a hard kick. In an instant, I understood everything. There was no second exit at all. The gust of wind I had been feeling this whole time had actually been blown by this woman. As my kick landed, a chorus of soft, rustling noises arose throughout the cave. Now I knew why Pazzi had not ventured deeper into this mine. All those missing women were here. Holding up the magic crystal, I looked around by its faint glow. This time I saw clearly. At the bottom of the cave stood countless women. Without exception, each had several strips of white cloth wrapped around her body as meager covering, and they were slowly closing in on me. Ayla, I no longer kept my voice low. I had no idea why these women were being controlled, but the scene before me had clearly exceeded all my expectations. If I did not get out at once, I was probably done for here. As my shout echoed through the cave, a wave of fragrant wind rushed into my nose, followed by immense air pressure slamming toward me. Ayla descended from above. I'm sorry, master. It took me a little longer to find a way down. She was brief, and her movements never paused for an instant. The moment her sword flashed out, it pierced straight through one of the approaching women. Run! My own swordsmanship was no disgrace either. As the lord of the Eastern Frontier Territory, I had received systematic sword training since childhood. Though I was a little inferior to Ayla, dealing with these unarmed women should have been more than easy. I thrust my sword sharply forward, only to notice something was wrong at once. These women were monstrously strong. The sword I stabbed out was actually seized directly in their bare hands. Ayla reacted with incredible speed, launching a kick into the flat of my sword. Using that force, I loosened my grip and managed to wrench the blade back free. Master, these people have already been demonized. Be careful. Hearing Ayla's warning, I understood the situation at once. The lust demon born from the magic crystal vein had somehow controlled these women and turned them into demonic puppets. How many people had gone missing in the territory these past few days? There had to be at least 300. A chill ran through me. We had charged straight into the very lair where the lust demon's puppets were resting. The pitch-black environment made resisting them extremely difficult for me. Ayla was not having an easy time either. Even with the two of us covering one another, we still picked up some wounds. These puppets were not only immensely strong, but their nails were abnormally sharp. A casual swipe could shred clothing and sink deep into flesh. Fortunately, they did not seem especially intelligent, fighting and retreating at the same time. The two of us quickly made our way back up the sloping tunnel we had come through. I could feel my stamina draining at a terrifying pace. My endurance was far below Ayla's, and my nerves were strung tight. After only a few exchanges, I already felt myself beginning to fail. Although these puppets staggered crookedly when they walked, their speed was no slower than ours once they moved. Escaping them seemed hopeless. Hold them off for a moment. I spat to the side, kicked away a puppet lunging at me, and then ran for the exit without looking back. Behind me, a silver-white arc swept through the darkness as Ayla rushed forward and cut down several puppets trying to chase me. She did not hesitate for even a moment in carrying out my order. Whatever her master said, she did. That had always been the whole meaning of her existence. But without my covering her, the wounds on her body quickly increased. Even with clear vision in the dark, there were simply too many puppets surging at her. One puppet after another fell beneath her sword. In one clash or another, her head slammed into the cave wall, and purple blood streamed down from her forehead, blurring her sight. But Ayla had no intention of dying here. As the first divine succubus blessed by her master, she absolutely could not fall in this place. Ayla suddenly hurled her sword, sending it straight through an approaching puppet. The enormous force drove the puppet backward, tripping a wide swath of the others behind it. If she could just hold out a little longer, then once Master safely left the cave, she would be able to find an opportunity to withdraw. The plan flashed through her mind as she strode forward to pull her sword back out. But when she yanked with all her strength, the sword did not move at all. The blade had sunk deeply into the puppet's chest. Perhaps because her strength was failing, Ayla could not pull the sword free. In that single instant of stalemate, the other puppets were already rushing her from both sides. What an ugly way to die. Even seeing that the sword would not come free, Ayla still did not give up. She lashed out with a kick and sent the puppet on her left flying. But with attacks arriving from 3 directions at once, there was no way she could handle them all. A puppet's claws tore into her from behind, ripping open her back and exploding a spray of purple blood across her pale skin. Ayla felt that she had already reached her final moment. Forcing herself to stay conscious, she prepared to kick down a few more puppets rushing at her, just to buy me a little more time. A voice full of authority suddenly rang out in the darkness. Level up. Purple light burst forth and instantly lit up the entire cave. Only then did I see the full scene before me. There were far more demonized puppets than I had imagined. Their eyes were vacant, their bodies twisted, and they advanced slowly while stepping over the corpses of their companions, surrounding Ayla in a small encirclement. But they would never take another step forward. Ayla was enveloped in purple light, and countless tiny words appeared above her head. Consume 20 magic crystals. Advance from level 10 to level 20. Draw new trait. Word of command. Capable of using language to briefly command creatures of a lower level than oneself. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Those few puppets had not even had time to touch Ayla. Kneel. A visible wave spread outward from Ayla's body. The puppets caught in that wave froze for an instant, then dropped to their knees in unison, pressing their foreheads to the ground in Ayla's direction. I had finally made it back in time. Back when we had been entangled with the lust demon puppets inside the cave, I had already thought of using the magic crystals in the cave to level up Ayla. But at the time, we had been trapped in that open space, and there had been no chance to gather crystals. I had no idea how many crystals Ayla's upgrade would require, so I simply scooped up a huge handful. I had not expected there to still be plenty left over after the level up. Before I could even catch my breath, Ayla grabbed me and started running, nearly yanking me off my feet and making several of the crystals in my hand fall. I can only control them for a few seconds, Master. Hurry. What? I had no time to pick up the crystals on the ground. As I ran, I looked back. The puppets kneeling there were slowly rising, turning their heads together and baring their teeth in my direction. Damn it. I glanced at Ayla. Her back was badly injured, and her movements were clearly no longer as agile as before. The puppets behind us looked twisted and broken, but the instant they attacked, their speed surged. At this moment, the effect of Ayla's word of command was fading, and the sound of those bare feet striking the ground behind us was growing denser and denser. There was no time to care about anything else. I steeled myself and hoisted Ayla over my shoulder. My stamina was nearly spent, but I was still certainly stronger than a severely wounded Ayla. Master this. Shut up. Gasping for breath, I smacked Ayla once and cut off her cry. Those puppets were not slow. If I let Ayla continue dragging herself along like this, sooner or later we would be caught. Abandoning Ayla was absolutely impossible as well. I had spent so many magic crystals precisely to preserve her, my most valuable combat asset. I clenched my teeth. I had been far too hasty. The instant I saw Pazzi's belongings, I instinctively assumed someone had beaten me here, and without realizing it, I had charged straight into the lust demon's den. If only I had brought more people. No, if I had known, I would never have come in at all. My mind raced wildly. Those lust demon puppets were still some distance behind me, but I did not dare relax for even a second. Our horses were tied several hundred meters from the cave entrance. After bursting out of the cave, I would still have to carry Ayla through that dense forest. A glow gradually appeared before my eyes, and joy surged through me. The exit. The light grew larger and larger, and the mouth of the cave became clearly visible. If I could just rush out and run a few more steps, we could mount up and leave. The only question was how far those puppets would chase us. If they were lured into the village, Blackwater Village might vanish entirely by tomorrow. Only a few steps remained between me and the exit, but I could hear the footsteps behind us growing louder and louder. Ayla, at my shout, Ayla instantly understood. Stop! Another wave spread out. Seizing the chance, I glanced back and broke into a cold sweat. The narrow cave mouth was now crammed full of those female puppets, their deathly pale skin blending into one mass under the moonlight, so bright it hurt my eyes. Ayla spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, the effect of her word of command was noticeably weaker. The puppets only paused for a moment before moving again. But that was enough. With a sudden burst of strength, I lunged out of the cave like a giant eagle taking flight. The moment my feet hit the tall grass outside, I set Ayla down. Carrying her through the forest would be far too difficult. I could only make her walk on her own. The two of us had just started forward when a sudden change occurred. The puppets tried to rush out of the cave, only to slam into a barrier of golden light. The barrier was only a thin layer, yet the puppets that struck it let out miserable shrieks as though they had been burned alive. It was the first sound they had ever made. Those wailing cries, thick with sobbing, echoed through the night sky and startled a flurry of birds from the forest. The puppets behind clearly could not stop in time and crashed into the ones in front, toppling one after another. What is going on? Hearing those shrieks, I stopped in my tracks. The cave entrance had been completely sealed by that layer of golden light. The puppets cast me one sorrowful glance, then all retreated back into the darkness within the cave. Seeing the crisis resolved, I had no time to investigate why. I stepped forward and caught Ayla as she swayed on the verge of collapse. Her injuries were severe. Purple blood ran down her cheeks, and her cloak had long since vanished somewhere, exposing beneath her short tunic a huge torn wound across her pale back. I'm fine, master. Though Ayla's wounds were terrifying to look at, her eyes still shone brightly. Now that we were out of danger, she dropped to one knee. Master, if we ever face something like this again, you must place your own safety above all else. I gave a small nod and helped her to her feet. Everything was within my plan. Although we were a little bedraggled this time, we obtained important magic crystals, and I can now be certain that Pazzi has never entered this cave. I walked to the cave entrance. By this time, the golden barrier had already vanished. After a brief search in the grass, I found the source of the barrier. It was the very badge I had stepped into the mud before entering the cave. So the badge was actually a seal left behind by Pazzi. By sheer accident, it had saved my life. He had probably already known that a lust demon was hidden inside, but feared he might not be able to defeat it, so he had used the badge to seal the entrance first. I pondered for a moment and did not take the badge away. Instead, I pointed to it and smiled. You see, I had already discovered this seal Pazzi left behind, which is exactly why I dared bring you deep into the cave. And look at those puppets again. Before I disturbed them, they all stayed in that big pit without moving at all. What does that tell us? I looked at Ayla excitedly. She blinked in puzzlement. It tells us what? It tells us that as long as we don't get close to that pit, the magic crystals in the tunnel are ours for the taking. I clapped my hands together and declared loudly. I had only realized this by chance just now. We had been making noise the entire way after entering the cave, yet those puppets had not attacked until I fell into the pit. That meant the puppets' real purpose was to guard this magic crystal vein. As long as we did not approach the pit, they would not launch an attack. Having deduced this, I could not help smiling in satisfaction. The magic crystals in the tunnel were far fewer than the ones inside the pit, but gathering them all would still absolutely bring in a considerable profit. Move them. I planted one foot on the mound in front of the cave and peered inside again. My reasoning certainly carried an element of gambling. What if not all the lust demon puppets had retreated back into the pit? What if they attacked? But I could no longer afford to consider those possibilities. I had little time left. Pazzi had left a seal here. Whether he came back to inspect it or went to the castle looking for me, neither outcome was acceptable. The magic crystals were right in front of me. I had to seize this one and only chance. Meanwhile, back in Eastern Frontier County. Go. Make sure this letter is delivered safely to the imperial capital. Pazzi sealed the letter he had just written with gilded wax and handed it to the waiting messenger. He gazed out the window. Today, the Eastern Frontier Territory was enjoying a rare, bright, and sunny day, just like his own mood at the moment. Master, I haven't seen you this happy in a long time. Has something good happened? His attendant approached from behind, carrying him a tray with bread and a bowl of vegetable soup. For a knight so renowned throughout the empire, this breakfast might have been absurdly meager, but after asking all over the Eastern Frontier Territory, he had learned that this was about all one could eat here now. Without turning, Pazzi looked straight through the window toward the lofty Eastern Frontier Castle in the distance. Of course, I've discovered the magic crystal vein in the Eastern Frontier Territory, and there's also a lust demon entrenched inside it. Tearing off a small piece of bread, he chewed as he spoke. That lust demon is still in its newborn stage. There are only a few hundred puppets in the cave. This time, however, she isn't in the lair, so presumably she's gone out. The attendant sat down and leaned forward curiously. Then how will you catch her? If she isn't there, won't this trip have been for nothing? Pazzi shook his head. No, there's a magic crystal vein in that cave. The lust demon needs the nourishment of magic crystals, so sooner or later she'll return. I've already buried my badge at the cave entrance. As soon as she returns, the badge will burn her. Once that weakens her power, I'll be able to eliminate her in one stroke. Pazzi finished the bread in a few quick bites, slapped the table, and stood up. I need to go to the castle and see the Lord of the Eastern Frontier Territory. He should know nothing about this. I must get him to send troops to help me deal with the remaining puppets in the cave. To be honest, Pazzi had been rather shocked that I was not involved in mining the magic crystal vein. After all, a magic crystal vein was an endless source of profit, and most lords would find some way to smuggle out at least a little. Yet yesterday afternoon, after discovering the cave, he had inspected it carefully and found no trace whatsoever that anyone had been there before. Could it be that the Lord of the Eastern Frontier really doesn't know? Pazzi muttered, then mounted his horse with the support of his attendant. The streets bustled with people. The weather was clear, and even the farmers seemed to show a trace of long-lost vitality. Have you heard? Yesterday, one of the caravans personally authorized by the Lord passed through here and temporarily exempted 2 farmers from peasant registration. They left with the caravan on the spot. That's nothing. I know a household whose relative got selected into the castle as a cook. He earns 5 silver coins a month. Tell me, do you think our Lord has been replaced? Something like not looking at background, only promoting capable people. I've never heard of such a thing anywhere in the empire. Chill, don't talk nonsense. Isn't that a heaven-sent blessing? Hearing the farmers chatter all around him, Pazzi's face showed a trace of a smile. After spending the past few days investigating all over, Pazzi had discovered something very interesting. This Lord of the Eastern Frontier Territory seemed to think in a remarkably unusual way. Throughout the empire, nobles had always been the ones favored for office, and there had never been a precedent for ordinary farmers entering a castle to work. Not to mention that I was also giving them land and houses. That was practically equivalent to turning a farmer into a minor noble in one stroke. After several days of asking around, Pazzi's opinion of me had undergone a tremendous change. This young man was absolutely not some incompetent fool. On the contrary, he had the look of someone who might accomplish great things. In particular, that steward by my side named Meyer was someone he also kept hearing mentioned over and over these past few days. In one territory, there was both a benevolent ruler and a capable minister, while they also sat atop such a rare resource as a magic crystal vein. It probably would not be long before this was no longer merely a frontier town. Passing through the streets, Pazzi quickly arrived before Eastern Frontier Castle. I am Pazzi, 12th Knight of the Empire, here to request an audience with your lord. He called loudly up toward the gate. No one answered. Pazzi frowned, looked around, and raised his voice again. I am Pazzi, 12th Knight of the Imperial Church, here to request an audience with your lord. Open the gate at once. Still no answer. Pazzi grew wary. He swung down from his horse and was just about to step forward and inspect the place. At that moment, the gate opened. The turning of the mechanisms rumbled loudly, and then the great gate was slowly pulled up. Knight Posy. The one who emerged to meet him was me. I wore a magnificent red cloak, though my hair was somewhat disheveled. Looking closer, one could still see many fine beads of sweat hanging on my forehead. Lord Highs, how could I trouble you to come out personally to receive me? Posy tilted his head and looked into the castle, but saw nothing unusual. Inside, servants bustled back and forth, carrying enormous wooden barrels. I went out hunting for a while this morning and only just returned. It so happened that your visit coincided with my arrival. I laughed loudly and stepped aside in invitation. Posy gave me a thorough look up and down before finally dismounting and returning my salute. After everything he had seen and heard these past few days, his impression of me, this young lord, had improved considerably. Your lordship is certainly in good spirits, he said with a smile and a nod as he followed me toward the throne hall. The throne hall was empty. I sat down first, then raised a hand toward Posy. Knight Posy, what brings you to me? Have you discovered some clue? Posy looked around suspiciously. He saw neither the famed steward Meyer nor the white-haired guard who had always followed me. Placing his right hand over his chest, he bowed slightly in salute. Lord of the territory, I have come this time to seek your assistance. His tone was respectful yet steady. Yesterday afternoon, I already discovered the hidden lair of the lust demon within your lands. After saying that, Posy secretly studied my expression. Sure enough, the instant I heard the words lust demon lair, my face changed at once. Trembling, I stretched out a hand and spoke urgently. Is it serious? Where is it? The farmers in the territory only just suffered a heavy blow a few days ago and are still recovering slowly. This won't affect them, will it? Seeing my reaction, Posy nodded inwardly. He had dealt with many lords before, and when they heard that demons were in their territory, most of them showed the same panic I was showing now. The only difference was that the first thing I cared about was the farmer's harvest, while everyone else only cared about their own safety. I have already sealed off the lust demon's lair, but I need to request some assistance from you. My expression darkened again, and rubbing my forehead, I clicked my tongue. Whatever kind of assistance you need, just say it. Do we need to seal off that cave immediately? No. Posy's voice was full of confidence. I have already sealed the entrance with a special method. What I need is at least 100 soldiers to accompany me, and I will guarantee their safety. In his mind, he roughly estimated the situation. That cave was somewhat narrow, and he did not know the exact conditions inside. But with 100 men assisting from the side, things would probably be much easier to handle. 100 people was not too many for a territory, and he knew that the Eastern Frontier Territory had recently suffered a heavy blow, so he had not made an outrageous demand. 100 people? Isn't there only one lust demon? Why do you need so many? Posy shook his head. These lords, it seemed, had never once thought to learn anything about demons, and had no understanding at all of what it meant to know the enemy and know oneself. It was precisely because there were so many people who underestimated them that demons had been able to destroy cities again and again. A lust demon is a type of demon that manipulates the human mind. They can control women and demonize them into puppets. I estimate that there are at least 100 demonized women in that cave. That many? I suddenly interrupted him. If there are hundreds of demonized women, then would sending 100 soldiers really be enough? The questions came from me almost in a rapid stream, my tone urgent. Posy could tell that I was genuinely anxious. The territory had beast calamities, demons, and an economy that had suffered heavy damage. With so many burdens all pressing down on a young lord not even 20 years old, it was only natural for him to be anxious. It's enough. Those women have only been demonized into puppets, so they are relatively easy to deal with. I nodded slightly, then in a serious tone asked again, Knight Posy, let me ask one thing. Is there still any chance for those women to return to normal? It was rare for a lord to take the initiative to ask him about demon knowledge, and Posy was more than happy to explain. No. A puppet is a creature that has already lost its self-awareness and can only mechanically carry out the tasks assigned by the lust demon. Besides, they fear firelight. As long as the soldiers carry torches, dealing with them is extremely easy. The one that is truly troublesome is that lust demon. He launched into a flowing explanation. Educating these ignorant lords about demons' weaknesses was, after all, one of the church's duties. Posy had lost count of how many lords had died because of their own ignorance and arrogance. This was the first time he had met someone like me who did not underestimate the enemy, and for a moment he could not stop talking. Knight Posy, then should I also go with you? It would help me understand the situation and prepare for future prevention. Posy froze. There were magic crystal veins in many regions of the empire, and these crystals were an indispensable energy source for mages, so the empire controlled them extremely strictly. But where there was light, there was shadow. Because the extraction rate of magic crystals was very low, they sold for an incredibly high price on the black market. And thus appeared the first lord to secretly mine and sell magic crystals. After that, the smuggling market for magic crystals became more and more rampant, forcing the empire to establish supervisory courts stationed at every territory's magic crystal vein to oversee them. Within the church, the common view was that the local lords should be completely cut off from all contact with magic crystal mining, and even the location of the veins should not be disclosed to them. Pazzi was a loyal supporter of exactly that view. Although I had consistently struck him as an enlightened lord, that was one matter, and magic crystal mining was another entirely. Faced with those staggering profits, anyone could fall in an instant. With that thought, he shook his head. There is no need. The affairs of the Eastern Frontier Territory are already busy enough. My lord need only select 100 men and place them under my command. I have already made complete preparations. As long as my lord sends troops, I can immediately wipe out the demons in that area. Pazzi considered these words of his airtight enough. He had preserved my dignity while tactfully refusing my request. With a hot-blooded young lord like me, being too forceful would only backfire. Hearing this, I indeed showed a look of regret, but it was quickly replaced by a smile. That works too, then. I just don't know what kind of soldiers you need. Preferably heavy infantry. No archers are needed. Each man only needs to carry a spear and shield. Do you want new recruits or veterans? Either is fine. It depends on how much manpower you can spare. I nodded slightly and stroked my chin in thought for a moment. None. Pazzi had been just about to bend down in thanks when those two words hit him so abruptly that he froze. His body stuck halfway through the motion. What? He could hardly believe his ears. What did I mean, none? This concerned the safety of the territory. There could be no carelessness about it. Could there really be anything more important than eliminating demons? Important enough that I could not spare even 100 men? I pressed my lips together, my brow deeply furrowed, and spoke slowly. There isn't a single person in the territory I can send to you. This time, Pazzi was genuinely angry. Had I been playing him this whole time while we talked? I was nothing more than a minor baron. How did I dare? Yet I seemed completely unaware of his anger as I stood up and spread my hands. The guards of the territory departed yesterday together with my steward Meyer in the Black Flag caravan, heading for the Tsungyuan territory. You may confirm it yourself. As for the newly recruited soldiers, none of them have been trained yet. Even if they had been trained, there would only be 20 or 30 of them, and in any case, some must remain to maintain the castle's daily operation. My face was full of regret as I let out a sigh. Of course, I want to deal with these demons as quickly as possible, but I also hate the fact that I don't have enough people. Pazzi hesitated. He did know that the Eastern Frontier Territory had suffered a heavy blow not long ago, and he had also heard roughly that it was short of manpower. After all, if manpower had not been truly that tight, why else would I have done the unprecedented thing of promoting talent from among the farmers? He seemed unable to refute this reason of mine. He had not expected the shortage of manpower in this territory to be this severe. Pazzi gritted his teeth. If he could not borrow reinforcements from the Eastern Frontier Territory, then he could only go and seek aid from the Church Tribunal in the Tsungyuan territory, and his original plan would have to be postponed once again. I nodded. If you don't believe me, you may personally go take a look at the barracks. I truly want to get rid of the demons as soon as possible, but my manpower really is insufficient. My sincerest apologies. I said these words with complete sincerity, and Pazzi found it hard to press the matter any further. There is no need. I believe you, my lord. Pazzi gave a hurried bow and turned to leave the throne hall. I watched Pazzi all the way until he left, and only then did I rise with a smile and head toward my room. Thanks to Pazzi, he really had done me a tremendous favor. As I walked through the corridor, joy welled up in my heart. I had originally still been worrying about how to deal with the puppets in that pit. After all, there really were not many magic crystals in the passage, and even after Ayla and I emptied the entire passage overnight, we had not gathered that much. If he went to the Tsungyuan territory to fetch reinforcements, the round trip would probably take 3 or 4 days. Before that, wouldn't it be perfect for me to sneak in and seize a batch of magic crystals first? My mind was already set on that magic crystal vein. There were simply too many of them. I had made a rough estimate. If all the magic crystals in that pit were mined out, there would be at least several hundred. Each evolution of a newborn succubus required 5 crystals. Ayla's consumption was even greater. From level 20 to 30, each level cost 5 crystals, and after that, each level cost 10. Only upon reaching level 40 would Ayla gain a new trait. In other words, it would be best to save up 150 crystals in one go before upgrading her. Otherwise, the level increases alone would bring only a slight improvement in basic attributes. And that was not even counting the newborn succubi's daily food consumption or the expense of the scale expansion I intended. Even if I could not mine everything, at the very least I had to take a huge share. Thinking this, I stopped at the door to my room and pushed it open. On the big bed in the bedroom lay a familiar figure, fast asleep, Ayla. After being seriously wounded in last night's battle, Ayla had still followed me in moving quite a number of magic crystals, and only at the last possible moment before Pazzi entered the city had she managed to return in time. While Pazzi and I had been speaking at the gate, Ayla had slipped quietly into the castle through the side entrance. Looking at it that way, having such a side entrance really was extraordinarily useful. I slowly walked to the bedside and pulled the blanket more snugly around Ayla. Divine Succubi had extremely strong recovery abilities. After the castle physician's simple bandaging, she had already fallen into a peaceful sleep. I waved my hand and summoned her panel. Ayla, level 20, race, Divine Succubus. Traits, Administrator, Word of Command. Current status, extremely hungry. I felt a bit of a headache. The words extremely hungry, hanging so brightly above Ayla's head, left me somewhat at a loss. Still, I truly had to admire her self-control. Even in a state of extreme hunger, she had managed to retain her rationality. After this business with Pazzi was over, perhaps I should set aside a full week and let her eat to her heart's content. Wait, what exactly was I thinking? I slapped my own head abruptly. The scent emanating from Ayla seemed to have some kind of catalytic effect. Without realizing it, my thoughts would be led astray. I steadied myself and continued thinking. Ayla's current trait setup had practically evolved in the direction of becoming my personal chief steward. Word of Command was not some overwhelmingly powerful ability, but it was simple and highly practical. As long as she spoke, she could control others. Once her level increased, this ability would likely become tremendously effective. However, its drawbacks were obvious as well. Each person she controlled greatly increased the physical burden on her. Last night, that large-scale use of it only twice had already left her coughing blood and unable to say another word. It seemed that Ayla would have difficulty accompanying me outside again in the short term. Should I use this period, while magic crystals were relatively abundant, to promote another new succubus? I stroked my chin. My current situation was much simpler than it had been right after I first transmigrated. Before Pazzi brought reinforcements and attacked the lust demon's lair, I needed to organize a sufficiently powerful force and sweep away the magic crystals in the cave before he could. That force had to be made up of succubi. For one thing, the castle did not have enough soldiers to spare. For another, if Pazzi discovered it, I would have an excuse to clear myself. How could a few dozen soldiers possibly deal with so many puppets? I had already thought up the explanation. As for that lust demon, if I ran into her, I would not mind fighting her. If I did not, then I would leave her for Pazzi. The amount of magic crystals in my hands now was wealth beyond anything I had ever had before. I gave a satisfied little hum and looked once more at the sleeping Ayla on the bed. Her exquisite face was like a porcelain doll, with eyebrows and hair equally snow white. At this moment, sunlight spilled across her face, and with her steady breathing, I could even see the fine little hairs on her cheeks. From appearances alone, she really did not look like a succubus at all. Wasn't she just a human girl? I scratched my head and suddenly thought of a problem. Then where was I supposed to sleep tonight? No. My thinking is getting affected by her again. I need to leave quickly. Feeling my thoughts being gradually invaded by the fragrance drifting from Ayla's body, I hurriedly stood up and quickly left the room. After leaving the bedroom, I once again arrived at the dungeon deep within the castle. At this moment, a large wooden barrel had already been placed at the entrance to the dungeon. It was exactly the one I had just ordered the servants to bring over. The moment the barrel was opened, the entire dungeon was brushed in purple light. The newborn succubi in the dungeon all stuck out their heads and curiously looked at me standing outside. "Come out, all of you," I spoke slowly. This barrel contained about 80 magic crystals. It was not much, but it was already the limit of what Ayla and I had been able to carry. I had already found a way to deal with those puppets. As long as I first fed this batch of newborn succubi and then continued investing magic crystals into further summoning, I had made a rough estimate that with 200 newborn succubi, it would be easy to clear out that cave. With that thought, I slapped the barrel heavily twice. "Eat. Eat as much as you want." The succubi's eyes immediately lit up. They had been hungry for a long time, and their mental state had obviously become much more sluggish. Now that they heard I was permitting them to eat, smiles appeared on nearly every face. "Thank you, Master." The newborn succubi who had evolved intelligence were clearly no longer as wild as before. One by one, they respectfully stood in place, preparing to line up for food. Seeing this group of succubi, I could not help finding it a little funny. They even know how to line up? Are succubi really this high quality as individuals? But after gaining intelligence, they truly are much smarter. I had barely finished that thought when the succubus at the very front suddenly threw herself straight at me. Completely caught off guard, I had not expected her to be coming for me at all. My footing gave way at once, and I fell to the ground, pinned beneath the blonde succubus. "Get up. I told you to eat the magic crystals, not me." I grabbed both of the blonde succubus's hands just as she was reaching for her skirt hem and barked sharply at her. It seemed I had still overestimated how clever these succubi were. Before long, all the succubi had each received 2 magic crystals and sat on the floor hugging them and chomping away in huge bites. They can really eat. Sitting beside the blonde succubus from before, I could not stop the corners of my eyes from twitching. Even at the most extreme rationing, these succubi would consume 2 magic crystals a week. 19 succubi devoured 38 of my crystals in a single go. At this rate of consumption, if I wanted to sustain a large force, I absolutely had to possess a stable source of magic crystals. Once newborn succubi went hungry, their combat strength would drop drastically. I sighed, reached out to casually pat the blonde succubus on the head beside me, and then took out several more magic crystals. Second evolution, newborn succubus, consumes 10 magic crystals. The cost of the second evolution had doubled compared with before. I calculated the remaining crystals in my possession for a moment, then made up my mind. Please choose one trait. Photosynthesis. The newborn succubus can replenish part of its energy by absorbing sunlight. Bone spurs. Grants retractable bone spurs to the newborn succubus's arms. Self-healing. The newborn succubus can slowly heal itself. Damn, those 3 options completely stumped me. Bone spurs could greatly improve individual combat power. Self-healing could reduce battle attrition. Photosynthesis would help conserve resources. After hesitating for a moment, I chose photosynthesis. Bone spurs and self-healing were both combat-oriented, but the most urgent issue before me was that although I could summon large numbers of succubi, I could not afford to feed them. By comparison, photosynthesis, which could reduce magic crystal expenses, was clearly the best fit for my current situation. Purple light flashed, and the newborn succubi seemed to sense the changes brought by evolution as well, all turning to look at me in unison. Once these succubi were fed, the remaining crystals would be used to expand the army. I rose to my feet. The dungeon was not especially spacious, but forcing in 200 people was still not impossible. "Move that barrel over here for me." The 3 succubi who had finished eating first immediately sprang into action. Succubi who had eaten their fill were clearly much more energetic, their eyes all gleaming brightly. I checked their hunger levels, and every single one of them had entered a full state. With a wave of my hand, purple text appeared before my eyes. Summon newborn succubi, life rank F, magic crystal cost, 1 crystal for 5. I made a rough calculation of my crystal stock, and with a thought, countless rays of purple light burst forth throughout the dungeon. It was as though a purple sun had been stuffed into the dungeon, and the dazzling white light lingered for a long time before fading. The magic crystals in the barrel at my feet were being consumed frantically, and before long the barrel went from half full to nearly empty. A hazy fragrance filled the entire dungeon, and that alluring sweetness was so thick it nearly made it hard for me to breathe. That's enough. My gaze sharpened, and I stopped the summoning. When the purple light faded, the dungeon had become extremely crowded. Countless girls were pressed tightly together, looking around in confusion. For a moment, all I could see before me was a sea of pale white. "Master." "Greetings, Master." As the first girl dropped to her knees, a whole wave of bodies around the room fell one after another with thuds. At the same time, a new screen of light appeared before my eyes. Dark Lord System. Dependents. Newborn succubi, 200. Dependent count has reached 100. Drawing random item. Crown of Dominion. Strengthens the connection between Lord and dependents. An unexpected bonus too. I raised an eyebrow. Purple light slowly condensed above my head and ultimately formed a golden crown. At that exact instant, I also sensed a completely different feeling. Before this, aside from being able to issue orders to these succubi, there had been almost no connection between us. But after putting on this crown, everything was entirely different. Now, with only a single thought, I could transmit my ideas into the minds of every nearby succubus. These 200 succubi felt as though they had become part of my own body. Whatever I wanted to do, they would respond immediately. Stand. With the slightest movement of thought in my mind, the succubi around me responded at once. Good. With this ability, I could finally truly command these succubi properly. It was just that this control seemed to consume some of my mental energy. I did not become overjoyed because of it, and instead simply conducted some basic tests right there in the dungeon. For a time, the succubi throughout the dungeon all moved about, carrying out various commands under my mental direction. Only after a period of testing did I stop in satisfaction. With this ability, if a real battle broke out, I would no longer have to expend effort directing them one by one. The effect of this ability was extremely powerful. Not only could it make them respond to my thoughts, but it could also feed their thoughts back to me. It felt somewhat like a shared mind hive. After the simple tests ended, I had no choice but to begin planning for the next move. If 200 people marched toward Blackwater Village in one vast crowd, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Fortunately, I had already ordered the villagers from both villages to come to Eastern Frontier County to take refuge. Taking advantage of the cover of night, it might still be possible. Acting covertly was crucial. Posy still had not yet left my territory, and if he discovered us, not only would these 200 succubi be in danger, but I myself would likely have a hard time escaping blame. If I wanted to move them out without anyone noticing, then I would probably first have to keep Posy under control. Once that idea entered my mind, I immediately began acting on it. I swept my gaze back and forth across the crowd of succubi, and in the end my eyes settled on the blonde succubus whose head I had patted earlier. I needed someone to occupy Posy, and naturally that meant I also needed someone else to lead this group of succubi to Blackwater Village. Ayla was currently badly injured and resting in the castle, so I could only promote another new hero unit to command these newborn succubi in her place. Master. The blonde succubus seemed to sense my thoughts and slowly walked forward. She was much shorter than the other succubi, with long golden hair flowing all the way to her waist. What drew my attention even more was that this blonde succubus had a pair of large dark circles under her eyes. Although these succubi all had their own differences, most of those differences amounted to little more than a young girl's face, with very slight individual variation. Only these striking dark circles had made me notice her at first glance. It'll be you, then. You do look rather different. I glanced at the barrel by my feet. Only a thin layer remained at the bottom. Of the 100 magic crystals I had brought, only this much was left. This time, I had to bring back far more, or I truly would not be able to support this group of succubi. I swept my hand out. Promote to Divine Succubus. Consumes 15 magic crystals. Promote. I was starting to regret choosing this one. After consuming 15 magic crystals to complete the promotion, purple light spread over the blonde succubus's body as usual. But right in the middle of that purple glow, the succubus simply lay down. When the light faded, I was shocked to find that she had fallen asleep. The blonde girl's frame seemed to have shrunk another size compared to just before. Curled up on the dungeon's cold stone floor, she slept with utter peace. She was completely different from Ayla. She had none of the noble aura unique to a divine succubus, nor any especially obvious change. If not for the status panel floating above her head, I would almost have thought she was just an ordinary succubus. I rubbed my forehead and looked at the panel above the girl's head. Aurora, level 10, race, divine succubus. Trait, slowing aura. All creatures of a lower level than Aurora within her vicinity are restricted by the slowing aura, causing their movement speed to decrease drastically. Slowing aura. I crouched down and waved a hand in front of Aurora, but felt no effect at all. You too try it. I then instructed the two succubi beside me. Understanding immediately, the two approached Aurora's body. But the moment they reached out, their whole bodies seemed to fall into slow motion, their movements becoming incredibly sluggish. After seeing the aura's effect, I nodded and signaled for the two succubi to step back. So this aura doesn't affect me. But isn't the effect a little too weak? What exactly is this supposed to be useful for? I was still thinking when Aurora suddenly opened her eyes. Ah, master. Her voice really had changed. It was no longer as clear as before. At this moment, Aurora's voice was low and lazy, carrying the hazy drowsiness of someone not fully awake. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, stretched in an enormous arc, and only then climbed to her feet, swaying as she bowed. Thank you, master, for waking Aurora. Seeing her like this, I was left somewhat helpless. Did I just roll some hidden rare version? You're a succubus, so how exactly are you even capable of sleeping? I looked at Aurora, and was just about to ask something when I was caught by her bright pale blue eyes. In an instant, my mind was flooded with a huge amount of memory out of nowhere. What is this? My brows tightened. It felt as though something strange had drilled into my head. Alarmed, I immediately closed my eyes and tried to sense those memories that had just poured in. The first memory was in a lush green forest. I was swinging an axe, chopping firewood in front of me. Beside me stood a crude but warm little house, and a white dog and a yellow dog were tied at the door, barking noisily at me. I swung my arms in a full arc and split the log before me in half. Suddenly, the house door opened. The person standing there was Aurora. She was dressed plainly, wearing a white apron over a yellow dress. Those clothes fit her petite body poorly, yet for some reason I found it very cute. Aurora opened her mouth. "Dear, the meal is ready. Once you finish chopping wood, come inside and eat." I nodded. The next memory shifted to a grand church. I wore a finely tailored formal suit and was surrounded by flower wreaths. When I turned my head, I found the church packed to the brim, and in the front row were actually the faces of Ayla and Meyer. Just as confusion hit me, an aged voice sounded beside me. I turned, and there stood Aurora opposite me in a spotless white wedding dress, her face radiant with happiness. "I do, and I take Miss Aurora as my wife." I found myself speaking without even intending to. The third memory placed me in a room with Aurora. Her belly was swollen, and she was holding a child in her arms. "Come on, call him father," Aurora said with a smile. The fourth memory, the fifth memory, countless memories surged into my head, and I was nearly stunned stupid by this flood of information that did not even exist. "All right, Aurora and I have already been married for a long time," I muttered to myself while more and more memories continued flashing before my eyes. In a dim room lit only by a tiny candle, I lay flat on a bed, feeling my whole body burning hot, as though sweat had soaked me through. A soft sensation came from my hands, and when I looked by the weak candlelight, all I could see were shifting shadows. Suddenly, a feeling arose in me. Dragon's breath. No, that's not right. I smacked my forehead hard and tore myself free from the chaotic memories. What is this? What kind of spell did I get hit with? I shook my head vigorously. Those memories just now had felt far too real. If my willpower had not been relatively strong, I probably would have sunk completely into those bizarre fantasies and never pulled myself back out. Aurora still stood before me, tilting her head up and blinking at me innocently. "Stop looking, stop looking." I reached out to block Aurora's eyes. This ability was too eerie. If I kept looking, I felt like I really would never escape those memories. "This is my ability. Is Master troubled by it?" Aurora spoke, her words sincere yet laced with a teasing note. "What ability?" I turned my head away, trying my best not to meet her eyes. Anyone who makes eye contact with me gets infused with the memories in my head. Aurora reached out to take my hand. "The memories in your head? How come I don't know anything about those things?" I was speechless. This ability wasn't weak by any means. Anyone with weak willpower would probably truly get lost in the fantasy. But the area of collateral damage was absurdly broad. Even Aurora herself was affected. How was I ever supposed to dare look her in the eyes in the future? One careless slip, and she'd be stuffing weird memories into somebody else's head again. Aurora seemed to notice that I was deliberately avoiding her gaze, and quickly turned her face again to look at mine. "They're things I imagine myself, scenes that will happen in the future. You are not allowed to imagine things like that anymore." What even was all that? "I'm assigning you a mission now." My tone turned stern. Aurora's ability might be weird, but she was still a hero unit I had personally promoted, and I was counting on her to lead this group of succubi in infiltrating Blackwater Village. Hearing the anger hidden in my tone, Aurora finally behaved. She lowered her head and secretly fiddled with the hem of her clothes using both hands. "I need you to lead these succubi into Blackwater Village and hide there. Wait for my order, then attack a cave." Seeing Aurora settle down, I began issuing instructions. Her management ability was not as strong as Ayla's, but as a divine succubus, she naturally still possessed the ability to command. Besides, now that these newborn succubi had all evolved intelligence, infiltrating Blackwater Village should not be a problem. Even in the worst case, if something really went wrong, I could respond immediately through the empathy granted by the crown. "Yes, Master." Receiving the order, Aurora immediately dropped to one knee. As a divine succubus, she held a 100% commitment to carrying out her master's tasks. "I'll have some clothes sent for you all to change into in a bit. After infiltrating Blackwater Village, wait for my command before acting." Preparations were almost complete. The next step was just finding a way to keep Pazzi occupied. As for how to do that, I already had an idea. Just as I stepped onto the stairs to leave, something occurred to me, and I turned back to ask, "Your slowing aura, what exactly is it for? And do you also possess the other abilities that divine succubi have?" Since Ayla had many abilities the panel did not show, Aurora, as another divine succubus, should have them too. Sure enough, Aurora nodded. "I can freely change the range of my slowing aura, but the larger the range, the greater the consumption. As for abilities," she puffed out her not particularly full chest and grinned. "Besides a succubus's basic abilities, I can also implant memories into other people. Anything else?" "Nope." I curled my lip. "Well, I suppose each one has her own specialty." As I left the dungeon, I heard Aurora's voice ring out from inside. "Everyone, from now on you will listen to my commands and must complete the mission master assigned." "Yes, madam." My foot slipped and I nearly fell. "Put that ability away right now." To the supervisory court of the Tsangyuan territory. The situation in the eastern frontier territory is more dangerous than expected. I fear we will not be given much time. I hope reinforcements can be dispatched as soon as possible, at least 200 men. Under the lamp, Pazzi wrote the closing line of his letter. After hesitating a moment, he added several large characters meaning utmost urgency at the end, and only then did he seal it and carefully put it away. Bang! He suddenly smashed his fist onto the desk, making the entire room tremble. Dust shook loose from the beams above and fell in a soft shower. "Master, what happened?" Hearing the noise, the attendant hurriedly pushed open the door and poked his head in to look. Nothing. Pazzi also realized he had lost control, but he truly could not restrain the emotions in his heart. Is it that the people from the Tsangyuan territory are unwilling to send support? The attendant came in and poured Pazzi a cup of water, his eyes falling on the letter paper. He had followed Pazzi for many years and could roughly guess what had happened. "There's a nest of maggots in the church. They said that in order to prevent the people of the Tsangyuan territory from tampering with the local magic crystal mines, they temporarily cannot spare any manpower for support. It's all excuses." Prompted by the attendant's words, Pazzi's anger shot up again at once. 2 days earlier, after returning from my castle, he had immediately written an urgent letter and sent it to the supervisory court in the Tsangyuan territory. Logically speaking, as the forward outpost established by the church in each region, the supervisory court existed precisely to take over and deal with surrounding magic crystal matters as quickly as possible. Now that magic crystals had appeared in the eastern frontier territory, they ought to have sent people at once. They say they have to supervise the magic crystals and can't spare the manpower. I say they plainly just want to squat on those crystal mines like parasites. Who doesn't know that the Tsangyuan territory's magic crystal smuggling is the worst in the whole empire? Seeing how furious Pazzi was, the attendant did not dare get too close. He knew Pazzi all too well. If one were to ask who in the empire hated demons the most, his master absolutely deserved first place. In all his years of following Pazzi, he had never seen him let a single demon go, nor had he ever seen him pardon a single noble who tried to get involved with magic crystals. It was precisely for that reason that Pazzi had offended quite a number of people, and so he had failed to remain in the imperial capital and instead could only travel from place to place hunting demons. "Those nobles have always been like this, my lord. Please don't be too angry. Perhaps in a few days the lord of the eastern frontier will be able to send reinforcements after all. It is his own territory, so he must be anxious too." Hearing that, Pazzi let out a cold snort, lifted the cup, and waved the attendant away. "Wait for him." "Wait until when? Besides, I've already gone to inspect the barracks. The men under him are all raw recruits who just enlisted. Relying on him would be worse than doing it myself." Thinking that, he turned and asked the attendant, "What about the matter I told you to investigate? Did you find anything?" The attendant hurriedly nodded. His master also had a flaw. Once he got angry, innocent people often suffered for it. At this moment, with Pazzi already in such a temper, he did not dare be the slightest bit negligent. "I found it. 3 days ago, there really was a merchant caravan that set out for the Tsangyuan territory. It was the Black Flag Caravan, an old established merchant caravan trading among the triangle formed by Eastern Frontier, Ruisin, and Tsangyuan. The one leading it was Eastern Frontier's steward, Meyer." Pazzi set down the water cup and stared at the tiny whirlpool still spinning inside it. At such a critical moment, he sends the territory's chief steward away to do trade. I really don't know what he's planning. Forget it. At least this proves he truly didn't lie to me. You may go." The attendant bent slightly, then after hesitating a moment still opened his mouth to comfort him. "Master, please don't be too angry. Take care of your health. I told you to leave. I don't need your comfort." The attendant ran into a wall, but had no real reaction. He had long since grown used to Pazzi's sharp tongue and soft heart. He nodded slightly and withdrew. The room fell silent once more. Pazzi leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. But there was another thing troubling him as well. The badge he had placed outside the cave had still not activated. By all rights, it should trigger as soon as a demon touched it. Could it be that the lust demon had simply never returned to the lair? No, I need to go see it myself. He was just thinking this and preparing to stand. The door opened again. The attendant poked his head in and lightly knocked. Why are you coming in again? Master, the Lord of the Eastern Frontier has sent someone. He requests that you come to the castle for a meeting, saying there is important information to report to you. Oh, Pazzi smiled faintly. As expected, he can't sit still anymore. Inside Eastern Frontier Castle's banquet hall, every lamp was blazing. This banquet hall, used only to receive important distinguished guests, had not been opened in a long time. Today, it had finally come alive again. Countless lights had been lit, and through the refraction of crystal chandeliers the hall gleamed with golden brilliance. On both walls hung grand portraits of the past lords of the Eastern Frontier territory. These paintings, all done by famous local artists, seemed to watch you no matter from which angle you looked. In the center of the banquet hall stood a massive square table, draped in heavy cloth and embellished with gold thread decoration. This hall, large enough to host over 100 people at once, currently seated only 2. I sat upright in the seat of honor, accepted the wine glass handed to me by a maid, and raised it in salute toward Pazzi below me. What exactly is this man trying to do? Pazzi thought to himself. He frowned slightly, though his hand still lifted his glass in return. He had only just arrived at Eastern Frontier Castle. He had assumed I had some pressing matter to discuss, but instead he had been led all the way into this brilliant, opulent hall. The whole thing left him utterly confused, especially since he had expected I was finally planning to send troops. The cup held rich, fragrant wine, and from the first sip one could tell it was extremely valuable. Pazzi smacked his lips and finally asked the question that had been troubling him. Lord Highs, to invite a mere knight such as myself with this much pomp and circumstance, isn't that a bit too wasteful? I was in the middle of taking a big gulp of wine. Hearing that, I paused, then gave a hearty laugh and set the glass down. Strictly speaking, a knight of your rank isn't actually qualified to dine here. But to satisfy your curiosity, I can tell you. The number of missing people in the territory is still increasing, and I hope you can eliminate the demons in this land as soon as possible. I raised my glass again and gave Pazzi a slight gesture of respect. When you're asking a favor, you ought to show some proper attitude. Pazzi understood. My meaning matched his guess. Since the badge he had placed at the cave entrance had shown no reaction, that meant the lust demon was still roaming outside. With women in the territory continuing to disappear, this lord of the territory had finally become unable to sit still. Still, he had not expected me to remain so obviously unwilling to put in effort. Though even if I truly wanted to contribute, Pazzi had no regard for my recruits who could barely even hold their spears steadily. Lord Highs need not worry. I have already requested aid from the Tsungyuan territory. Reinforcements should arrive soon and deal with the demons in your lands. Hearing that, my expression visibly turned unpleasant. Knight Pazzi, let me speak frankly. In handling demons, I trust you greatly. But if you truly cannot deal with it, then perhaps tell me the location. You may be able to wait, but the people of the Eastern Frontier cannot. After all that circling, he still wants to know where the magic crystal vein is. Pazzi saw through my intention at once. With the Eastern Frontier territory's military strength so weak, what could it possibly use to eliminate demons? If I wanted the location, wasn't it obviously for my own little schemes? Still, Pazzi did not want to become hostile with me. After all, aside from a bit too much curiosity about the location of the magic crystal vein, I was overall still a qualified and benevolent lord. Pazzi had always shown sufficient respect toward lords who cared about their farmers, and unless absolutely necessary, he would never tear relations apart. Who doesn't have a few private motives? If a man wanted to make some money to develop his territory, Pazzi could understand that. It could not be that just because he himself was a saint, everyone else had to be one too. Thinking that, he answered me in a slow, measured way. Lord Highs need not be concerned. These lust demons are all under my surveillance. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, you've been staying in Eastern Frontier County all this time. Perhaps this is somewhat rude, but may I ask how exactly you are monitoring those demons? He's only an ordinary man, Pazzi reassured himself inwardly. Many lords thought themselves exalted because of their rank, yet knew next to nothing about true power. Whether it was the church or the 12 knights, the power they commanded far exceeded anything these mortal lords could imagine. At the entrance to that cave, I set a restriction. As long as a lust demon approaches it, the restriction will inflict severe damage upon her and let me sense it at once. He did not mind introducing these lords, proud and self-satisfied all their lives, to a bit of the church's power. In a certain sense, that was also one way to intimidate them. Sure enough, I showed exactly the expression Pazzi had expected. Then, if an animal or some person approaches and triggers your restriction by mistake, what happens? It won't harm some farmer who wanders in by accident, will it? Pazzi took a sip of the wine swirling in his cup and waved his hand casually. No need to worry. This restriction only affects lust demons. Other animals or humans approaching it will not trigger it at all. As for the puppets in the cave, without the lust demon's orders, they will not act. Then if, say, it's the lust demon who triggered the trap, then I suddenly stopped. It was as if the soul had been pulled from my body. My eyes were empty, and even my movements had gone rigid. Pazzi immediately caught this abnormal reaction. Lord Heis. He reached out and waved a hand in front of me. I snapped back to myself. It's nothing. I just got distracted for a moment. Meanwhile, in Blackwater Village of the Eastern Frontier Territory, dark clouds covered the sky. The entire village was as silent as stagnant water. Most of the people in the village had, at the order of the Lord of the Eastern Frontier, already relocated to Eastern Frontier County for refuge. At this moment, the village was nearly deserted. The streets were utterly dead, and only a mottled stray dog in one corner sniffed carefully about in search of something to eat. It nosed along the wall and suddenly sensed a trace of movement. Animal instinct told it that something was approaching. It let out 2 small huffs, then continued sniffing. In this village it had never encountered any danger, so naturally it paid no further attention. Whoosh! A spear shot through the air and pierced straight through the stray dog, pinning it firmly to the base of the wall. After a brief silence, a pair of slender pale hands pulled the spear back out from where it had embedded 3 inches into the wall. The figure wore a huge cloak that concealed the whole face and upper body, with only a single strand of hair hanging down. As she looked around, a large crowd of similarly dressed girls surged out behind her. Their movements were perfectly uniform. Hugging the walls, bent low, they crossed the street in swift silence without making a single unnecessary sound. Only one person in the group stood out. That figure was noticeably shorter than the other girls. At this moment, she walked to the spear-wielding girl's side, glanced once at the stray dog that had already gone limp, and spoke, her voice carrying a trace of anger. Succubus 145, do not make unnecessary moves. Yes, Lady Aurora. Succubus 145 bowed respectfully, then silently merged back into the flow of bodies. Aurora nodded in satisfaction. This mission had been executed excellently. All 200 succubi had put on cloaks, slipped out of Eastern Frontier County, and moved in stealth the whole way. Before long, they had arrived at Blackwater Village. At this moment, all the newborn succubi were moving forward in perfect silence and uniformity. Every single one of them seemed to have been precisely arranged, cleverly avoiding the villagers as they moved through the darkness. And all of this was thanks to me. At that moment, I casually wiped away the sweat beading on my forehead under the guise of raising my glass. Through the power of the Crown of Dominion, I was sharing perception with 200 succubi, controlling them as they avoided the villagers of Blackwater Village and advanced toward the forest. The ability was powerful, but the drain it placed on my mind was equally terrifying. Just now, a momentary lapse in concentration had nearly exposed several newborn succubi. Fortunately, I corrected it in time, and they were not discovered. I looked toward Pazzi seated below me and gave him a slight nod. I had no idea whether he had noticed anything strange just then. I speared a piece of beef with my fork and thought to myself, while it was unlikely that Pazzi could guess what was happening in Blackwater Village at that very moment, caution was always safest. I had already drawn out the information I wanted from him. What remained was simply to keep his attention fixed firmly here. Lord Heis, there is one more thing. Pazzi took a small sip of wine and raised his head. Since you have invited me so warmly, then I may as well be frank. Pazzi's expression hardened. He slowly set down his wine glass, looked directly at me, and said word by word, the appearance of a magic crystal vein in the Eastern Frontier Territory is a major matter. Presumably you also know the imperial law. All output from a magic crystal mine must be strictly counted and handed over to the Empire. I nodded slightly. Of course I knew that. It was just that I probably would not be able to do it. You may also know that the smuggling of magic crystals in the Tsangyuan territory has always been extremely serious. I hope you will not follow in their footsteps. Pazzi thumped his chest. From the bottom of his heart, He admired me as such a talented young lord. Over the years, he had seen too many lords corrupted by power and wealth, and every one of them had once been full of lofty ambition too. A lord like me, one who cared for the farmers, was truly rare. He did not want me to develop covetous thoughts toward magic crystals. Of course, I know the imperial law perfectly well. Although the eastern frontier territory has gone many years without support from the empire, I am still, after all, a member of the empire. I patted my chest and spoke with heroic confidence. The empire may fail me, but I will never fail the empire. Good. Pazzi smiled faintly. No matter what I might become in the future, at this moment he truly felt that I was a friend worth making. Ever since joining the church, he had rarely made friends anymore. In his eyes, the church was filled with dignitaries greedy for power and devoted only to enjoyment. As the child of commoners, Pazzi had no wish to wallow in the same filth as them, and naturally, he was marginalized within the church. As for me, based on his investigation into my background as a young lord, I was likewise an overlooked younger son, born to a maid, and presumably had not had an easy childhood in the eastern frontier territory either. For a child raised in such an environment to still possess such a sincere heart moved Pazzi deeply. If not for the mission weighing on him, he really ought to sit down and have a proper talk with this Heis. So he thought to himself, but I had no time to pay attention to his expression. Under my control, 200 succubi were steadily passing through the village, and my mental strength was finding it more and more difficult to support operating on two fronts at once. The Crown of Dominion isn't as easy to use as I imagined. My own fault for not testing it in advance. I grumbled inwardly. The control granted by the crown actually had a rather limited range. Only within 1 or 2 kilometers around me could I control them easily. The farther away they were, the more concentration it took. Blackwater Village was more than 10 kilometers from Eastern Frontier Castle. Just a few minutes of detailed control had already left me dizzy. Lord Heis, perhaps noticing something strange about me, Pazzi stood up directly this time and walked over to my side. I'm fine. I hurriedly waved him off. In my consciousness, I was controlling the final squad of succubi as they left the streets of Blackwater Village. The consumption was too much. If this continued, my plan to launch a surprise attack on the Lust Demon's lair tonight was very likely to go wrong. Thinking of that, I rubbed the corners of my eyes. The longer this dragged on, the easier it would be for something to go wrong. 200 succubi hiding in the wild were extremely easy for Pazzi to detect. But my mental strength was already no longer sufficient to support commanding this group of succubi in continued battle. Leaving it entirely to Aurora might not be a problem, but what if something unexpected happened? Should I gamble on it? That question kept turning over and over in my mind. Pazzi had also noticed my condition. I was soaked through, with great beads of sweat rolling down my forehead, and I looked to be in extreme discomfort. Lord Heis, what is wrong with you? If you are unwell, I can cast a simple healing spell on you. But I shook my head, my voice low and my expression somewhat twisted. There has been too much going on in the territory lately, and Myra is no longer by my side. I've overworked myself and have a bit of a headache. Forgive the unsightly display. Hearing that, Pazzi showed a trace of approval. How diligent indeed. At that thought, he reached out, preparing to use healing magic. Every one of the church's 12 knights was proficient in magic. Healing was not his specialty, but simple magic was still effortless for him. There is no need. I grabbed his hand at once, then swayed to my feet and leaned close to his ear. The Tsan territory is at most 3 days from here. Since you still haven't acted, I fear they are unwilling to offer support. With the beast calamity approaching, I am truly worried for the safety of my territory. If you are unwilling to tell me the location of the magic crystals, that is fine. I can place all the new recruits under your command. I only hope this burden in my heart can be removed as soon as possible. Whatever time you intend to act, simply tell me. Pazzi patted me hard on the back. Lord Heis. All the countless words in his heart were finally compressed into just those 4. Pazzi's life had been a simple one. His parents had died at the hands of demons, and he had grown up in an orphanage, later raised by a farming family. But not long after, that farming family too had died at the hands of demons. His entire life had been spent resisting them. Anyone who shared his purpose, he treated as a friend. I have already urged the Tsan territory to send troops. If they still do not send reinforcements within 3 days, then I alone will destroy this nest of demons for Lord Heis. Pazzi's tone was firm. He had always walked the path of fighting demons. To eliminate demons for the Empire was the duty of one of the 12 knights, even if it cost him his life. The next morning, I woke from pain. I absolutely can't do that again next time. The strain is too much. I really can't bear it. I opened my bleary eyes and reached up to touch the cold crown on my head. Only before going to sleep last night had I discovered that once the crown was put on, it could never be removed. Fortunately, I felt nothing from it in ordinary times. Otherwise, wouldn't I slowly turn into some kind of monster in the future? I climbed out of bed and, with the help of a maid, got dressed. "How is Ayla?" I asked the maid beside me. Ever since being severely injured in that lair, Ayla had been recuperating in my bedroom. Her injuries had seemed serious enough that she could only wake occasionally and exchange a few words with me. "She is awake and waiting for you in the room." I nodded slightly and headed straight for the bedroom. The curtains had not been drawn, and the room was dim. Fragrance lingered in the air, almost as if a faint pink mist filled the room. "Master, my deepest apologies." Seeing me enter, Ayla quickly stirred and tried to rise to bow. "No need. How are you resting?" I helped Ayla up and sat facing her. Without Ayla's assistance, I always felt as if something were missing. Besides, Ayla probably still did not know about Aurora yet. In order to let her recover as quickly as possible these past few days, I had not told her any of my recent plans. "I'm already fine. I can return to work at any time." Ayla turned her body and revealed her smooth back. The wound that had once stretched from shoulder to waist had disappeared, leaving behind only a faint scar. Succubi had astonishing recovery ability. From what I had observed over these days, even the scars on her body were gradually fading. Good. Only after seeing that Ayla had fully recovered did I finally relax and begin telling her about everything that had happened these past few days. "Yes, your choice was correct. However, if I had been the one commanding, you probably would not have had to strain yourself so much." Ayla's expression was unexpectedly calm, which shocked me greatly. She and Meyer had always been at each other's throats over the position of chief steward, and now Aurora had appeared too. Yet Ayla showed not the slightest reaction to Aurora's existence. About Aurora, I still cautiously began. After all, I truly did not want to relive those previous scenes of open hostility. But Ayla's expression did not change at all. She merely tilted her head and said calmly, "Aurora is of great help to you. However, she cannot compare to me. As your first divine succubus, I am irreplaceable." She seemed able to see through my thoughts. "I need to remain in the castle and take charge, managing daily affairs for you. Letting her direct this operation of yours is no problem." I nodded. With that, I could finally set my mind completely at ease. At present, everything was developing in a positive direction. Pazzi needed 3 days before he could act, while I would recover my mental strength by tonight. Thanks to the manpower I had previously recruited in bulk from among the farmers, I had already had torches and long spears urgently made for those 200 succubi to use against the lust demon puppets. Right now, they were hidden in the woods beside Blackwater Village. All that remained was to wait for nightfall, then launch a surprise strike in one blow. The only uncertainty was that lust demon. According to Pazzi, there ought to be a lust demon in that lair. Yet on my previous trip there, I had not seen her at all, and the restriction Pazzi left behind had already been accidentally triggered by me last time. That meant neither of us knew the current whereabouts of the lust demon. The reason I had not chosen to send Aurora in with her team for a direct assault last night was precisely because I feared this unknown factor. I had no idea how strong the lust demon actually was, and Aurora herself was only level 10. If a real fight broke out, the casualties would likely be severe, perhaps even total annihilation. "What is worrying you?" Ayla could sense emotions, so naturally she noticed my hesitation. "I'm thinking about where that lust demon might be hiding. These past few days, women are still continuing to go missing, which means she has not stopped." I stroked my chin, trying to sift through the information I already had for some clue. If she really is inside the lair, then how should we deal with her? These 200 newborn succubi were all the capital I had. Apart from them, there were only 50 or 60 human recruits left in the territory. If the losses became too great, then the favorable situation I had worked so hard to stabilize would collapse back into chaos. "Ayla, I have a task for you." After thinking for a while, I still felt I could not place all my eggs in one basket. Succubi were my main force, but a human army was equally an important part of the territory. I had always thought that making the succubus army my main force would be enough to solve most enemies. But now that I considered it, that view was still too shallow. My goal from the beginning had never been to build a realm inhabited only by succubi, but rather a territory where humans and succubi could coexist. With that in mind, I instructed her, "Take some valuables and food and go to the market outside the castle. Tell them that any adult man over 20 who is willing to become a professional soldier can receive a sum of silver coins and grain. After some thought, I added another warning to Ayla. Do not go too far. The Eastern Frontier territory needs farmers. You need to learn how to coexist with humans. That was Ayla's greatest problem. As a succubus, she was extremely indifferent toward humans. Or rather, she was equally indifferent toward all weak creatures. That ran completely contrary to my own thinking. When she was at my side, she would restrain her feelings. But once I sent her out alone on a task, I still could not help giving her repeated instructions. Ayla pressed her lips together and finally gave a silent nod, then soon left the room. Watching her departing figure, I sighed. Next, it would be my turn. Yesterday, I had kept Pazzi firmly in place under the pretext of a banquet. Then what excuse should I use today? Hundreds of people battling in a cave would inevitably release some kind of aura. If I could not keep Pazzi away from Blackwater Village, then there was a very real chance of being discovered. While I was still hesitating, hurried footsteps suddenly came from the corridor outside. A guard rushed in, gasping for breath. His helmet sat crookedly on his head, and his clothing was in disarray, as though he had just fled from some disaster. From what he was wearing, I recognized him at once as one of Cana Village's watchmen. What is it? Why are you in such a panic? For a guard from Cana Village to suddenly run all the way to Eastern Frontier Castle clearly meant something urgent had happened. Sure enough, after catching a few breaths, the guard immediately dropped to his knees. Report to the Lord. A large beast calamity has appeared near Cana Village ahead of schedule and is gathering outside the village. My expression hardened. I had assumed there was still some time before the beast calamity, but I had not expected it to arrive so quickly. Ayla had gone to recruit new soldiers, and Aurora had taken 200 people to raid the magic crystal mine. So at this moment, I had only a little over 50 human recruits left under my command. Had I not already given the order that the people from the surrounding villages should all withdraw to Eastern Frontier County? Why are there still people there? Anger rose in my chest. The evacuation order had been issued a full week ago. For something like this to happen at such a critical moment was nothing but trouble for me. The guard trembled, clearly frightened by my scolding. In reply, my lord, the notice really was sent out early. But some people did not believe the beast calamity would strike a second time, and they were also worried about the harvest, so they never withdrew. There are still at least 40 households in the village. Hearing that, I could not help taking a long breath. Should I pull those 200 people back? Impossible. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Repeatedly shifting them around would easily leave clues for Pazzi. Then bring Ayla along. That would be difficult too. Ayla was not a purely combat-focused succubus. She could fight one against many for a while, but against the rolling tide of a beast calamity, she likewise would have no power to resist. I paced back and forth in the room, then suddenly stopped. I've got it. Assemble all the soldiers in the barracks and go out through the main road with me. We leave immediately for Cana Village. Pazzi was awakened by the noisy commotion outside the window. His head ached terribly, and he climbed painfully from the bed. What is with the wine in this Eastern Frontier territory? He recalled last night's banquet. Even with magic helping him break down the effects of the wine, he had still found it difficult to resist. He reached out and felt the fluctuations in his magic. The badge placed at the entrance to the Lust Demon's lair still had not been triggered. I didn't have time to go last night. Now I have to check it myself. Pazzi struggled to get up, then suddenly noticed the noise outside the window. Looking through the glass, he saw what seemed to be a large crowd of villagers gathered along both sides of the road in the distance, cheering excitedly. The sound came in waves, shaking even the glass panes. Jamie. He called out the name of his attendant. Very soon, Jamie gently pushed open the door. Master, you're awake. Jamie skillfully brought water and a towel and stood waiting at the bedside. What's happening outside? Why is it so noisy? Pazzi rinsed his mouth and wiped his face in a practiced motion. Oh, I heard that the Lord of the Eastern Frontier is personally leading troops to Cana Village. It seems a beast calamity is gathering there. Oh, hearing this, Pazzi paused what he was doing and turned once more toward the window. With only those few dozen recruits in his territory, he's still going to resist the beast calamity himself? Exactly. Isn't that something? A lot of the farmers from Eastern Frontier County have even volunteered to join along both sides of the road. They say this lord personally led troops to fight the beast calamity last time too and protected the farmers. And this time he's marching out again to protect Cana Village, so he's deeply loved. Pazzi froze for a moment. He had personally inspected the barracks before and knew perfectly well what military force I could actually bring to bear. Nothing more than a little over 50 new recruits who had only just learned to hold their spears steady. With strength like that, even if I brought several hundred farmers, it would still be like throwing eggs against stone. Has he sent anyone to ask for me? Jamie shook his head like a rattle drum. Now that was strange. He had personally seen me fighting off the wolf pack near Cana village before, so why would I not come ask for his help? The more Pazzi thought about it, the stranger it seemed, and he simply got out of bed, grabbed the long sword nearby, and went out. The streets were packed with people. Quite a few farmers held baskets high in their hands, clustering along both sides of the road, craning their necks in expectation. Most of the baskets contained food and bandages. A few farmers also held pitchforks, spears, and other weapons, eager to join. Pazzi squeezed into the crowd and looked toward the castle as well. Before long, a procession emerged from the castle, instantly setting off a new wave of sound. Long live the Lord! The Lord is wise. I am willing to follow my Lord and defend our home together. Amid the surging sea of people, one man rode forward on horseback. His armor gleamed with silver light, and the heavy white cloak on his shoulders bore the huge crest of the eastern frontier territory. He wore no helmet, his hair tied back, revealing a jawline carved as if by blade and axe. A sword hung at his right side, while his left hand waved in acknowledgement to the crowd. And the most eye-catching thing of all was undoubtedly the golden crown atop his head. Under the sunlight, the crown gave off a dazzling radiance, making it seem as though his whole body stood bathed in light. That man was me, the Lord of the Eastern Frontier Territory. Before I had even ridden close, a great number of farmers carrying all manner of weapons rushed forward and knelt along both sides of the street. And I simply raised a hand slightly in response. What a young knight. Pazzi stared directly at me, and our eyes clashed in the air. A moment later, I reined in my horse before him. Dressed in full order, I appeared courteous and refined, placing my right hand over my chest and inclining slightly. Knight Pazzi, Lord Highs. Seeing me behave with such formal sincerity, Pazzi did not hesitate and quickly straightened to return the salute. You are truly preparing to take the field yourself? I nodded, then swept my gaze over the farmers all around us. There are still over 40 households in Cana village that have not withdrawn. They are my people. If even I abandon them, then whom can they hope will save them? My words immediately stirred a wave of cheering from the crowd. The young women all lifted their handkerchiefs and waved them at me. In the customs of the Eastern Frontier Territory, that was what women did when they admired a man. Pazzi nodded. After these past few days of dealing with me, he really could imagine me doing something like this. As far as I know, you do not seem to have many soldiers. That's right. I nodded, then turned and pointed at the long line of men behind me. These are all my soldiers. And the people standing along both sides of the road are also my soldiers. As long as they are willing to defend their home, they are all fine warriors. Those words actually left Pazzi somewhat ashamed of himself. If it were him, he likely would not immediately lead troops out personally to block the beast calamity, but would instead look for ways to avoid losses as much as possible. If you need it, I can lend you a hand. I smiled. That was the exact sentence I had been waiting for. From these two encounters with Pazzi, I could tell he was a very upright man. Though I did not know what he truly thought of me, I was certain that Pazzi would never simply stand by and do nothing. And besides, I had put on such a grand display and publicly raised him high before the people. Whether out of regard for the church's reputation or his own convictions, Pazzi had no reason to refuse. Then on behalf of the people of the Eastern Frontier Territory, I thank you in advance, Knight Pazzi. When dealing with someone this upright, one had to provide full emotional value. I understood that deeply and at once took hold of Pazzi's hand and raised it toward the surrounding crowd. Instantly, the cheers swelled up like a boundless sea and engulfed the two of us. And amid that tide of laughter and celebration, I, for a moment, lost focus. In the forest outside Blackwater Village, Aurora let out a huge stretch and jumped down from a tree. Sleeping in a tree really is uncomfortable, she muttered softly. But when she turned her head, she saw a girl standing behind her. Lady Aurora, Master has ordered that we begin moving, the succubus said quietly. At once, a rustling sound spread through the forest. Countless graceful figures dropped from above and landed on the grass. They had all spent the night hanging from the trees to rest, and now, having received my order, they awoke from sleep at the same instant. Aurora pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. My crown of dominion could only connect to newborn succubi and had no effect on a divine succubus like her. As a result, although she was nominally in command of this operation, at any given moment one of the succubi around her might suddenly speak in my tone and relay an order to her. This made it impossible for her to even sneak in a short nap. Forget it. Once this mission is done, I'll have Master reward me by letting me sleep properly in his arms. Aurora quickly smiled again. She swept her eyes over the succubi around her, roughly counted them, and then gave a loud order. Now, carry out Master's command and launch the raid on the lust demon's lair. The moment she finished speaking, light flashed in her hand. Her weapon was actually a set of spindles, with countless threads wound around them, strands floating through the air. Innumerable figures moved at once, slipping swiftly beneath the cover of the trees. This forest lay right against the border of the human empire, and no one noticed them at all. The silent succubus force quickly crossed the Black River and, in the clear morning, began its operation. I sat atop my horse and severed my consciousness from the succubi. This was the solution I had come up with to deal with the excessive drain of the Crown of Dominion. Since controlling 200 people at once consumed too much mental energy, I would normally maintain a connection with only a single newborn succubus, hand all command over to Aurora, and intervene personally only in emergencies. That way, I could still grasp the situation there in real time while greatly increasing my own endurance. Before setting out, I had already realized something. Most of the disappearances of women occurred during the daytime. In that case, why insist on waiting until night to attack the lair? Attacking by day might bring some unnecessary complications, but it also gave me a chance to miss the lust demon while she was out luring women away. Opportunities like this, where Pazzi could be drawn north to Cana village, were not common. I could not afford to wait until night. Within my mind, my field of vision was moving through the forest together with one cloaked figure after another. Very soon, the assault could begin. I opened my eyes. The situation at Cana village was not optimistic. The moment I saw the outline of the village in the distance, I quickly noticed the dark mass of beasts surrounding its outer perimeter. No wonder those people had not tried to flee. At that scale, they probably would have been overtaken after only a few steps. Many in the force behind me also caught sight of the scene outside the village, and unrest quickly spread through the crowd. Have everyone put on armor and prepare themselves. At my order, several mounted soldiers spurred their horses down the line to relay the command. Lord Heis, is this the beast calamity? At my side, Pazzi had also noticed the state of Cana village. Looking into the distance, he frowned slightly. This kind of beast calamity, which appeared only on the northeastern frontier, was his first time experiencing it in person. Though many stories circulated throughout the empire, only by seeing it with one's own eyes could one feel the oppressive force it carried. On three sides of Cana village, countless black shapes flickered among the trees, almost linking the entire forest into a single mass. This scale was far greater than the pack of demon wolves I had encountered near here last time. Still, those magical beasts looked somehow. They're letting us in, I said in a low voice, answering Pazzi's confusion. Looking at the beast horde outside, my heart sank. As the lord of the eastern frontier, I was intimately familiar with beast calamities. The appearance of such a huge beast swarm meant only one thing. A beast king had already been born within it. At the beginning of a beast calamity, it's only magical beasts gathering and following instinct to harass nearby villagers. But once a beast king appears, that means the beast calamity has fully taken shape. Looking at this, the beast king is probably mixed in with the horde itself. It wants to surround the point in order to ambush reinforcements. As I explained in a low voice, I raised my right hand. Behind me, the force began stepping forward with thunderous footsteps, slowly advancing toward the village. At this moment, the low walls around Cana village were already packed with villagers. As soon as they spotted my force approaching from afar, they immediately began shouting loudly and opened the village gates. Lord Heis, Cana village defense officer Kaipar reporting to you. Why have you come personally? The guard at the gate, after recognizing me, immediately dropped to his knees. His armor was different from the other guards in simpler gear. Over his fine iron mail, he wore a short tunic, and at his waist hung a massive sword nearly as wide as a thigh. Rise. I merely swept my gaze over him briefly before looking away. The troops quickly cleared out a house in the center of the village to use as a temporary base. Inside, Pazzi, Kaipar, several newly promoted captains, and I sat around a square table. No one spoke. The air was thick with oppressive tension. Once the army entered Cana village, the beast horde swiftly sealed the final open side. Cana village had become an island. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes. In my mental vision, countless graceful figures were crouched low in the tall grass, encircling the black cave entrance. 200 succubi had already reached the entrance to the lust demon's lair and were waiting for my order. This was not yet the moment for me to take full control of them. By my estimate, 200 newborn succubi armed with torches would be enough to face the mindless puppets in the cave. And there was also a powerful individual like Aurora among them. Very soon, at a mere movement of my will, countless figures began to move at once. First, two succubi cautiously touched the cave entrance. After confirming that the golden barrier did not appear, all the succubi, under Aurora's unified command, began entering the cave. Countless torches drove back the darkness within the cavern. Aurora, escorted by over a dozen succubi, advanced at the very front of the force. Before coming, she had already learned the cave's basic layout from me. Yet strangely, not a single corpse was to be seen inside. Didn't Master say he fought them in here? Then why aren't there any bodies at all? Aurora muttered to herself and continued deeper in. The passage she was now traveling through was no different from an ordinary cave. Before leaving the cave last time, I had already taken all the magic crystals from the passage. The force continued forward, and before long Aurora heard cries of alarm from the newborn succubi ahead. At the same time, through the vision of the succubi in the group, I also sensed the state of the cave. They had reached the edge of the pit. The pit below remained pitch black, but with the torchlight, it was just barely possible to make out the moving heads at the bottom. "You few, come forward." Aurora waved to the rear, and several succubi carrying sacks stepped up. The sacks were filled with glass bottles containing a reddish-brown liquid that swayed in the firelight. To deal with the lust demon puppets, whose numbers far exceeded ours, I had thought of this method. I had issued the defensive fire oil jars used by the castle's guards to several succubi. Since the lust demon puppets feared fire, these oil bottles were the best weapons against them. At Aurora's order, the oil bottles exploded across the pit floor, and immediately several torches were thrown down after them. At the same moment, the puppets in the pit moved. They still made no sound at all. Only the drum-like, dense pounding of footsteps echoed through the cave. "They're coming." My gaze sharpened. However, I did not project my awareness onto the outermost succubi who were about to make contact. Instead, I continued observing. I also wanted to take this opportunity to test Aurora's capabilities. The cave grew chaotic, but Aurora did not disappoint me. She stepped back 2 paces and swept her right hand forward. "Raise the torches." Over a dozen succubi moved at once, lifting torches and bracing spears, quickly sealing off the one slope that could be used to come up. Fire spread beneath in the pit, and countless pale bodies twisted in the flames. Seeing this, I smiled faintly. Pazzi truly had not lied to me. Fire was deadly to these puppets. What remained now was simply to exterminate them. Spears lined the slope and completely sealed the puppets' only avenue of escape. By the light of the fire, Aurora clearly saw the scene below. Although the burning oil had ignited a large section of the pit floor, it had not covered all of them. At this moment, the lust demon puppets, awakened by the flames, were moving up the slope with twisted steps. "Leave it all to me, Master." She gave a light laugh and tightened her grip on the spindle in her hand. Once I confirmed that the battle situation favored us, I withdrew my consciousness. The battle in the lair was proceeding smoothly, but the situation at Cana village was far from optimistic. A knock came at the door, and an armored soldier jogged in. "My lord, all the soldiers have been deployed to the walls, but the beast horde has made no move to attack." I nodded faintly. Before taking residence in this makeshift command post, I had already learned the rough state of Cana village's defenses from Kaipar. A simple low wall had been erected around the village. Though it was made of wood and only a little over 1 person high, it could still resist attacks from most small and medium magical beasts. But my greatest problem right now was insufficient defensive strength. Most of Cana village's population had already taken refuge in eastern Frontier County. Counting the villagers still capable of fighting together with the local defense force, there were fewer than 150. Add in the troops I brought, and even at the highest estimate I had fewer than 300 people. But the magical beasts outside were endless in number. Not only that, but on the way here I had also seen small groups of magical beasts continuously gathering around the outskirts of Cana village. If we want to successfully drive back this beast calamity, we probably have to find the beast king within the horde. After thinking for a moment, I voiced the key to the battle. Since the beast horde had made the deliberate move of inviting us into a trap, the beast king had to be hidden among them. As long as we could force it out somehow, then with Pazzi's strength we could kill it in one blow. Once the beast king died, the beast calamity itself would also disperse. Just as I was thinking, a long wolf howl rang out from outside the room. The beast calamity had begun. Inside the cave, the two forces had already collided. The pale puppets were like a wave of the sea. Though weakened by the torchlight, their strength and speed greatly reduced. They felt no fear of injury and threw themselves forward one after another against the succubus line. The succubi's defense, meanwhile, was like the reef at the shore. Countless spears formed a thicket of steel, and any puppet that struck it was instantly pierced full of holes. These newborn succubi were far weaker than the puppets in raw strength, but they had the advantage of cooperation and weapons. Every time a gap opened, fresh succubi immediately stepped up to fill it. The slope was narrow, allowing only a dozen or so to stand abreast, and the puppets' vast numbers could not spread out there at all. They could only be picked off one by the succubi. Aurora found a protruding section of cave wall and sat there quietly, watching the puppets hurl themselves fruitlessly against this steel defensive line. Though for the moment the succubi held an overwhelming advantage, Aurora knew very well what their actual situation was. The number of puppets in the cave far exceeded the 300 I had described. Standing at a slightly raised position, she could see at a glance that the entire mass below was densely packed with pale puppets. The succubi were steadfast in will, but the puppets were even more fearless of death. Soon the slope had begun piling up with corpses in mounds like little hills. The succubi had to use their spears to shove the bodies aside in order to clear the ground before them and continue fighting. Casualties had already begun appearing. Aurora was not truly a command-oriented succubus. She could only sit in the center and hold the line. As for how exactly to deal with the situation before her, she had no clue at all. Where's Master? Why hasn't he taken over the succubi yet? Aurora was beginning to find the sight unbearable. 7 or 8 succubi at the front line had already fallen, and the rest were struggling desperately against the endless assault of the puppets. She leapt down from her perch and landed among the succubi. No one is allowed to retreat. At her command, the formation slowly opened a path. Aurora's steps were slow, and as she walked she stretched lazily. Pale blue ripples spread out from her in rings. The slowing aura had activated. The instant the blue ripples touched the puppets, their movements seemed to slow by countless times. The situation reversed in an instant. The groans of succubi falling vanished, and instead they began pressing the line forward. The two sides crashed together once more in silence, and the only sounds in the cave were spears piercing flesh. Aurora stood just behind the front rank of succubi. Her long golden hair rose high as if moved by wind, and pale blue light flowed within her eyes. She was petite, but framed by wave after wave of blue energy. She seemed positively sacred. She spoke, her voice lazy yet carrying unquestionable authority. Just like that. Push them back. On the battlefield at Cana village, I stood atop the tallest wooden watchtower in the village, my brow tightly furrowed. The dark mass of beasts was surging against the outer low walls. Countless arrows poured down from the wooden barriers. These bows and crossbows were powerful. A single arrow could pin smaller magical beasts like demon wolves and demon dogs to the ground the instant they charged the wall. Slightly larger demon boars only needed 2 or 3 arrows before losing all forward momentum and collapsing in spasms. For a moment, the beast horde almost seemed to be suppressed, but I did not relax my vigilance. From this high vantage, overseeing the entire situation, I only felt more and more chilled as I observed. The Beast King's intelligence was not low. It kept sending small beast groups to attack from all directions, which likely meant it was probing for weak points in our defense. I narrowed my eyes and carefully examined the magical beasts below charging the walls. Sure enough, among the beasts at the front, I saw only the weakest types like demon wolves and demon dogs, with only the occasional demon boar or demon horse appearing. Suppressing the unease in my heart, I could only first think of a response. I had focused entirely on drawing Pazzi away from Blackwater Village to make action easier, and in doing so I had overlooked the danger of the beast calamity itself. Before coming, I had thought the force attacking Cana village would be nothing more than a small beast pack. After all, beast calamities normally formed in this way. First small-scale harassment, then large-scale assault, and only in the end would the Beast King appear. But I had not expected this Beast King's intelligence to be so high, even tinged with arrogance. It had allowed me to lead my force into Cana village, and only then launched its attack. It was almost like a human. A chill ran down my spine, and I quickly turned my gaze toward the distant horde. Lord High's hurried footsteps climbed the tower. It was Pazzi. Blood dripped from his sword, yet not a speck of dust stained him. I've just come back from the northern side. Looking at the horde, I fear it will not break through the defenses anytime soon. No, I shook my head. Pazzi was not from the borderlands, so naturally he did not understand the danger of beast calamities. During the last one, the horde, under the command of a tiger-like Beast King, had cut all the way into eastern Frontier County. If my body's original owner had not established a defensive line in time, The entire eastern frontier territory might have been wiped out. And now, the beast king hidden in this horde was likely even more cunning than the last. These beasts are probing the weak points of our defense. Look at the horde in the distance. There are clearly large magical beasts like demon apes and demon oxen mixed in there, yet not a single one is taking part in the assault. I pointed toward the distant beast horde and explained in a low voice. Following the direction of my finger, Pazzi soon noticed the faintly visible shapes among the forest shadows. Recalling the enemies he had just fought, he instantly understood the situation. Then what do we do? He, too, realized the seriousness of the matter. As one of the 12 knights, he was absolutely not the sort to grow careless or underestimate an enemy. Now that he knew the beast horde was still building up its strength, he immediately began considering countermeasures. I was hesitating as well. At present, we had not yet suffered casualties. Though the walls were not high, they gave the soldiers an excellent angle for shooting. There should still be magpies. I closed my eyes, recalling the last great battle and trying to find the key to breaking this deadlock. Right now I still held the upper hand, and I even still had Pazzi as a trump card not yet played. Knight Pazzi, how many magical beasts do you think you can handle? Hearing that, Pazzi froze for a moment. After thinking briefly, he thumped his chest. Me? I can hold one sector by myself without a problem. As he said it, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Though my analysis had also made him feel the situation was not promising, he still had great confidence in his own strength. I nodded and placed both hands on the railing, looking down below. Then all that remains is to see when these beasts launch their full assault. Since I was on the defensive, all I could do now was wait for the Beast King to commit to the general attack before searching for an opening. It's time to see how things are progressing on Aurora's side. I closed my eyes and activated the power of the Crown of Dominion, instantly connecting myself to the succubi. Darkness. I froze, then hurriedly connected my awareness to a large number of newborn succubi at once. At first the vision was blurry, but after a moment I could finally see. A great many succubus corpses lay scattered throughout the cave. The battlefield had already shifted into the passage. The succubi formation had been completely broken. They were fighting separately, each on their own, in the narrow corridor against puppets outnumbering them several times over. I had not evolved them with the bone spurs needed for close combat, and now that weakness was showing. Without formation, the spear lines could barely function in such a narrow tunnel. With no one directing them, the succubi had fallen completely into chaotic melee. Damn it! I only stopped paying attention to this side for a little while. How did it turn into this? I cursed inwardly and immediately connected myself fully. The succubi had already lost 40 or 50. The remaining succubi were using torches to resist with difficulty. At a thought from me, they began slowly regrouping in an organized fashion under my control. And then I saw Aurora floating in the air. Aurora was furious. The very first task Master had entrusted to her had been botched. She floated in midair, her long hair flying like venomous snakes poised to strike. Countless pale blue ripples spread outward from her as the center. She had already expanded her slowing aura to its limit. Every puppet in the entire passage was under its influence. But such a wide-scale release came with a fatal flaw. The slowing effect was nowhere near as overwhelming as it had been when first used, when it had nearly frozen the puppets in place. Aurora clenched her teeth. The wider the range, the weaker the slowing became. Even forcing her power to its utmost, she could only make the puppets lag for brief instants. Whoosh whoosh. Sensing an enemy closing in, Aurora swung the spindle in her hand. The incredibly fine silver-white threads seemed to gain a life of their own, instantly wrapping around a puppet lunging at her. The threads tightened, carving blood-red lines into the puppet's body. With a sudden clench of Aurora's fist, the threads gave a wet snap and twisted the entire puppet into a cloud of blood mist. How filthy! Aurora turned slightly to avoid the spray, but she could not help frowning. At some point, these puppets' strength and bodies seemed to have been gradually hardening. At the beginning, she only needed to flick her spindle lightly to cut them into pieces. But now, she had to pour in noticeably more force to strangle a single one. She had no idea what was affecting their strength, and anger churned in her heart. If these puppets had not suddenly become stronger, she would have nearly pushed the line all the way to the bottom of the pit. With a huff, she swung the spindle again and attacked a puppet that was trying to pounce on a succubus. But before her threads could bind it, 3 succubi had already darted forward, and 3 spears sealed off the puppet's retreat from different angles at the same moment. With a dull thud, the puppet was pierced through, twitched twice, and stopped moving. Master! Aurora was overjoyed. The moment she saw the succubi begin defending in coordination, she knew it was me. I'm sorry, Master. It was my mistake. So many sisters were killed and wounded because of me. Aurora descended from the air and landed steadily among several succubi. With my control taking hold, the succubi who had been fighting separately in the tunnel began slowly gathering together, forming groups of 3 or 5 and forcing the puppets back from the line. Far away in Cana village, I let out a muffled groan. Though I outwardly seemed to be observing the beast horde outside, my consciousness had in fact fully descended onto the battlefield in the lair. As my headache intensified, I linked myself to all 150-odd remaining succubi. My style was different from Aurora's. As the Lord of the Eastern Frontier, raised since childhood with elite training, my combat instincts were beyond question. The instant the line stabilized, I began controlling the succubi on both flanks to launch a counterattack. How did these lust demon puppets become this tough? The moment the two sides clashed, I also noticed the changes in the puppets and was filled with uncertainty. Their physical quality was on an entirely different level from those I had cut down before. It was lucky we had brought a large number of torches for cover. Otherwise, today's plan might well have failed at the last moment. After only a brief pause, I moved at once. Large numbers of torches were hurled from behind the spear formation, and the cave lit up bright as day. The lust demon puppets were clearly heavily affected. Under the double pressure of the torches and Aurora's slowing aura, they were steadily driven back and soon pushed once more to the mouth of the slope. My expression darkened. I had also realized that the number of these puppets far exceeded what I had expected. Could it be that the lust demon herself was inside the cave? It couldn't really be that much of a coincidence, could it? Looking at things overall, today's plan was already the best solution I was capable of. The only variables had been the beast calamity and the lust demon. I had already encountered the former. I had not expected the latter to appear at the same time as well. Though worry not at me, I still had no intention of retreating. With Posse around, every action of mine had to be executed against the clock. Otherwise, with my own temperament, I would already have thoroughly investigated the inside and outside of this cave before making a move. I focused again and pushed the line forward under my control. Great stretches of the pit were burning with fierce fire. Once that fire oil caught, it did not go out for a long time. The moment it touched a puppet, it clung like bone-deep poison and set it entirely ablaze. For that reason, all I had to do was drive the puppets back down into the pit. Before long, they would be burned away in the flames. My mental strength was draining rapidly, but the results were obvious. Under my command, the succubus force soon pinned the puppets completely at the bottom of the pit, and great numbers of them turned to ash in the fire. Their burning made no sound at all, only the crackling pop of flames. The battlefield was gradually growing calm. I withdrew my consciousness. The remaining cleanup could be left to Aurora. The plan to raid the lust demon's lair had succeeded. Sunlight stabbed into my eyes, leaving me momentarily dazed. I had only just pulled back from the shared consciousness and had not fully adjusted. Noisy shouting entered my ears, and I looked down. I had spent nearly an hour controlling the battle in the cave. By now, the beast horde outside Cana village had shifted from probing into full assault. Countless magical beasts slammed against the wooden walls from all sides. This time the horde had come all at once. Numerous giant demon oxen charged in. Fortunately, the wooden walls of Cana village had been reinforced, or they would already have been shattered. I knew perfectly well that the only reason Cana village was still resisting this flood of beasts was the protection offered by the walls. Once a breach was opened, it would be nearly impossible for human soldiers alone to stop charging magical beasts. This was a lesson paid for in blood by generations of the Eastern Frontier. Still unwilling to give up, I kept scanning the horde for the Beast King's shape. Beast Kings were extremely special individuals, often marked by unusual fur color or build. The last Beast King, for instance, had been a massive white-striped tiger. But after searching all around, I still found nothing remarkable. Strange. In a beast calamity, the Beast King usually leads the charge and tears open the walls himself. Why is it refusing to show itself this time? I was baffled. According to the methods handed down for resisting beast calamities, the Beast King normally took the lead early in the assault, smashing a hole in the defenses. If one seized that chance to weaken it, then slowly wore down its strength and finally sent in elites to finish it in one decisive blow, the calamity would end. Yet the corpses of magical beasts outside the wall had already piled into little hills, and there was still not a trace of the Beast King. These human soldiers were not succubi. I had no way to directly take over their bodies and defend with them. If enough time passed, the line would inevitably develop weak spots. Once several leaks appeared and brought down the defense as a whole, then even with Posse as my hidden trump card, it would already be too late. Just as I was thinking, a shrill scream rose from below. The beast corpses piled at the wall had formed a makeshift slope. Using that ramp, a silver-white demon wolf lightly leapt up onto the wall and sank its jaws into the neck of a farmer soldier. The others tried to rush over and close the line, but that brief loosening of the defense triggered the collapse of the entire section of wall. Countless demon wolves followed the silver figure's example, leaping up one after another, and quickly tore open a breach. With the bows and crossbows no longer suppressing them, huge demon oxen and demon horses began changing direction and charging toward the side where ranged fire had grown weak. Posse, standing atop the watchtower, I roared that single name down toward the troops. A silver-white figure immediately shot out from the crowd so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. Posse had moved. The long sword in his hand was too fast for the naked eye to follow. In only a few exchanges, he cut down every demon wolf that had leapt onto the wall, leaving only the original silver-white wolf that had first broken the line. That wolf seemed to sense Posse's strength. With a low growl, it sprang back down off the wall and vanished into the horde. The defensive line quickly began pulling itself back together, while Posse and I looked at another part of the battlefield at exactly the same time. At the very moment the silver-white wolf disappeared beneath the wall, a soul-shaking roar erupted from the middle of the battlefield. It was a demon ape, and its huge body looked utterly out of place among the rest of the horde. Its black fur seemed to swallow all light, like a suit of hard armor wrapped around its frame. The instant it appeared, the horde answered with waves of howling cries. Without a single word exchanged, Posse's figure vanished from where he stood. Planting one foot on the wall and launching off with all his force, he became like a spinning top and smashed straight into the middle of the beasts. His intention was to kill that demon ape beast king by his own strength alone. Before leaving the watchtower, I checked the battle at the lust demon's lair once more. The cleanup there was finished, and the remaining lust demon puppets seemed to have retreated from the pit through a hidden passage. Aurora was now directing the surviving succubi in collecting magic crystals. I descended from the tower and, escorted by several guards, moved toward where the demon ape was fighting. The operation was nearly complete. As long as Posse killed the beast king, the beast calamity would disperse on its own, and the several problems that had been plaguing me would all be solved. As I moved quickly through the village streets, I noticed that cracks had already begun to appear in the defenses in quite a few places. Though the walls were supported by bows and crossbows, their numbers were still too few, and a great many of them were only hastily conscripted farmers. The first collapse happened on the section of wall nearest the demon ape. While my guards and I were crossing a street, a huge demon ox smashed down the wooden barrier and crashed headfirst into a house. Fill the gap. I gritted out the order. Sure enough, once enough time passed, weaknesses were beginning to open in the line. For guards beside me immediately rushed forward, trying to organize defenders and close the breach torn open by the demon ox. Most of the beast horde on this side had their attention drawn by Posse, and under the hurried redeployment of the guards, the breach was actually blocked for the time being. Looking out through the broken wall, I caught sight of Posse. Layer upon layer of silver-white shockwaves were exploding through the beast horde. Posse stood among them like an unshakable rock in a waterfall, and any magical beast that came even near him was torn into blood mist. Climbing up onto the wall, I was finally able to take in the entire battlefield. The demon ape beast king was roaring as it fought Posse. Though its fur was hard, it was no match for the edge of Posse's sword. Those thick arms flailed wildly, but not a single strike touched him. In only a few exchanges, the demon ape beast king's fur had already been drenched in blood. Posse did not even need any technique. Every step he took forward was accompanied by a casual sweep of his sword. The violent sword energy tore in all directions, cutting the demon ape beast king's arms until flesh and blood flew. So this is the strength of the 12th night. Posse is this terrifying? He's probably far beyond the level Ayla guessed at 40. I only hope he resolves things here quickly and leaves as soon as possible. Watching Posse move like a god of war made my heart pound, and I could not help plotting in my mind. Perhaps I could use the beast calamity itself and have both sides wear each other down. If Posse were badly wounded, he would have a hard time taking over the investigation into the Eastern Frontier territory afterward, and perhaps it would buy me even more time. My eyes glittered as I stared fixedly at Posse and the demon ape beast king locked in combat. The only pity was that the demon ape beast king was too weak. perhaps the weakest Beast King in all the history of beast calamities. Then again, that was normal enough. The smarter a Beast King was, the weaker its personal strength usually became. It was a pity, but this demon ape was clearly a Beast King of intelligence rather than battle. Even if I deliberately wanted the two to grind each other down, it seemed unlikely it could injure Pazzi in the slightest. The battle between man and beast had already entered its final phase. The demon ape Beast King was being steadily forced back, blood spraying from all over its body. It roared again and again, trying to launch one final desperate counterattack. I stopped watching and turned to leave. I still had to split my attention to oversee the succubi transporting the magic crystals back to the castle. So naturally, I had no time to watch a battle with no suspense left in it. Once the Beast King died, the beast calamity would end. Before Pazzi finished his fight, I had to arrange the mining on the other side as quickly as possible. Under the cover of the guards, I descended the wall and returned along a side path to the temporary command post. As I walked, I linked my consciousness to the succubi in the cave. Barrel after barrel of magic crystals was being carried up from the pit, and I was deeply satisfied. This time, my gains were immense. It could almost be said that I was returning fully loaded. Master, I've already sent a small group out first with 2 barrels of magic crystals. We're carrying them out of the cave in batches. Aurora also noticed my consciousness arriving and immediately made her report. As I walked, my steps grew lighter. This operation was ending almost perfectly. Once the magic crystals were in hand, I could begin strengthening the succubi, leveling up Ayla. My steps stopped dead. Through the succubi's night vision, I saw a blurry figure. It stood in the passage, long hair hanging loose, a pair of golden eyes glowing like molten light. I was shocked. Aside from a somewhat familiar silhouette, those golden eyes belonged to none of the succubi. In an instant, I guessed the identity of the newcomer. The lust demon. Every hair on my body stood on end, and I immediately tried to cast my consciousness fully into the succubus group. But I failed. My body was shoved hard aside by a guard, and I fell straight backward. What? I had no time to react. It all happened too suddenly. Before my eyes could adjust from the cave's darkness back to the outside light, I had already hit the ground. Only when warm liquid splashed onto my face did I see what had happened. 4 guards stood in front of me with swords raised, braced for battle. Facing them was a magical beast. Its silver-white fur glinted coldly in the sunlight, and its black eyes were fixed on me. It was the very same demon wolf that had first leapt onto the wall and attacked the defenders. I shoved aside the dead guard whose body had fallen on top of me and sprang to my feet. Why is there a demon wolf here? I had no time to think. The lust demon had now appeared in the cave, and the situation there was critically dangerous. I had to break free from here at once and take over the succubus group. Attack! At my shout, the 4 guards charged together. Though one of them had already been taken down in a sneak attack, they were fully confident in 4 against 1 against a single demon wolf. Flash! The silver-white demon wolf moved almost at the same instant as my command. Its sharp claws swept out, actually tearing straight through one guard's iron armor. After killing one, it twisted its body in an eerie way while still in midair, barely evading the other guard's sword strikes. Not right. My eyes sharpened. This wolf's strength is definitely not at the level of an ordinary demon wolf. Combined with the way it was the first to realize it could use the corpses to leap the wall and start the attack, plus that obviously weak demon ape outside, I understood in an instant. This unimpressive silver-white demon wolf before me was the true Beast King. It had leapt onto the wall first to demonstrate the method of attack to the other beasts. Then it had sent out that terrifying-looking demon ape to impersonate the Beast King and draw away the core combat strength. Finally, with its agile body, it had slipped into the village in secret. I remembered the deep eyes it had shown when it leapt back off the wall. This beast had seen me issue orders to Pazzi and had decided I was someone important. It had hidden itself among the beasts, tracked my movements the whole time, and chosen the very moment I moved away from the front lines to launch its ambush. This Beast King's intelligence was truly terrifying. That whole chain of thought took less than half a breath. Seeing another guard dropped in an instant, I stopped holding back. Summon. Even while positioned behind the defensive line, I had never once ignored my own safety. Carelessness and underestimation belonged to fools, while I always planned for the worst possible outcome. The one remaining magic crystal in my pocket was flung out by my hand. Purple light flashed wildly, and 5 newborn succubi appeared in the air. Kill it, I ordered coldly, and the 5 succubi launched a lightning-fast assault at once. The Wolf King paid them no mind at all. It kicked off hard with its hind legs, felled the final guard, and then steam began hissing from its entire body. In its eyes, these 5 girls were no opponents at all. I had not evolved any attack methods for the newborn succubi. The only things they could rely on were their claws, which were not particularly sharp. But I was here. The distance between me and the succubi was only 5 steps. The power of the Crown of Dominion allowed me to completely take over these 5 succubi's bodies. This is my field. Purple blood sprayed through the alley, and a hazy fragrance mingled with the smell of blood. The 5 succubus girls took up separate positions and faced off against the Wolf King. Under my control, all 5 moved in near-perfect synchrony. They could attack from multiple angles at once, and their defense showed flawless coordination too. But the succubi's weaknesses were still too severe. Freshly summoned, they had no weapons for attack and not even a scrap of clothing for protection. Though the Wolf King was not a power-focused beast and thus lacked some brute force, after several exchanges the succubi were still each wounded. This thing really is troublesome. Seeing that the Wolf King still would not fall, irritation rose in me. This beast was ruining my plans. Not only was the situation at the Lust Demon's lair now unclear, but on this side Pazzi would also soon kill the demon ape and arrive. In a situation where every second mattered, I had actually been unable to finish off this Wolf King at once. Next time, no matter what, I'm giving them something with killing power. I clicked my tongue and once more drove the 5 succubi into a surround attack. This time, I did not send all 5 directly in. Instead, I had 2 of them pick up the weapons lying on the ground. If claws can't break its defense, then I'll switch to swords. The effect of that adjustment was immediately obvious. 3 of them pinned the Wolf King in place while the other 2 launched sword strikes, and soon they tore open a wound in its hind leg deep enough to expose bone. Still not fast enough. Pazzi could appear at any moment. I need to end this even faster. Seeing that this round of assault still had not killed the Wolf King in one blow, I let out a cold snort. Drawing my own sword, I connected my consciousness to the other 5. I joined the battle personally. The Wolf King also seemed to sense the danger closing in. A deep growl rose from its throat, and it bared its sharp fangs. As if I'd be frightened by a growl like that. At a thought from me, 3 of the succubi attacked from the front and rear. What a pity that the bewitchment effect seems useless on beasts, or this would never have dragged on this long. While I complained inwardly, the 2 sword-bearing succubi had already rushed in together with me. Swordlight flashed, and our 3 blades completely sealed the Wolf King's escape. A whoa! At the final instant before being struck, the Wolf King used that peculiar move of its again. With no foothold whatsoever in midair, it forcibly twisted its body and barely dodged the fatal cuts from 2 of the swords. Trying to run again, but my sword had already arrived. I had noticed that special technique of its earlier when the guards fought it and had already been on guard against it. Now I held nothing back, slashing down with savage force, my sword light like a plunging waterfall. A whoa! This strike landed squarely across the Wolf King's waist, and blood burst everywhere. Even so, the Wolf King's body was much tougher than ordinary magical beasts. Though struck in the waist, its will to fight did not diminish at all. Its crimson eyes swept back and forth, searching for weaknesses in our formation. But under my direct control, the 6 of us moved as one, front and back perfectly coordinated, giving the Wolf King no opening at all for a counterattack. After several more exchanges, the Wolf King was gradually being pushed into disadvantage. It was breathing in harsh, hissing gasps, and several deep wounds had already been carved into its body by our swords. I was just about to continue the attack and finish this beast in one decisive burst when I heard footsteps behind me growing louder. They were heavy, far too heavy to belong to ordinary guards. Pazzi, he dealt with the demon ape that fast? Though I had expected it, I had not imagined Pazzi would find his way here so quickly. My brow tightened. The fight could not continue. Pazzi was about to arrive. If these succubi stayed here, I would probably be ground to dust by him on the spot. Go! I bit down in fury and forced out that single word. Aurora and the others reacted without the slightest hesitation, flashing away down the narrow path at once. The Wolf King seized that same chance and had long since vanished as well. Phew! I let out a long breath and rubbed my forehead. Everything had happened too suddenly. It was my miscalculation. I don't know how things are on Aurora's side. I need to hurry and… Just as I was about to reconnect my consciousness, I suddenly saw the guard who had been struck down first twitch slightly by the wall. Not dead. My gaze swept across the alley at once, and then I strode toward the guard. My lord save. Seeing me approach, the guard let out a faint sound, trying to call for help. Thud. My ornate sword drove straight into his chest. With a twist of my hand, The guard's heart stopped beating. I don't know if any others are still alive. I yanked the sword free. These guards could not be allowed to live. They might have personally seen me summon succubi and fight beside them. Before I had fully won people's loyalty, I could not trust a single one. If even one of them survived and spread word of this, what awaited me would be death with no road out. I checked the fallen guards again and again, and gave another finishing stab to the one who still had a breath left. Then I dropped the sword and waited quietly for Pazzi to arrive. Before long, footsteps sounded at the alley entrance. Pazzi looked somewhat disheveled, yet his eyes still burned with battle spirit. 2 guards followed behind him as he hurried over. The moment he saw the corpses littering the alley, his pupils contracted sharply. Lord High's this? What happened here? He had defeated the demon ape beast king, only to find that the beast horde not only had not retreated, but had instead grown even more frenzied. Surrounded by large groups of beasts, he had no choice but to fall back behind the walls, and no sooner had he returned than he heard a wolf howl from inside the village. After asking around, he learned that I had already been escorted back toward the village center, so he had rushed here at once. Seeing me covered in blood gave him a genuine shock as well. I sighed and bent to pick up the ornate noble's sword. Seeing that the battle seemed nearly over, I intended to withdraw. I never expected to be attacked inside the village itself by the Beast King. What? Pazzi froze for a moment, then immediately understood why the alley was filled with bodies. That demon ape wasn't the Beast King. The real Beast King was that white wolf. It tracked my position the entire time and ambushed me here. Unfortunately, these guards were all killed by it. As I spoke, I kicked the wall in anger. I fought for my life, but I still failed to kill the Wolf King. It got away. Hearing that, Pazzi lowered his head as well. Everything that had happened today had exceeded his expectations. He had never imagined that besides demons, there could be an enemy in this world so cunning. It had not only lured him away, but had carried out such a precise decapitation strike. Looking at the blood all over me, he stepped forward and patted my shoulder. Lord Highs, do not blame yourself. They died protecting you. Their deaths had meaning. Back when he had first become a knight of the church, he too had experienced companions falling before his eyes because of his own helplessness. Seeing the tragedy in this alley now, he could not help but empathize. Report. Another burst of hurried footsteps came from the alley entrance. The newcomer was another guard. The beast horde is retreating. We held them off, my lord. The moment he finished, the other 2 guards immediately burst into cheers. We did it. We held, Lord. Pazzi glanced at me. My expression was complicated. There was no relief at having survived disaster, only deep concern. Come, Lord Highs. I believe the villagers of Cana village will thank you. He patted my shoulder again, trying to comfort me. This outstanding lord who had just directed the repulse of a beast calamity. I nodded and said nothing. The group quickly returned to the front lines. Countless soldiers atop the walls were cheering loudly. They hurled their weapons high into the air and waved toward us. Pazzi responded warmly to a scene like this. To him, the praise received after protecting the weak was one of the great motivations behind becoming a knight. Countless people surged toward me, loudly chanting my name. Pazzi looked at me with a pleased smile, and I was staring blankly at the sky. My consciousness connected to the succubi. Before doing so, I had imagined many possibilities. Aurora was only level 10, and her combat ability was clearly insufficient. The succubus group had probably taken heavy losses. An even worse possibility was that the lust demon was too powerful and had wiped them out entirely. But after a brief bout of dizziness, I was astonished to find that the succubi were actually moving swiftly along a forest path. What was going on? I was confused. Yet at present, it seemed the succubi had already withdrawn safely from the cave. There were even several of them at the rear carrying wooden barrels. No casualties. I was baffled. I had genuinely prepared myself for the worst. Yet the consciousness shared back to me clearly told me that all of this was real. I let out a long breath and withdrew from the connection. Whatever had happened inside that cave, at least my succubi were safe. At the moment, I needed to gather up the villagers of Cana village and leave this place as quickly as possible. Count the dead from this battle and bury them on the spot. As for the remaining villagers, all of them are to proceed to Eastern Frontier County for refuge. I gave the order to the guard beside me. That Wolf King was not dead, only severely wounded. With its intelligence, it was highly likely to seek revenge at an opportune moment, and the beast calamity would probably rise again before long. I sighed and looked around at the soldiers, but saw no sign of Pazzi. Where is Knight Pazzi? In reply, my lord, Knight Pazzi said he was going to inspect the lust demon's lair and left ahead of us. I nodded. Fortunately, Aurora had already led the succubi away from there. What Pazzi was about to see now was probably nothing but corpses all over the ground. A satisfied curve rose at the corner of my mouth. The force soon departed Cana village. When I returned to the castle, the first thing I saw in the throne hall was Aurora and Ayla. What exactly happened over there in the cave? Seeing that Aurora was safe and sound, my mood relaxed as well. I slowly settled back onto the throne and crossed one leg over the other. After a whole day of tense fighting, I could finally rest for a moment. Aurora dipped slightly at the waist. Though she looked rather bedraggled, her spirits were bright. The moment she heard my question, she immediately came closer. Master, while we were collecting the magic crystals, the lust demon suddenly came back. But she fell into my illusion, and I used that chance to have all the succubi withdraw from the cave immediately. She puffed out her chest proudly, her eyes narrowing into crescents. We weren't able to bring all the crystals back, but I had already ordered some succubi to move 2 barrels to the entrance ahead of time. I brought back both of those, and no one noticed anything. Hearing that, I nodded slightly. The moment I imagined Aurora's weird ability stuffing a lust demon's head full of all sorts of nonsense memories, I could not decide whether to laugh or cry. Well done. Looking at the expectant expression on Aurora's face, I reached out and rubbed her head. Aurora made a contented little hum like a docile kitten. Master, Ayla's cool voice interrupted my reward. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she gave me a small bow. The next time a task of this danger level arises, I believe it should be me who leads the team. Aurora's level is too low. She is liable to encounter enemies she cannot handle. She paused briefly. Besides, when it comes to command, I am better suited than Aurora. I patted Aurora lightly, signaling her to stand up. Ayla's words did make sense. This time, my preparations had clearly been insufficient. On the way back, I had already carefully reviewed the series of actions taken today. Overall, there was simply too much information I still did not possess. The appearance of the Wolf King and the aura emitted by the Lust Demon had both put enormous pressure on me. Right now, countless eyes might be watching me. Walking on a knife's edge like this, the only way for me to remain undefeated was to grasp as much information as possible. I would not be given a second chance. With that thought, I spoke slowly. This operation was basically within my control. Although the appearance of the Lust Demon disrupted the plan to transport all the crystals, we have already destroyed a large number of puppets. As for the Lust Demon, we may as well leave that to Pazzi. Ayla, how did the recruitment of new soldiers go? I looked toward Ayla again. This operation had not only given me some additional information, it had also shaken my confidence in my current military strength. The Endless Beast Horde, Pazzi who could fight 100 alone, and the Lust Demon who controlled innumerable puppets. Taken as a whole, their strength might not have surpassed mine by much. But what I had to run was the entire Eastern Frontier territory. I could not concentrate all my power in one place. So in terms of military force, I found myself at a disadvantage on every front. I needed more men, more soldiers, to fill the gaps across multiple battle lines. Master, our territory currently has nearly 200 new recruits. However, after Meyer left with the noble guards, there has been no one left who can provide them proper training. So I estimate that it will still take some time before they become a true fighting force. Meyer? Hearing Ayla mention her, I suddenly realized that Meyer had not sent any message back at all. Counting the days, she should be returning soon. Understood. I nodded. What I urgently wanted to know now was exactly how many magic crystals we had stolen back from the Lust Demon's lair. That would determine all of my plans moving forward. Leaving the throne hall, I headed straight toward the rear of the castle. In order to make the newborn succubi's living conditions less crowded, and also to take advantage of photosynthesis to reduce their consumption of magic crystals, I had set aside an empty granary after returning to the castle and used it to house the girls. Around the granary, I had already given strict orders that no servant was to approach without my permission. Pushing open the door, I saw the succubus girls resting inside. The floor was covered with straw, and the girls lay about in little groups of 3 or 5, occasionally laughing among themselves. They had all changed out of their combat leather armor and were now wearing only long dresses, filling the room with a soft, suggestive spring-like scene. The moment they saw me enter, the succubi all stood up and bowed respectfully. Master, I nodded faintly and stepped into the granary with Ayla and Aurora at my side. 2 huge wooden barrels stood neatly in the center of the granary. They were the very magic crystals brought back from the Lust Demon's lair. The moment I lifted the lids, the room was immediately bathed in purple light, drawing the succubi nearer to look. More than I imagined. After a simple count, there were roughly 300 magic crystals in total. I swept my hand out. The very first thing I had to do was evolve the newborn succubi. Third evolution, newborn succubus, consumes 20 magic crystals. From this battle in the cave, as well as from the fight with the Wolf King, I had discovered a serious problem. The newborn succubi relied far too heavily on weapons and had no particularly high combat ability of their own. Not evolving bone spurs as a combat option earlier had remained a hidden danger from the beginning. Please choose one trait. Refractive skin. Newborn succubi are harder to notice in darkness. Aura masking. Newborn succubi can consume stamina to conceal their aura and disguise themselves as humans. Skeletal reinforcement. Grants newborn succubi a stronger physique and a larger body. Even random trait rolls can really go crooked. Looking at the 3 traits before me, I sighed. Not a single one directly increased combat power. Only skeletal reinforcement looked like it might at least help a little. Skeletal reinforcement was good, but aura masking was simply too important. With that ability, the succubus group would be able to travel with me anytime, anywhere. After hesitating for a moment, I still chose aura masking. Newborn succubus promoted to succubus. Current life rank, D. Another panel appeared before me, and around me, I heard a series of crackling sounds like bones popping. When I looked back at the succubus group, their physiques had clearly changed somewhat. The newborn succubi before had been frail, looking as though they might collapse in a strong wind. After 3 evolutions raised their life rank, their builds had obviously grown much sturdier. I even felt that one of these succubi now could fit 2 auroras inside her. Good thing I didn't choose skeletal reinforcement. It seems increasing life rank itself already strengthens their constitutions to a degree. Unfortunately, I still didn't roll an offensive trait this time. I refused to believe my luck was really that bad. Grinding my teeth, I took more magic crystals from the barrel. If it doesn't work once, then do it again. I refuse to believe my luck can stay this awful forever. Evolve. First evolution, Succubus, consumes 40 magic crystals. Having failed once, I stubbornly converted the crystals in the barrel into streams of light again. Please choose one trait. Heat resistance. A succubus's resistance to heat is greatly increased. Light weapon mastery. Allows succubi to skillfully use light weapons. Storage hump. Allows succubi to store the vital essence they ingest and absorb it when hungry. It went crooked again. 3 black lines nearly appeared on my face. I looked down at the barrel by my feet, now already half empty. The next evolution would require 80 crystals. I cannot keep gambling like this. Light weapons. I hesitated for a moment. Does that mean this batch of succubi is going to be a weapon-focused line? I was not happy with the result. Ideally, I wanted something like bone spurs, an offensive method built directly into their bodies. That way, even if I summoned them in a hurry, they could immediately serve as combat power. A weapon route had the advantage of variety, but all those weapons would have to be forged with actual silver and gold from my own coffers. Still, compared with the other 2 near-useless traits, I chose light weapon mastery. Looking again at the barrel by my feet, I made a quick estimate. It was time to replenish the scale of the force once more. After the battle with the lust demon puppets, my succubus numbers had dropped to around 150. Having witnessed the grand scale of today's battle at Cana Village, I had already made up my mind to expand even further. Summon succubus, life rank D, magic crystal cost, 1 per person. The moment I read the panel text, I slapped my forehead. Damn, what a loss. Once a succubus had been promoted to D rank, the cost of summoning had become 5 times more expensive. If only I had known, I would have summoned them first and promoted them afterward. Watching the crystals in my hand turn into streams of light one after another, my heart felt as if it were bleeding. The 2 once full barrels were rapidly consumed until only a small remainder was left. And at this point, the number of succubi in the room had already climbed to 500. The room, which had felt spacious before, instantly became a little crowded, while the newly summoned succubi looked around curiously. Ayla, they're in your hands. After giving the crowd a quick sweep of my eyes, I left behind that one sentence and hurried out. With so many succubi packed into one room, the sweet hazy fragrance hanging in the air was making my whole head spin, and on top of that, the newly summoned ones were barely clothed. At my age, I was truly afraid I might fail to keep myself under control. Aurora, come. Leaving Ayla in the granary, I took Aurora back toward the throne hall. This harvest could be called enormous. First, we had eliminated the puppets in the magic crystal cave. Though we had not managed to seize very many crystals, I had at least gained information on the lust demon. Second, the progress of the beast calamity had been delayed. A large number of beasts had been killed outside Cana Village, and the Wolf King had also been seriously wounded, so it should be difficult for another large-scale beast calamity to gather again in the short term. Last, my military strength had expanded enormously. Counting the 200 human soldiers and the newly summoned succubi, I now commanded more than 700 professional soldiers. In the surrounding region, that could already be considered a force of some significance. Most territories relied mainly on conscripted peasant levies, supplemented by a small number of elite knights. Professional soldiers were expensive to maintain. So many lords had no more than 1,000 elite troops under them, because anything more would become impossible to support. But I had no such concern. My succubi needed neither food nor wages. As long as I had magic crystals, I could expand endlessly. It seems I'll have to make another trip to the Lust Demon's lair and see if I can bring back more crystals. I was fairly satisfied with my current position. Even if Pazzi returned to the lair and discovered someone had gotten there first, he would never suspect me, the lord who had just been resisting the beast calamity. The question was how to find a way to go there again. I still had not given up on the crystals in that cave. 500 succubi needed feeding, Ayla and Aurora needed leveling, and I needed crystals to expand my strength. It seems I'll have to wait for Meyer to return. Since the Tsangyuan territory could smuggle them, there had to be some kind of loophole in the system. As I was thinking, Ayla had already returned from the throne hall. Behind her, 2 succubi in plain robes carried in the remaining half-barrel of crystals. Master, the succubi have all been assigned. I've also drawn off a portion to take care of your daily needs. She waved a hand, signaling the succubi to set down the barrel. Daily needs? One of my eyebrows rose slightly. In that regard, Ayla truly had thought things through. Although the castle had taken in a great deal of new manpower, the number of maids had not been greatly replenished. But having succubi take care of my daily needs, that sounds more like I'll be the one feeding them. Ayla seemed to understand my concern, and she pointed at the 2 succubi behind her. Rest assured, master. I've trained them. They won't do anything to you. As she said that, the 2 succubi behind her also immediately dropped to their knees. Very well. Hearing Ayla's assurance, I did not hesitate further. I walked over to the barrel and counted through it. After subtracting what I had spent on summoning, I was left with only a little over 30 magic crystals. Without control of that vein, I'm always constrained at every turn. I picked up 1 crystal and weighed it in my hand, my thoughts in turmoil. Most of the immediate problems before me had been solved, and now I could not avoid beginning to think about the future of the Eastern Frontier territory. When I had first transmigrated here, I had promised Meyer that I would make the Eastern Frontier great again. But the problem was that my power was inseparable from the succubi, and within the Empire, that was something completely unacceptable. Once the Lust Demon was dealt with, the Church would also send a supervisory court to be stationed in the Eastern Frontier territory. At that point, the succubi's activity would be heavily restricted. I hesitated. I wanted to find a way for succubi and humans to coexist, but in the human empire, that idea seemed destined never to be realized. Does that mean I really have to go so far as to separate from the Empire? This was the first time I had truly fallen into uncertainty. If I continued relying on the Empire's shelter, then I would never have a stable source of magic crystals. And without magic crystals, I could not expand my army, and my succubi would go hungry. Ayla, for example, since the day she was summoned, had not replenished her energy even once. I felt troubled. While thinking, I suddenly heard a crunching sound. Turning my head, I saw that Aurora had somehow crept over. At that moment, she was lying across the edge of the barrel, holding up a magic crystal and chewing on it in huge bites. What do you think you're doing? The corner of my mouth twitched. At this moment, Aurora looked exactly like a cat crouched by a fish pond stealing a fish. Hearing me, Aurora lifted her upper body out of the barrel and blinked innocently. I was hungry, so I'm eating. I pressed my lips together. Obviously, I could see that. But, wait a second. Something occurred to me, and I slowly turned my head until my eyes met Ayla's evasive gaze. Ayla, didn't you tell me divine succubi can't eat magic crystals to replenish their strength? I enunciated every word, nearly squeezing them out through my teeth. Feeling my furious stare, Ayla folded her arms and took half a step back. She still held her head slightly raised, trying her best to maintain an elegant posture with her arms crossed. But the way she stammered had already betrayed her guilt. Demons and demons can't all be judged by the same standard. 3 minutes later, the only sound left in the throne hall was crunching. Ayla and Aurora sat facing each other, each holding a magic crystal and gnawing on it in big bites. I sat beside Ayla, staring at her as she swallowed. So she wasn't hungry at all. She was pretending, just to get one taste of me. I rubbed the corner of my eye, and could not even be bothered to think about the future of the eastern frontier anymore. The problems in front of me were not yet solved. When the cart reaches the mountain, a road will appear. Aurora, can you estimate the lust demon's strength? Lust demon. She raised her head and thought for a moment. She seemed very strong, but after being hit by my confusion, she seemed very angry. At that very moment, inside the lair, Maggie was in utter confusion. She was a lust demon, one of the strongest beings among demons, yet she had been hard controlled by the lowest kind of succubus. Her mind was full of bizarre images. One moment she had been in a church, witnessing that blonde succubus marry a human brat. The next moment, she had become a maid helping that blonde succubus care for a child. Then after that, she was following behind that married couple's horse, watching them gallop away together. Even when the two of them were getting intimate, they had dragged her over to watch from the side. Bastard. She slashed open her own arm with one claw, and only by relying on the intense pain did she break free. Die for me. But the cave was empty. The blonde succubus and the other demons had long since fled. She rushed down to the pit floor and immediately saw that something was wrong. More than half the magic crystals on the cave walls had been mined out, piled on the ground in little hills. Could it have been the lord of the eastern frontier? She instantly locked onto the culprit. Her eyes were splitting with rage. If she had only held on for a few more days, she would have gathered 500 puppets. After the sacrifice, she would have received the favor of a greater demon and advanced into a divine lust demon. She had been just one step away. You damned wretch. I'll butcher you. Her roar shook loose pebbles from the cave's ceiling. So I really did find you. A cold male voice sounded overhead. Maggie was startled sharply. With her senses, she had not noticed anyone approach at all. This person is no simple opponent. Instinctively, she kicked off the ground and retreated at once. In the next second, a silver-white sword light crashed down where she had just been standing. A figure wreathed in white vapor rose from within that sword light, eyes glowing like molten lava, killing intent overflowing. So you knew your underlings couldn't win and came in person, did you? Maggie had been looking for something to vent her anger on. Roaring, she spread her arms, and purple patterns crawled across her entire body. She did not charge head-on. Instead, her figure blurred, and her whole body began vibrating at high frequency. Clang! The long sword crashed heavily against her arms, and pressure burst outward on all sides. After several exchanges, the man still had not fallen behind in the slightest. Good. No wonder you dared come in person. You do have some skill. Maggie laughed wildly. Her claws and his sword collided over 100 times in a few seconds, and the flying sparks nearly illuminated both their faces. She had absolute confidence. Within this magic crystal vein, her power was continuously increasing, and the higher her emotions rose, the faster that power flowed into her. As a lust demon, the fuller her emotions, the stronger she became. The only pity was that the man before her was terrifyingly calm. He suppressed his emotions so tightly that he gave her not the slightest opening to exploit. Worthy of being a lord, Maggie acknowledged his strength inwardly, but she never believed she would lose. As her emotions climbed higher and higher, the man gradually slipped into passive defense. She moved so fast that only an afterimage remained. At last, the man revealed an opening. Now, Maggie kicked him flying with one blow and extended her right hand, purple light condensing into a slender sword. This was her true trump card. As a demon transformed from a human, she possessed both demonic power and the human capacity to learn. This swordsmanship was her hidden killing move. The thin blade stabbed out countless afterimages. As expected, the man could not withstand it. After forcing her back, he turned and ran toward the cave entrance. Trying to run? You stole my things and still think you can leave. Maggie's eyes blazed with fury. After ruining her ascension ritual, she would never let him go. She would turn him and that blonde slut into living sculptures and torture them to the end of the world. The two quickly chased one another to the cave mouth, and the man burst out first. Maggie pursued him outside, only to see him stop there and assume a stance. Backlit, his face was impossible to see clearly, but she could sense it. He was pleased with himself. What exactly are you so smug about? Maggie thrust her sword out. Unexpectedly, the man did not defend. Only when the blade neared his face did he hurriedly raise his sword to block. Too late. The thin blade pierced straight through his right shoulder. What? This was the first time she had heard the man's voice. Immediately after, blinding holy light burst from his armor, and Maggie felt as if she had fallen into molten lava. Ah! She staggered back and fell to the ground. Large patches of skin sloughed off, and purple blood seeped endlessly from her body. Seeing that, the man did not continue the fight. He looked deeply toward the cave once, then turned and vanished into the forest. Pazzi only stopped after running a long distance, beneath a large tree. Leaning against the trunk, he sat down. Blood flowed from his right shoulder, staining his entire silver armor red. He breathed in harsh gasps, suppressing the illusions before his eyes. After being wounded by that strange sword, countless demons were beckoning to him. What is going on? He tore off his cloak and pressed it against the wound. He had been careless. The plan should have been flawless, yet somehow it had gone wrong. Why didn't the badge activate? Damn it, I should have checked it before going in. After leaving Cana village, he had already felt something was wrong. When he reached the cave entrance, he had indeed smelled dense demonic aura. The aura of the puppets had almost vanished, replaced by another. To find out what had happened, he had gone deeper alone. When he first saw the lust demon, he had not considered her troublesome. But as the battle continued, he realized something was wrong. Her strength far exceeded expectations and was still rising. And he himself had just fought a bloody battle against the beast horde. His stamina already pushed past its limit. That was why he had feigned defeat and lured the lust demon out of the cave. The badge at the cave mouth was supposed to trigger the instant it sensed a lust demon and severely injure her. But the badge had not gone off. Had he not dodged away from the horde in time, and had his armor's holy light not preserved his life, he would have died there today. Having survived disaster, Pazzi let out a long breath. What exactly happened? Why did the badge fail? Eastern Frontier Castle, the Lord's bedroom. Outside, the night rain poured in sheets. Aurora was curled beside my leg, sleeping soundly, while Ayla sat opposite, reviewing a stack of parchment. Moments this quiet were rare. Master, what are you thinking about? Ayla looked up and saw the distant look in my eyes. Ayla, do you think you can coexist with humans? This was the question that had always weighed on my mind. To make succubi adapt to humans, or humans accept succubi, was destined to be a difficult road. Me? Ayla froze for a moment. Those humans are also your subjects. I was born to assist you. Protecting them is naturally my duty. Humans are fragile, Master. They become lost, afraid, and consumed by desire. As a higher being, it is my duty to protect them for the sake of your ideal. A few traces of relief rose in my heart. Ayla was too proud. I had always worried she would not get along with humans. For her to think this way, even if her attitude remained lofty, was enough. Yes, if you can think that way, then that is very good. No sooner had I said this than hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor. Master, a maid-dressed succubus pushed open the door, her expression tense. What is it? Knight Pazzi has come. He's at the castle gate asking to see you. He seems to be injured. Ayla and I stood at the same time. Pazzi was injured? What could possibly wound him? Had he run into the lust demon too? But even so, it should not have gone that far. I lifted Aurora onto the bed and gave Ayla a look. Come with me. Then I ordered the maid. Have all succubi withdraw to the rear. None are to come out without my command. For Pazzi to visit at night, while wounded, meant something was wrong. There were still quite a few succubi in the castle, not fully hidden away. Though they now had aura masking, I still could not feel completely at ease when facing one of the 12 knights. I took my seat on the throne, tapping my finger against the armrest. Just wait a little longer. Let all the succubi hide in the granary first, then let him in. Master, could it be that he also encountered the lust demon? Ayla speculated softly. I thought the same. In this territory, aside from the lust demon, there was probably no one else who could injure Pazzi. I don't know what he wants from me. Whatever happens in a moment, you must remain calm. Before I had even finished speaking, heavy footsteps sounded in the hall. The main door stood open, and beyond them the rain poured like a curtain. All the torches outside the castle had gone out. Only a few remained lit in the throne hall. A man in white armor stepped inside, rainwater dripping from his shoulders. Each step he took struck the hall with a heavy echo. Ayla's sword-like brows knitted tightly. Since being summoned, this was the first time she had sensed an aura that threatened her life. The footsteps drew closer and closer. The human guards did not dare approach, only trembling as they raised their spears. By the torchlight, that figure gradually became clear. The right shoulder guard of his armor was twisted and deformed, and blood dripped down mixed with rainwater. He held his sword behind him in a reverse grip and stopped a few paces before the throne. Lord, Highs. Pazzi spoke, his voice low and calm. I have not summoned you. His presence was powerful, but it did not suppress me in the slightest. I sat firmly on the throne, my right hand supporting my chin. I had already guessed it. After leaving Cana village, he had gone to the lair and arrived just before or after Aurora's group. Inside, He had encountered the lust demon just after she had broken free from Aurora's memory trap, and the two had fought. Though I did not know why he had failed, judging by his manner, he had noticed something. The puppets in the cave were cleaned out rather quickly. Pozi's voice had lost its usual refinement and carried a sharp pressure instead. I was utterly unconcerned and merely spread my hands. Knight Pozi, I do not understand what you mean. The puppets were wiped out, and you know nothing of it. I shook my head. I went with you to Cana village and took every soldier from Eastern Frontier County with me. You aren't suggesting that I did this, are you? Pozi stared at me fixedly. After a long silence, he raised his hand and pointed toward Ayla. Then what about her? I sighed and stopped Ayla with a glance before she could speak. Knight Pozi, I understand your feelings. But that day, Ayla was acting under my orders to recruit soldiers. Many people saw her, including the city's soldiers. This had been my plan. Ayla was too conspicuous. If she had gone to Cana village and fought, Pozi would certainly have noticed her. But Pozi knew her face, so I had to give her an alibi. The one truly leading the force had been Aurora. Pozi had never seen her before, so naturally he would not grow suspicious. No matter what I said, as long as Pozi had no knowledge that I possessed succubi as bound dependents, he could only choose to believe me. As long as he did not trace the succubus aura back to me, he would never guess the truth. Knight Pozi, I hear you have always remained at the very bottom among the 12 knights. Do you mean to rise through merit by stepping on the Eastern Frontier territory? Ayla looked down on him, full of disdain. In your current condition, I'm afraid it has nothing at all to do with my Eastern Frontier. I immediately picked up the duet. Ayla, you cannot insult a knight of distinguished merit like this. Pozi fell silent. He could not refute it. Jamie had confirmed Meyer's whereabouts. He had seen my military force with his own eyes, and Ayla had an alibi. No matter how great the 12 knights' authority, in the Eastern Frontier territory he still could not judge a lord without evidence. Slowly, he raised his right hand and pointed 2 fingers at me from afar. Then, Steward Ayla, did she recruit new soldiers? In a few days, I'll trouble Lord Highs to come with me personally. More than half the puppets in the cave are dead now. This is the perfect chance to destroy the lust demon. That is only natural. I nodded. So he hadn't noticed the succubi's aura in the territory. That was a relief. As long as that information did not leak, I could still do many things under his very nose. However, this time he would definitely leave some kind of watch in the cave. It would be much harder to move any more magic crystals, and the church's people would be arriving soon. Whether to cut ties with the Empire or continue sheltering beneath it, I had to make that decision soon. I watched Pozi's departing back and sank into thought. Not long after he left, Aurora arrived as well. The hall had been cleared, leaving only the 3 of us. Master, do you think Pozi noticed something? Ayla asked first. At first, I had also suspected as much. He had discarded his former respectful attitude and come charging in aggressively. Had he traced things back to me? But from his perspective, he could never imagine that I would contract succubi as my bound dependents. No one in this world could imagine something that lay completely outside their understanding. Just as he would never guess that beyond one wall from here, 500 succubi were hidden in the granary. At most, he suspects I want a hand in the magic crystal trade. Pozi hated evil with all his heart and could not tolerate even the slightest trace of demons. If he discovered the succubi were connected to me, he would never have given me a chance to explain. Precisely because he only suspected me of coveting magic crystals, he had come to warn me. As a lord formally invested by the Empire, I could not be touched without evidence. Whenever the succubi were moving, Pozi was basically with me, and the 5 I summoned temporarily in Cana village all returned safely as well. I no longer lingered on the issue. This is not the time to hesitate. We need to move quickly. Bring up the magic crystals. Very soon, 2 succubi carried over the wooden barrel. After Ayla and Aurora had eaten their fill, there were 22 crystals left. Pozi would likely recover for 2 days at most before dragging me back to the lair. Once that place was cleared, the church would take over. At that point, touching those crystals again would become extremely difficult. So I had to take another risk and send succubi into the lair once more to snatch out another batch. I crooked a finger and called Aurora forward. Consumed 20 magic crystals. Aurora advances from level 10 to level 20. New trait drawn. Sleep curse. Causes the target to fall asleep and remain trapped in dreams for a long time. Sleep? I was very satisfied. Aurora was inferior to Ayla in combat, but with both confusion and sleep stacked together, her control ability was already outstanding enough. The only thing I did not know yet was where the limit of that power lay. That lust demon had been able to seriously wound Pozi, so her strength was no joke. This time, If we entered the lair again, it was probably still best for Aurora to lead. For one thing, she now had Sleep Curse in hand. Even if they could not defeat the lust demon, she could at least restrain her and buy time for withdrawal. For another, in Pazzi's eyes, my most capable subordinate was Ayla. I needed Ayla to keep following me and continue strengthening her alibi, completely washing away suspicion. Now the only problem left was this. How could the Succubus group enter the lair once again without anyone noticing? After that last raid, Pazzi would definitely strengthen his watch over the lair. The thing I feared most was that badge he had mentioned. Master is worried about Pazzi? Ayla asked softly. She was always so meticulous, always catching my thoughts at just the right moment. He's badly injured. With my current strength, he may not necessarily be my match. I shook my head. Every divine succubus was one of my key assets. I could not risk Ayla recklessly. I've got it. A person suddenly came to mind, Pazzi's attendant. The first time I met him, that attendant had let slip that he had followed Pazzi for many years. I sat up sharply, light flashing in my eyes. Go seize the attendant at Pazzi's side and bring him under control. A complete plan took shape in my mind. Capture the attendant and draw Pazzi's attention away. That way, even if his surveillance trap in the lair was triggered, he would be unable to split himself in two. Given his temperament, he would never abandon an attendant who had followed him for so many years. By the time he rescued the man and turned back to investigate the lair, I would already be returning loaded with spoils. Aurora. I turned to look at her. Ayla had already met Pazzi face to face. With Ayla's personality, if they ran into each other, it would likely become a direct fight. Only Aurora could handle this task. Besides, with her sleep ability, controlling a mere human attendant would be effortless. Pazzi has a human attendant. Go seize him and take him to Cana Village. Drag things out as long as possible. But under no circumstances are you to engage Pazzi head-on. Do you understand? Cana Village was the best choice. The two places lay one south and one north. Even at full speed, rushing between them would still take several hours. Aurora curved her lips up and patted her chest. Don't worry, Master. Then I looked at Ayla. This time, you lead the succubi into the lair. If you encounter the lust demon, don't get bogged down. If you can force her back, do so. If not, I paused. The lust demon was the one true variable in this plan. Ayla's abilities were unlike Aurora's stable crowd control. It would be easy for her to become locked in a drawn-out struggle. But Ayla stepped forward, her expression grave. I will defeat her, Master. I nodded. This time, there should basically be no more variables. However hateful Pazzi was toward evil, he would still not be willing to throw away the life of his attendant. Once both threads of the plan were in motion, all I had to do was wait quietly for dawn, then accompany Pazzi to the lair and finish acting out the play. After giving my instructions, I returned to the bedroom, lay down, and tried to empty my mind. Pazzi was closing in step by step. I was approaching the point where I would have to make a decision. Once he killed the lust demon, the church's supervisory court would come take over the mine. When that happened, I would have only two roads left. Launch a surprise assault on the supervisory court, seize the mine, and break away from the empire, or secretly traffic magic crystals the way that Songyuan territory did. I leaned more toward the former. Every lord of the eastern frontier through the generations had wanted to expand, but my ambitions were greater still. Since I could summon endless dependence, why should I remain tucked away on the empire's border, worrying about magic crystals every day? The Songyuan territory had vast crystal veins, and farther west, the surrounding lands were all sources of magic crystals. With magic crystals, I would never need to worry about troop sources. What was more, the empire had not been peaceful lately. A few months ago, a large-scale foreign war had broken out. Even here on the frontier, I had heard of it. Heaven's timing and geographic advantage were both on my side. And as for human support, that was exactly what I had been working on all along. Now that I thought of it, the old castle staff either leaving or dying had actually been a good thing. The people around me now were all individuals I had personally promoted out of the farming class. These people had gone from lacking even enough food to having security in both clothing and meals, all because of me. Would people born as farmers really die for the empire? I didn't believe it. They were loyal only to the person who could let them live well. Whoever gave them food, gave them land, let them stay alive, that was the one they would follow wholeheartedly. And over these past days, I had already carved the image of a benevolent lord into the heart of every farmer in the eastern frontier territory.